has overwhelming wealth, yet he is a money-hungry person, and no one could compare to his greed and obsession with money. After realizing that the Armenian Empire Academy debate contest reward was 1,000 top-grade potions, he took part in it. He proclaimed that nothing is more valuable than money in the world. Therefore, everyone started calling him a money hound. One day, in this money-grubbing mania, Fernan spent his day as usual, getting reports on the merchants his household ran and criticizing those who didn't live up to his expectations. Even though it was an ordinary day for him, tragedy still struck on an ordinary day. After realizing this month's earnings were lower than the previous month's, Fernan was enraged. He was on his way back, wondering when that merchant would start doing work worth his pay, but Hyde thinks that the merchant has gotten better. Although the protagonist agreed with him that the merchant's performance was better than before, he still wanted him to do better. While he was conversing, he was struck by lightning on a bright day without a single drop of rain. When Fernan's consciousness faded, along with the shock, a strange soul took its chance to enter his body. As the soul neared Fernan's body, wondering what it was, Fernan also wanted to know who it was. The soul smirked after guessing that it was going to possess Fernan's body. Fernan was dumbfounded after hearing the soul say, possessing, wondering what he meant. As the soul kept talking about things that Fernan couldn't understand, he instinctively realized that the soul was trying to steal his body away from him, so he used his remaining mana to attack the intruder. The soul began shouting in pain and asked for help. Although the soul was defeated, a part of it was absorbed into Fernan. In that instant, countless memories that he couldn't recognize flooded his head. But Fernan was unable to control that flood of memories, so he shouted in pain. Hyde saw his condition worsening and asked Fernan worriedly if he was all right. Fernan's gaze fixed on a point as he saw the strange text before his eyes, prophecies of the world's end and the rise of 72 demons. The protagonist also realized that Fernan would be expelled by his household, and he would lose all his money and become homeless. Fernan's eyes widened with shock after discovering that those prophecies pointed to a future worse than death and that he would be expelled from his family so that he would lose all of his money. He gets enraged, wondering what kind of nonsense that is. After that day, he tried every way he could to find out who the strange soul was, why it was trying to possess his body, and why he had received those memories. During class, he was indulging in those thoughts when the professor ended it, and he was ready to leave. Despite not figuring anything out, he is confident in one thing. The prophecies are true and were 100% accurate at the moment. Therefore, exploiting the fact that it was true, he began using the prophecies to his own advantage. However, that doesn't make him happy, because if those prophecies were accurate, his fall from grace is inching toward him, and he needs to make sure they're actually true. After he returned to his dorm, Hyde inquired about his lecture, and Fernan found it much like the last. Hyde inquired if he wanted to have some coffee, and the protagonist concurred. In the meantime, Hyde was preparing coffee for him. Fernan picked up a newspaper and started searching for the Academy news. Hyde looked back, wondering if he was feeling unwell these days, but Fernan refused, wondering why he was asking that. Hyde feels he has been worrying about more than usual for about half a year. He is concerned because sometimes he's his young master spacing out for a while, and sometimes he makes impulsive decisions even though he used to be so thorough and careful with everything. Therefore, Hyde wanted to ensure that there were no side effects of being struck by lightning. Fernan can't believe Hyde is asking for the side effects when those strange choices brought him fortune. After looking at an article about Ain't Armian, who is the successor of the old imperial family, and wondering if he truly joined the academy. At the same time, Hyde pondered whether his young master had other sources of information. Fernan didn't pay much attention and rushed out to go to the south, and Hyde kept pondering what he should do with the coffee. The Imperial Academy was on an island called Bardian within the Empire, and its surroundings were largely artificial, created by magic, but the southern part was a wetland. He was rushing there to confirm the credibility of the prophecies, because 3 of them burned his brain. The first concerns Fernan's expulsion from the family, the second, his becoming broke, and the last, his homelessness. No matter how many times he thinks about it, he gets worried, and he wants to change his future at all costs. However, he knew these weren't the 3 things that were concerning, so he started recalling them, and the first one was Fernan being homeless. The second worrisome future concerns the rise of the 72 demons summoned by King Colombo thousands of years ago. Lastly, the future where Ain't Armian saves the world from those demons. Everyone is aware of Ain't Armian, the descendant of the founding emperor, Carlinos Armian. Since House Armian established the Armian Empire with 5 nearby kingdoms, it has been 1,000 years since his family lost its power. Fernan's prophecies mentioned Ain't as the main character and that he would head to the wetlands in the south after finishing his exam. His prophecies also told him why Ain't joined the academy, to seek the map the founding emperor had left behind. Fernan noticed that everything is written with Ain't at the center, which made him realize that they were just like details of some novel. So, the best way to test the authenticity of the prophecies is to see him act in accordance with them. Fernan grits his teeth in fury, realizing that Ain't is the main figure in the prophecies and that Ain't is also directly responsible for the terrible future he faces, as Ain't handed him the expulsion papers. Fernan is unaware of why Ain't came to hate him. He can't read all the prophecies, and he can only follow the general flow of events because some parts are blurred out. Therefore, he can't provide a detailed description of the relationship. But the only reason he is sure is that he collaborated with the demons. However, these prophecies don't make sense to him because he could never work with the demons. After a while, he arrived at his destination, came down from the horse, and was sure that Ain't would be there as he was searching for a dungeon hidden in the wetlands. He knows Ain't is searching for the dungeon because the founding emperor buried a sword bearing the ego of the empire's first royal knight, Gardner Alphenperson, there. Fernan also believes that Ain't is a perfect candidate and a hero capable of saving the world if the prophecies are correct. He grins as he would have killed Ain't if he didn't have such an important role and cursed him for making him broke. Abruptly, he smells something, so he gets startled and remembers Ain't getting injured because of a croaker on the way to the dungeon, which is understandable because he is young despite being fated to be a hero. Fernan assumed that an apex predator like a croaker was too much for him. Since everything had been just as the prophecies proclaimed so far, he wanted to see if Ain't was inside. Abruptly, he is startled to see Ain't, injured, standing before him, which makes Fernan wonder what he is doing there and whether he was too early. Fernan decided to act as if it were an accident, and he told Ain't that new students were allowed there. Ain't is startled to realize that Fernan recognizes him, but his question dumbfounded Fernan, as everyone in the Empire acknowledges him. Ain't mustered up the courage to know who he is, and Fernan introduced himself, which shocked Ain't. Fernan can't believe how casual he is with him, given how he addresses him, even though he's 1 year younger. Ain't understood, so he started talking to him respectfully, and the protagonist decided to play dumb and inquired if he was injured after encountering the lizardman. Ain't clarified that he encountered Croaker, and Fernan can't believe it after hearing that, because Croaker is hard to come by and considered unlucky. Fernan handed him a top-grade potion that works better than 10 bottles of low-grade potion and wanted him to use it to heal his injuries. Ain't is reluctant to take the top-grade potion from Fernan and talks to him casually. Fernan corrected him, telling him to call him Mr. Pellenberg. Ain't worriedly explaining that he doesn't have money, but the protagonist also doesn't need his money. The protagonist is certain that Ain't will become a fine mine because he carries the blood of the founding emperor, even though his family no longer has the power it once held, so he calls it an investment. Ain't is dumbfounded after witnessing this and realizes that Fernan doesn't look like the money-grubbing maniac people make him out to be, and he thanks him. Fernan grins awkwardly as that potion cost a fortune, and he wouldn't have handed it to Ain't if it wasn't for prophecies. Fernan told him he was lucky, since in his time, students were punished for trespassing, and Ain't understood. After instructing him, Fernan leaves, hoping to meet him in the future. Ain't understood and promised to repay him in the future. Fernan hid nearby and watched Ain't as he drank the potion that he gave him and entered the dungeon. After some time, Fernan followed him inside the dungeon and was amused to see the dungeon with his own eyes, as he was doubtful about its existence initially. He is sure that Ain't might have cleared it, as nothing happened after he entered the dungeon. However, he found it strange to feel any mana traces when so many magic lanterns are around. After taking a closer look, Fernan realized that it was a permanent magic lantern that absorbed mana from the surroundings. He can't believe Ain't left this behind, and he guesses Ain't doesn't know its value. The protagonist realizes that Ain't is quite naive and foolish, unlike how the prophecies had painted him, so he is confused about leaving the future in his hands. He recalls that in the prophecies, Ain't entered the dungeon injured and a mess after falling from the entrance. At that time, Ain't swallowed his grunts and his entire body ached, so he drank all the potions he had, but still his injuries didn't heal. Because of the severity of the injuries and he potion of low quality, he suffered a lot, yet he continued to walk forward. Ain't was instinctively pulled toward the sword altar of a longsword that didn't feel special. Regardless, he couldn't take his eyes off, and it called to his mind and his soul. Fernan recalled that then Ain't grabbed the sword, and a brilliant light enveloped the dark chamber. When Ain't opened his eyes, he was no longer in the dungeon, but in an alleyway of the Imperial Academy. Fernan continued his journey and sensed the faint traces of mana in the air around him. After a while, he arrived at the altar where the sword might be, but now it's not there, and Ain't disappeared without a trace. Fernan furiously grits his teeth because this all means that the prophecies were accurate. He recalled that Ain't handed him the expulsion paper, telling him that everything that belonged to the patriarch of the house, Pellenberg, and everything he had earned in the name of his family was no longer his. Ain't warned him not to show himself and appear in front of him, as that is the best mercy he could show. Fernan worriedly grabbed his head because it meant the prophecies were genuine about his future, too. His veins engorged as he realized that in the near future, he was going to be broke without a single cent. According to Fernan's prophecies, Ain't Armian is the book's acknowledged main lead, a hero destined to subdue the demons and protect the world. Furthermore, he is the one who causes Fernan's downfall, yet he is still a rising stock from an investment standpoint, so he doesn't want to lose this opportunity. Fernan wanted to rush in to wag his tail before him like a loyal pet. Still, the Ain't described in the prophecy has an entirely different disposition from his and is the type who values honor over materialism. The protagonist fears backlash after being around him and worries he'll be called shameless for trying to buy him off. He kept pondering how to approach Ain't, since he is a tough person. Hyde wondered what was tough, so Fernan asked for his opinion on what he would do if there were a merchant guild that always grows well if he invests in it. Hyde answered without thinking, as he would immediately invest in that guild. However, Fernan clarified that the problem was that the merchant guild style didn't match his own. Hyde doesn't think that would be a problem, and he reminded the protagonist that he always says that money can match any style. The protagonist is dumbfounded upon hearing that Hyde is right. It's easy to get distracted by talk of demons and world-ending stakes, but the essence is the same. Invest, bear the risk, and earn a considerable return. Fernan knows that personality differences are trivial in the face of massive profit, but he needs more specific information about Ain't, so he decides to meet him immediately. Hyde is startled upon learning who he will meet when he hosts some guests soon. Since Fernan didn't pay any attention to him, Hyde sighed as he ran off like that the previous day as well, and is doing the same again. At the academy, dorms are assigned by entrance exam ranking. The first 10 ranks go to the top dorm, Ravito's Hall, the next 20 to Bless Hall, and ranks 31 onward to the bottom feeders. Meanwhile, at Debes Hall, the gardener Elfenparson, residing in Ain't Sword, is infuriated upon learning of the hall. He can't believe that a descendant of Armian is residing in Debes Hall instead of Bless or Ravito's at the Armian Academy, which doesn't make sense. Gardener Elfenparson is certain that if the late emperor were alive, he would have risen from his grave and strangled them like demons. Ain't wondered why he is dragging demons into this, so Gardener Elfenparson clarified that it is because, if it weren't for those cursed demons' interference, things would be different. Ain't clarified that he ended up at Debes Hall because he was weak, which cannot be helped. Gardener Elfenparson believes that Armian descendants are weak. Ain't clarified that this is the first emperor's fault, as he abolished imperial succession and changed the system to elect emperors from the 7 elector houses. Furthermore, the first emperor donated most of the Armian lands and assets to the empire, so the imperial throne went to other elector houses from a century ago. Since the donated lands were no longer Armian, the household declined, and even parts of their secret sword techniques were lost. Ain't couldn't train his swordsmanship properly, and desired a prince-elector. Gardener Elfenparson calmed down after hearing this, telling Ain't that he has talent, and he supported him to restore his former glory of Armian. He guessed the former emperor had already foreseen him, and left Gardener Elfenparson behind to help his descendant, which startled Ain't. Abruptly, Fernan arrived at his dorm, asking Ain't if he was inside. Gardener Elfenparson realized that someone had arrived to see him, and Ain't inquired about his identity. After realizing that Fernan told him that it was his senior, he guessed it might be him, so he opened the door and inquired what brought him there after seeing Fernan. Fernan smiled after seeing him, wondering if he is busy, but Ain't effused as that isn't the case, and he doesn't have anything urgent at the moment. Since Ain't was free, Fernan wanted to borrow some of his time, and he wanted to head somewhere quieter because this place is too crowded. Ain't wanted to have 10 minutes to get ready since they are going out so abruptly. Fernan can't believe Ain't is making his almighty senior wait for 10 minutes, as in his day, even if he was asleep, he would run out immediately if his senior had called. But he can't believe that newbies are soft. After hearing this, Ain't worriedly asked for 5 minutes to get ready and come out. Fernan decides to go easy on him and clarifies that he will be waiting in front of the dorms. After he left, Gardener Elfenparson is infuriated upon seeing his behavior, wondering what is wrong with that ancient boomer. Ain't explained that person is Fernan Pellenberg, the eldest son of House Pellenberg. Gardener Elfenparson realized he might be from a nouveau rich family with money, which made him think they could summon a royal descendant like that. Ain't is confused as well, wondering what Fernan wants and is concerned if he came to collect payment for that potion. After a while, he meets with Fernan, who is amused to see that he brought his sword along. Ain't felt calmer with a sword in hand and assured that he doesn't mean anything else. Fernan already got it, as most knights never part with their swords, and he is certain that might be the sword with Gardener Elfenparson's ego. Even though Ain't was a bit concerned, he mustered his courage to act as the protagonist for the sake of meeting like this. Fernan took out the menu, clarifying that he just wanted to grab a meal with him, which confused Ain't. Fernan wanted him to pick anything he liked, but Ain't refused, knowing the place was expensive. Fernan glared at him, saying they don't turn down a meal from their senior at his time, which concerned Ain't, so he started looking at the menu to choose a dish. While Ain't was looking at the menu, the protagonist glared at him and realized that he was so naive and soft that he didn't know how he ended up getting wrecked and cleaned out by him, so he was pissing off the more he thought about it. At the same time, Ain't is worried as he looks at the price of the meal, as it is expensive. Momentarily, Fernan inquired if he had a goal he wanted to achieve after graduating from the academy, which startled Ain't. The protagonist explained that most students attend the academy to forge connections. Still, Aint's house has avoided all social gatherings under the notion that House Armian needs to be rebuilt. Therefore, he found it strange that someone from the Armian family would enroll. Ain't clarified that he is sick of being looked down on as a fallen royal, as Armian is still royalty, even though that was just a name now. His explanation amuses Fernan, and Ain't plans to become a royal knight one day to restore his family's honor. Fernan noticed the change of look in Ain't's eyes when he talks about his dreams, as he seems to have a strong will and ambition to achieve his goal, and he is also proud of his lineage. Fernan understood he wasn't as soft as he looked, and he asked Ain't if he had chosen from the menu, which startled Ain't, since he hadn't selected anything. So Ain't asked for some time. After pondering for a while, he inquired about Ain't having any dietary restrictions, but Ain't refused, so he asked about his MBTI. Ain't is confused, wondering what that is, as that is the first time he has heard of that. Later, at Fernan's dorm, he kept thinking about Ain't Armian as he got a general sense of his personality. He plans to play it by ear and tempt him with a sponsorship. But he is glad he didn't, because Ain't takes great pride in his family, has high self-esteem, and values honor. He is certain that he would have bruised Ain't's pride if he shoved money at him immediately, as with his personality. A subtle push and pull works better than blatant goodwill. Fernan planned to slowly build the trust between them, as though he were seeping into his life, and he was confident that the right time would come when Ain't needed him if he were patient and waited. Therefore, when the right time came, it would be hook, line, and sinker. Then he would get a huge catch, so he planned to make Ain't his ally and milk him dry. Abruptly, Hyde entered his room, and was pleased to see that he had returned and inquired where he had been. Fernan clarified that he met someone he knows, which makes Hyde wonder if he met Bershif. Fernan is confused, wondering why he is suddenly bringing up Bershif. Hyde explained that Luna Bershif was supposed to come and talk about the debt that day, which startled Fernan, as he had forgotten that he was coming that day. Hyde explained that he would have sent Bershif back if he had known Fernan would be late, but he waited 3 hours and then left. He guessed that Bershif thought Fernan had stood him up to discourage him. Fernan thought it was better if Bershif was discouraged, as he put a lot of effort into tying Bershif down, so he wanted to keep the pressure tight. As they spoke, he sensed something strange and grabbed his head, which made Hyde worry, so he asked if he was all right. The protagonist told him not to worry, as that was nothing, and he got a headache suddenly. Suddenly, he saw a part of the prophecy before his eyes that he had been unable to read before, but he wondered why it had suddenly appeared. He started reading the prophecies that described the appearance of a girl with brown hair, like drifting clouds, eyes the color of aquamarine, and a sword more precious, more beautiful, more alive than any other. Ain't was captivated by the dance of her sword under the moonlight, and he is confident that she has enough talent to become a royal knight. However, Ain't has noticed some darkness in her heart, so if the shackles binding her are broken, he is certain that the girl would spread her wings and soar free. Therefore, Ain't wanted to free her from the House Pellenberg, as that is the shackles tying her down. After reading that prophecy, Fernan guessed that might be why Ain't ended up hating him, and he cursed his fortune after realizing this. After hearing that curse, Hyde was petrified at his place, which startled Fernan, so he clarified that it wasn't directed at him. Later, Luna Bershif was waiting for Fernan, wondering why he had called her again after intentionally standing her up the previous day. Since she is desperate because of the debt, she wondered if Fernan was trying to crush her at once. Meanwhile, the protagonist watched her from afar and could tell, even from behind, that she was annoyed. The House of Count Bershif has been a hereditary order of dukes, once a powerful house that protected the empire's northern frontier and one of the 7 electorates. However, after a massive monster wave dealt them severe damage, their ironclad legacy collapsed, and their glory vanished. Bershif had to sell everything she had to rebuild the house. She even sold official deeds and the golden bull that proved her rights as an elector, but it still wasn't enough. At that time, Duke Ivan Pellenberg, the head of House Pellenberg and Fernan's father, reached out to help her. The protagonist knows it wasn't because his father sympathized with Bershif's misfortune. Still, it's because House Pellenberg, unlike in magic, lacked talent in swordsmanship and sought access to an exceptional secret sword technique. Since the Bershif tragedy presented Ivan with the perfect opportunity, he blocked other nobles from officially supporting Bershif and was eventually forced to take a massive foreign loan from Pellenberg. Thus, Bershif avoided extinction, but the interest accruing every year left them suffering. Fernan furiously grits his teeth because pressing Bershif a little more would make them hand their secret sword arts to him. But Luna is destined to become Ain't's future lover. He ponders how Ain't is doing everything by reviving his house, saving the world, and falling in love with Luna. He decided to forget about the secret swordsmanship technique because if Luna is connected to Ain't, then he wanted to ensure that she doesn't hate him. Abruptly, he approached her, acted surprised to see Luna there on time for dinner. He apologized for being unable to attend to her the previous night, as he was out of it and forgot their appointment, and swore that it was unintentional. Luna doesn't want his apology, since she already knows the weaker one has to endure this kind of unfairness. Fernan clarified that he doesn't plan to do it, but Luna doesn't believe him, but still agreed to pretend as he likes. The protagonist doesn't want her to pretend, and Luna understood, but she wanted to know the reason he wanted to meet her. Fernan is certain that Luna is already aware of the reason, and he wants to try to make a good impression as he plans to win over Luna. He began to explain that the magic and night departments would have joint classes starting in the 2nd year, but before he could finish his sentence, Luna refused. The protagonist was enraged because he hadn't finished his sentence and wondered whether she knew what he was about to say. Luna knew Fernan wanted to partner with her, but she didn't want to, because she wouldn't gain anything from it. Since Luna ranked 2nd in the department, while Fernan ranked 10th, she has far better options. Fernan promised to exempt her interest payment for the upcoming 3 years if she partnered with him, but with the condition that Luna would accept his sponsorship. Luna is confused after hearing that, so she wanted to know the reason for doing this. The protagonist clarified that it is because joint classes are essential and worth 5 credits. However, Luna wasn't talking about that. She wanted to know why he was partnering with her and sponsoring her, and she clarified that she is on scholarship at the academy, since she guessed he might not know. The protagonist knows Luna sends most of that money back to her family, since everyone knows that, aside from her form, she lives more frugally than the average comer. Furthermore, the sponsorship carries no special weight. He wanted to invest in Luna because she is a talent. Luna is dumbfounded, having never heard of a noble sponsoring another. Fernan smirked, knowing Luna was like Ain't, as she valued integrity and honor. He knows Pellenberg and Bershif are both noble families, but that doesn't make them equal. He knew that the honor that Bershif holds so high is nothing compared to a former royal house, so he has a direct hold over Luna, unlike Armian. Luna is startled after hearing that, as she guesses he might be insulting her. The protagonist smiled cunningly because even if Luna hates his offer, she has to accept it ultimately, even if she holds a grudge against his family. So, he wanted her not to let her pride get in the way, like this, at the time, because he wasn't lying when he said she was talented. He began the second phase of his operation to win Luna over, remarking that he had seen her sword dance recently. He began reciting the prophecies, telling Luna that her sword is more precious, more beautiful, more noble, and more alive. Fernan is confident that Luna wouldn't reject someone who recognizes her talent. Luna is dumbfounded, wondering what he is trying to say. Fernan stood at his place, telling her he can't forget the first time he saw her sword dance, and he began reading the rhyme he'd written for her, saying her sword is faster than light yet gentle as butterfly wings, whose motion tears his mind every night he can't sleep. Luna's face turned pale after hearing this, as she considered it gross, so she wanted him to stop. However, the protagonist refused as he couldn't stop like that, which concerned Luna further, wondering why he was acting strangely. Fernan clarified that it is because he is unable to find an appropriate phrase to describe the beauty of her swordplay. Luna was embarrassed after hearing this, so she agreed to be his partner and urged him to stop. Fernan is pleased, having finally accomplished his mission. After a while, Luna returned to her room, and her maid was confused upon learning that Fernan had granted her a 3-year interest exemption and sponsorship, with the clause that the sponsorship would remain private and end upon graduation. She can't believe that, in exchange, Fernan only wanted her to be his classmate for 3 years. Luna excitedly affirmed it was true and couldn't refuse the fantastic deal, since Fernan had said he saw potential in her sword dance. The maid annoyingly grits her teeth after hearing that, but she wanted to know what Fernan saw in her swordplay. Luna rambles that Fernan told her that her sword was more precious, more beautiful, more noble, more alive than anything, and he still hasn't found the perfect words to describe its beauty. The maid was infuriated upon realizing that the money grubber had said this, but she admitted he had a sharp eye for talent. Luna instructed her nanny to watch her words when she spoke of the Pellenberg heir. The nanny agreed, but she couldn't believe that Pellenberg's heir had stopped seducing her now, and she is certain that he is trying to enchant Luna with his sharp looks and deep eyes. Luna is startled to see the nanny's expression, wondering if Fernan is her type. She doesn't feel like Fernan was seducing her, but she admits that he is suspicious, but she still wanted to endure it as it would waive 3 years of interest that her family has to pay. The nanny was still reluctant because Luna was 2nd in her class, while Fernan was ranked 10th, so they aren't a match. Abruptly, Luna is startled to see Hyde behind her, and the nanny notices his presence as well, so she asks why he is there. Hyde explained that Fernan wished to see Lady Luna, who was waiting for her at the training ground, and asked her to come quickly. The nanny is infuriated as Luna has to drop everything and go because Fernan has called her out of nowhere. Luna understood she had to go to the training ground, but the nanny was still furious. He told Hyde she would ask her lady. Luna is confused about what Fernan is trying to do at the training ground, as she can't tell what he is planning. On the contrary, the protagonist was on the training ground thinking about Luna, who consistently ranked 2nd in her class, and knew that Almond Donerts was the top student in the 2nd-year night department. Since Luna has never defeated Almond Donerts, there are rumors that Luna has the qualities of one of only 10 royal knights in the entire continent, which he knew from the prophecies. Fernan wanted to see the reality after training with her. While he is indulged in his thoughts, Luna arrived there, and she doesn't understand what is happening and the meaning behind this abrupt summoning. Fernan wanted to show her he wasn't inferior to her and didn't want her to think she couldn't gain anything from her partner. Luna guessed he planned to prove that by defeating her at that meeting. She acknowledged Fernan's skills, allowing him to enter Ravdo's hall despite ranking 10th, but she is certain there is a clear gap between 2nd and 10th. Fernan smirked after hearing this, but he wanted to test to see the result. Luna agreed to have a duel with him since he insisted, and she wanted to see him prove himself. Thus, she gave him the first move. Fernan gladly took the opportunity, so he started summoning huge rocks from the sky by casting the magic spell. Luna is startled to see this as Fernan kept casting the spell. The stones began striking Luna. Luna swiftly got rid of all of them with a single slash and charged toward the protagonist. As soon as she gets close to Fernan, she is pleased to get him finally, but she is startled to see Fernan teleported behind her in the blink of an eye. She was in awe, so she quickly looked back and saw him casting another spell that started breaking the ground. Luna can't believe that Fernan destroyed the floor of the training ground, which is magically reinforced, on which substantial blows can't leave a mark. She looked at Fernan in astonishment and guessed he might be hiding his strength all this time. Luna is dumbfounded upon seeing Fernan casting high-level spells non-stop and can't guess the mana he has. She is certain it is not the 10th place abilities, nor the fear of losing the duel, that have her afraid. She has underestimated her opponent. She jumped down and created a massive wave of mana that got rid of several rocks beside her. The protagonist at her in thrill and smirked. Then he broke one of the training ground walls to launch more rocks at her. However, Luna furiously strikes them all and charges toward the protagonist again. Abruptly, she is startled to see Fernan drop her cane, and as she points her sword at him, he easily gives up. Luna is infuriated upon seeing this, thinking that Fernan might be mocking her. Fernan clarified that he isn't mocking her, but he ran out of mana, and a mage without mana can't defeat a knight. Luna glares at him, figures out that he might not be lying, and she can tell from the state he is in that he has run out of mana and can't beat her at the moment. She put down her sword and was pleased because she won as she blocked all of Fernan's attacks until he ran out of mana, but she felt something was wrong as she didn't consider it her victory. Abruptly, he recalled something, so he started searching for the gift from his pocket that he wanted to give her as a reward for her victory. He heard that Luna likes chocolate, so he bought whiskey chocolate that his family makes, as it's tasty. Luna's mouth is filled with water after seeing it. Fernan is willing to give her a Friedan specialty, the World Tree chocolate bark, if she doesn't like that one. He is even willing to give her the Frisia Kingdom regional product, Kraken Ink chocolate, so he wants her to say if she doesn't like it. Although Luna's mouth is filled with water, she is startled as she realizes that he might have done a background check on her. The protagonist instructed her to wipe the drool and explained that he wouldn't do all that work for her, but he had just learned about the personal data of all students in the ranking. Luna is infuriated upon hearing his lame excuse. It's a background check. She sighed, wanted to know why he wanted to give her the chocolate after she won the duel, as she isn't a kid. The protagonist thought that she would like it, but since she didn't want the chocolate, he decided to retrieve it. Luna quickly grabbed the chocolate box as she hadn't said she wouldn't take it. Fernan wanted to get along with her from this moment onward, and while he was about to leave, Luna wanted to know the reason he was doing this. The protagonist is confused, wondering what she is talking about, so Luna explained that he has a significant amount of mana to continue those brutal attacks unilaterally, and she dares not guess his limits as he has that much mana. Therefore, she wanted to know why he was staying in 10th place despite his abilities. Fernan smirked after hearing this, telling her that the reason is apparent, as a merchant doesn't put himself at the front. Later, he returned to his room with his broken magic cane, and Hyde was stunned after seeing its condition, and he couldn't understand what he did to destroy both his mana storage and amplifier. Fernan clarified that he fought Luna, who is a strong opponent, and he took them along thinking it would be easy, but they got destroyed, and he doesn't want to mention how Luna kept going even though he ran out of mana. Hyde wanted to know why he had dueled with Luna while using such a precious item, and whether she was that important. Fernan clarified that it was his future investment, which confused Hyde, who wondered how that was for the future's sake. Hyde grows concerned after hearing this, fearing that the side effect of being struck by lightning might be returning. At the same time, the protagonist kept pondering Luna, whose swordsmanship is swift and awe-inspiring, appearing noble at a glance, just as Ain't had thought in the prophecies. He finally understood why his father had vied so much for the Bershif's secret swordsmanship. Furthermore, he is certain that Luna is talented, so he can't understand the reason she is unable to become the top student. Hyde cannot understand his young master this time, though he usually grasps his intentions. At the same time, the protagonist is thinking that it's because of Luna's equipment that is lacking that she can't get to the top. Hyde is intrigued by him when thinking about how he would explain it to the Duke, as the Bershif's secret swordsmanship was his long-held wish. The protagonist is also a bit worried about it, as he hadn't thought much about his father when he started it, and he asks Hyde whether he thinks his father would excommunicate him for it. Hyde refused as the Duke wouldn't excommunicate him, but rather kill him on the spot, as excommunicating requires complicated paperwork. Fernan gets worried after hearing that he is blood related to his father, and he doesn't think his father would kill him because he ruined the work he was trying to push forward. Although they decide to write to his father regarding the Bershif situation and await his reply, they could imagine his father would be furious after reading the letter. Furthermore, his father would have anxious thoughts and worried feelings, but he worked hard to distract himself. A few days later, he finally received a reply from his father. and his face turned pale as the response was faster than he expected. Hyde is concerned as well because the Duke's reply has finally arrived. The protagonist wanted to know if his father had instructed Hyde anything separately, but Hyde refused. So, Fernan wondered why he was making that expression. Hyde clarified that he believes this might be the last day he serves him. Fernan was enraged after hearing this and doesn't think it would be the reason for his excommunication. He recalled being excommunicated for Ain't Armian, or for grabbing hands with the demon. Although this incident isn't related to the demon, he thought it should be fine. He opened his father's letter, which suggested a demon might possess Fernan. The protagonist is annoyed after seeing that his father has written that, so he wants to see his father. He guesses that might be how he got involved with a demon, but that isn't true. Later, he arrived at the mansion, thinking of the reason that he can't say he got the Book of Prophecies, as it doesn't exist, and he can't prove its existence in his head. The butler is leading him to the place where the Duke is waiting for him. Fernan kept pondering the reason, as he was certain that his father would think he had fallen into a crazy delusion if he spoke the truth and lashed out at him, thinking he might be trying to screw the family over. Fernan knows he needs to offer something that can offset the losses from the Bershif incident to win his father's agreement. Abruptly, he arrived at his father's office, who was in awe after realizing that Fernan was more normal than he thought. Yvonne Pellenberg thought the protagonist had taken a specific medicine and gone crazy, or that the demon might possess him the first emperor had killed. He instructed Fernan to explain why he took that step since he isn't possessed. Fernan decided to make a better investment in Bershif. Yvonne doesn't think it would be a better investment than acquiring their swordsmanship secret technique. Fernan can't explain it clearly, so Yvonne clarifies that it isn't a request, since he is speaking kindly. He clarified that Fernan is currently a criminal and sinner trying to ruin their family fortune. Fernan is aware of the fact, but that doesn't change his thoughts, so he wants his father to leave the Bershif case to him, as he is confident of bringing greater profits than their secret swordsmanship. Yvonne is still doubtful, so he wanted to know the source of Fernan's confidence. Fernan can't tell his father about this at the moment, which annoyed Yvonne as he never raised him to be this stubborn. He reminded Fernan that it isn't something he can throw a tantrum about. Fernan guesses he has no choice but to make a deal based on what the prophecies say. Even though he doesn't want to use that card, he doesn't have a choice. He clarified that he isn't throwing a tantrum, but if his father entrusts the Bershif case to him, he will give him information only he knows about. Yvonne wondered what kind of information was worth Bershif's swordsmanship, known only to his son. Fernan explained that he has an information agency that he personally operates. Yvonne doesn't think that it is better than his family's information agency, but he is willing to hear his son out and ask for the outside information that only his son knows. Fernan explained that west of the Alaus Mountains in Viscount Donert's territory, there is a mana crystal mine that hasn't been discovered yet. Yvonne is dumbfounded after hearing about the mana crystal mine, as he has never heard of that before. He wanted to know how his son's information agency, which is akin to a child playing in a playhouse, found out this information. Fernan explained that kids play by digging in the ground, and sometimes they're lucky enough to find buried coins. He is confident that Alaus Mountain is a pot of gold that could repay the losses from Bershif and leave a whole lot more remaining. Mana crystals are ore containing mana and are considered the best ores, so they are highly profitable. However, the mana crystal mine in the Alaus Mountain was briefly mentioned in the prophecy without any details, and he doesn't know how big it is because it's not confirmed yet, but he is certain it could buy him some time. Fernan knows the Donert's Viscount family's finances are in poor shape now, as their merchant ship was wrecked by a typhoon. He is confident they could exploit that to find their way into mine. The best Fernan can do is try to delay it as long as possible if they are going to learn about the prophecies. Yvonne is certain that Fernan could make up for the losses they have suffered because of him if he is correct, but he needs to confirm if it is true first. He instructed Fernan to return to the academy and focus on his studies, as it would take some time to check the authenticity of the information. He planned to summon the protagonist again once he had the result. The protagonist understood, so he is taking his leave while wiping his sweat, and is aware it would buy him some time, as that took years of his life. Before he could leave the room, his father called to him, sending chills down his spine. He looked back, wondering what his father wanted, since he thought he was letting him off for now. Yvonne doesn't want to send off his son like this, so he wants to have a meal with him since he is already there, and Fernan understands. After he left the room, Yvonne was a bit disappointed because the Black Turtles couldn't find the information Fernan did. The butler apologized and wanted to ensure he made the appropriate adjustments. Yvonne doesn't wish to the butler to be harsh with them, and he asked for Yvonne's opinion on Fernan's personality. Butler noticed that Fernan had become the merchant to make a deal with his father. Yvonne still doesn't understand how Fernan found out about the mine, and he instructed the butler to look into everything he could about his information agency, as they might specialize in ore. The butler stares at Yvonne, guessing he means the golden pillars. Yvonne knew that his son understood that the ores are profitable, so he chose to walk the path of an earth mage, even though he showed talent for the fire element, but he still needed to confirm the authenticity of the information. The butler finally understood that the Duke meant that Fernan had grown the Golden Pillars into an agency that specializes in ores and mines. Ivan smiled cunningly, knowing his son had always had an interest in such things. He was proud of what he had done, and he was sure Fernan had found the Mana Crystal mine because he was smart. He instructed the butler to look into Luna Bershif and find out if she seduced Fernan. The butler guesses that the Duke is suggesting that Fernan is attracted to Luna. Ivan is done handling the document, so handed it to the butler, telling him that Fernan is he type to invest with good purpose, and if he has a purpose, then there is no way he wouldn't say it. Since Fernan isn't telling them the reason for his investment, it implies that something else has convinced him, which can only be anything other than love. However, Ivan felt it wasn't the case, so he kept wondering what reason might make a money maniac sacrifice his money. After some time, the protagonist met with Luna to inquire if Ilya Torta had become a pair with Carlo Danube. Luna concurred, saying he was forming a pair with Fernan, so Carlo paired with Ilya. The protagonist recalls that Ilya is in 4th place in night studies, and Luna affirmed that she used to be in 5th place. Since Luna told Carlo she had paired with the protagonist, he was certain rumors might have spread by now, so he wondered if she was okay with that. Luna is certain they will find it soon, and everyone thinks he formed a pair with Fernan for money, but that doesn't matter. She already expected it and prepared for it, and they aren't wrong either. Fernan smiled as he guessed Luna might be there for money, which is the reason he loves money so much, as it can buy anything. Luna is enraged upon hearing this, which is why she hates Fernan so much for his obsession with money. The protagonist set a box and an envelope on the table he had brought for Luna. Luna is stunned to see this, wondering what is inside, so the protagonist explained it's an elixir and an exchange ticket. He added that elixir is made from a mandragora root extract, and the exchange ticket can be used in their merchant's armory so that Luna could exchange it for armor of the highest quality. Luna is flustered as Fernan hands her these, even though she can't return them. Fernan guess Luna might have forgotten about the contract that he will be sponsoring her. Luna is worried because mandragora root extract and armor of the highest quality from the Golden Turtle Armory are extremely expensive, so she wonders if he is sure about it. While the protagonist didn't answer her, Luna guessed he didn't want to give it to her. Fernan hardly refused it as Luna is correct, but he is paying the price to earn Luna's favor and avoid a future where he becomes penniless. Fernan is confident it is a good deal, as Luna might become strong enough to defeat the demons. Lun is shocked by his answer and thinks it is too much for her to take. Fernan reminded her that refusing to sponsor violates their contract, and he clearly remembers the fine for breaking it. Luna gets worried after hearing this, so she quickly agrees to accept those 2 items. After handing her the items, Fernan decided to take his leave first, as he had something to do, and hoped to meet her in class soon. Luna is worried as this is a bit too much even if it's sponsored, and she gets startled as she thought there wasn't a penalty for breaking the contract, so she kept recalling that, but couldn't remember it. She can't believe that Fernan is going so far as to lie to her to give her these things, and wonders if he is trying to buy her to steal their secret swordsmanship techniques. Luna is certain the protagonist will never get what he wants, no matter how hard he tries. Later, the protagonist was in his class, recalling that Ain't should be there, but he couldn't find him. After a while, he finally saw Ain't standing in line for the first lecture of the first-year night studies students, about war and practical dueling techniques. That lecture is famous for having the students duel on the first day of class to assess their skill level. Fernan recalls that, according to prophecies, Ain't Armian shows off his talent in the lecture and begins to gain fame after obtaining the Gardner Alphenperson Ego Sword. Thus, Aint's journey as a hero who will one day save the world begins. While the protagonist is glaring down, the prince arrives and is surprised to find Fernan there, since he has been running into him in such a place. Fernan greeted the prince and wanted to know how he had been. The prince can't believe he is using honorifics, as he thought they were dropping the formalities already. The protagonist figures he should pay respects since it's their first time seeing each other after becoming second year. The prince wanted to know why Fernan had arrived there and whether any of the newcomers had earned his interest. Fernan smirked as he was always on the lookout for those high in the ranking and asked the prince for the reason for his arrival, and if he was there to see Ain't Armian. The prince smiled cunningly, affirming that it is true since Ain't is from the old imperial family. He considers it natural that his interest would peak after hearing about the enrollment of the descendant of a bloodline, suddenly, after a century in the academy. Roger Schwaben is the second prince of the Schwaben imperial family who currently reigns over the empire, and he has been reigning over the empire for 3 generations now, who have the same roots as the Armian family. As both these families are the former and the current imperial families, their relationship is quite complicated. Furthermore, Roger places great emphasis on authority, wishing for Schwaben to continue reigning over the empire. Thus, the existence of Ain't, who holds superiority in terms of legitimacy, is a threat to him. Roger guesses that person is there for Ain't, which makes the protagonist wonder whom he is talking about, and whether he is pointing toward Virian Calbrudern. Roger affirmed as Virian enrolled in the night studies as the second in class, and Calbrudern is looking for a chance to overtake the position of crown prince in place of the fallen Armian, so he has been staring at Ain't for a while. The protagonist found Virian Calberdern quite intriguing, so he guessed this might be where Virian had met Roger. As in every hero story, there is a villain that the hero must overcome to become stronger. Fernan recalls that the prophecy's record that Roger urged Virian to defeat Ain't to make clear that the past is just past, and Virian understood. Just like any ordinary story in Ain't story, Virian is the villain as he promised to destroy Ain't and sever the sprout of the Armians. While Fernan is pondering, the professor announced that the next duel is between Ain't Armian and Anto Dinern. Fernan figured out that Virian and Roger witnessed the beginning of Ain's hero journey at the same place, which is also a fate, so he found it fascinating. As the professor instructed them to commence the match, Fernan realized it was time to confirm the prophecy, which foretold that the audience would start howling as the winner was Ain't. Since Ain't has defeated Anto, his name began to spread among students and professors at that moment. While everyone is looking forward to this duel, the protagonist is thrilled, eager to see whether this prophecy will prove his investment in Ain't was right. As the match commenced, Anto charged toward Ain't without wasting a single second. Ain't was startled by his sudden attack, but he timely blocked Anto's slash. Shortly, Anto tried to strike Aint's neck with his sword, but Ain't quickly jumped high to evade it and rushed away. While Roger was watching the match, he recalled that a random opponent was chosen for sparring during the class. So, he considers Ain't unlucky because Anto Dinern ranked 10th in the entrance exam, so he is a formidable opponent for someone like Ain't, who ranked 38th to deal with. Roger sighed in excitement as he didn't think Ain't would be overpowered like that, and he found it boring, although he didn't expect much from a 38th place. He is going to take his leave first as he doesn't feel the need to watch this match any further. As he was leaving, the protagonist clarified that it wasn't the case, which startled Roger. While at the training ground, Ain't unleashed a strike at his opponent that overpowered him and broke his armor. Anto is dumbfounded after witnessing this, and everyone started gossiping that Anto is losing, which is an unprecedented feat for Ain't. Virian and Roger were dumbfounded after witnessing the change in the winner. While the protagonist guessed Ain't was flustered initially as his opponent went too hard from the start, but since Ain't is still showing his emotions, it means he is immature. However, after Ain't calmed down, the flow of the battle reversed. Anto firmly grabbed his sword and was still in shock to realize that he was losing to a guy who only ranked 38. Unable to bear this insult, Anto began to emanate overwhelming mana. While the female student witnessing the match admits that Ain't did better than she expected, she still thinks Anto would win. She admits that Ain't saved the Imperial family's face by buying this much time against Anto. Her comrade doesn't think Ain't was left with any honor after he came 38 in the entrance exam. On the other side, Roger is amused to see the 38th place forcing 10th place to use his aura, and he guesses Ain't lived up to his family name, so he considers it a great result seeing how talentless Ain't is. The protagonist can't believe he is calling Ain't talentless, as that is untrue, as he isn't talentless, but it's because the environment surrounding him couldn't support him properly. Anto charged at Ain't with his overwhelming mana and unleashed a strike. However, Ain't easily blocked his strike and pushed him back. The protagonist knows Ain't is special, for he is the prophesied main lead of this world. At the same time, Ain't's eyes shone brightly as he set his target. He swiftly got behind Anto and launched an attack that made him throw his sword. As Anto knelt on the ground, the professor announced that the winner of the duel is Ain't Armian. Ain't is pleased to realize that he is the victor, and the students were amused as well to see him defeat Anto Dinern, but Virian furiously grits his teeth. The protagonist blushed excitedly because his choice wasn't wrong, and the prophecy is correct, so he can already hear the money flowing in. He planned to raise Ain't to be on his side from this moment onward, and the next person in line for his better future is Luna. Later, during training, the students were surprised to learn that the rumor about Luna being paired with Fernan was true. The protagonist is amused when his attention flatters him, even though he doesn't like being the center of attention. Luna is certain they would stop talking about them soon, so she doesn't bother with these rumors. The protagonist recalled something, so he inquired if Luna had changed her gear and drank the elixir he handed her, wondering if she liked it. Luna remembers how thrilled she was after getting new gear and shows it to her nanny. Her nanny was pleased to see how calm and energized Luna was after acquiring the latest gears and drinking the elixir. After recalling that time, Luna felt a bit awkward, so she answered that they weren't bad. Abruptly, the professor entered the classroom, greeted everyone, and saw them forming pairs. She introduced herself as Rosalia, the professor of the Faculty of Magic, and the other professor beside her was Professor Grad from the Faculty of Knights, whom they already knew. Professor Rosalia explained that this would be a combined class in magic and knighthood, and she decided to begin the class after a brief introduction. She hopes they all have acquired the map from the teaching assistant, as they will be spending the first class doing practical training. Grad informed everyone that nothing can beat the real-life situation when testing what they have learned so far, so they would be thrown into the field from this moment onward. Everyone's destination is already marked on the map, so they have to reach that point in 4 hours. However, they can't be too early or too late, so the students have to reach that point at 2 p.m., which is 4 hours from the current time. After explaining everything, Professor Grad inquired if anyone had any queries. One of the students raised his hand to ask whether their scores would be included in the final. Professor Grad clarified that this is the most critical curriculum after the midterm and final. Another student asked whether clashing with other groups is permitted. Professor Rosalia explained that they could earn more points by defeating each other, and she wanted to proceed immediately, thinking they might not have any more questions. While the students were stunned, Professor Rosalia started casting the spell to teleport them and wished everyone good luck. After a while, everyone arrived at their anonymous locations, while the protagonist went near the cliff, wondering what that place was. Luna went away, telling him they had to figure it out, so she took out the map first. Before they could do that, they were startled when they encountered a pair of their classmates, who were equally stunned to see them. Fernan knew that Jane Hawks and Ned Fallon were ranked below 70. Luna wondered what he would do, but Fernan thought there was no need to fight against the failures that mortified the other pair. The protagonist looks at her, saying he could have done this before, but he plans to follow Luna's suggestion fully this time. Luna's eyes sparkled with excitement after hearing this, so she firmly grabbed her sword and unsheathed it. She wanted to get the additional points first, and then figure out their whereabouts with the map. While she is heading forward, Fernan clarified it would be easily handled with the spell. Luna is stunned to learn there is such a spell. Fernan clarified that he is saying to get to a high viewpoint and figure out their location. Luna doesn't think this is different from using a map, and she doesn't want him to worry about these trivial things. While they were conversing, Ned Fallon whispered to Jane this is their time to run. But before they could successfully run away, Luna somersaulted toward them and clarified that they are her additional points, so they can't go anywhere. Ned and Jane grow worried after witnessing this and burst into tears, but the attack, which was blocked by the map, which was destroyed, and they were still defeated. While leaving, the protagonist realized that the defensive magic had been cast on the distributed map. Luna doesn't want to go easy on them if she knew about the defense magic. Fernan can't believe Luna is calling it easy going when she crashed down on them like she intended to kill them. As their team was eliminated, their name was removed from the list. Grad is startled to witness another team elimination, as this speed is faster than he expected. Rosalia is amused that not a single member of the team was eliminated by monsters, and finds it interesting that they were eliminated by fighting each other. While many other teams kept getting eliminated, Professor Grad wondered whether Rosalia had taken an interest in any pair yet. Rosalia considers Roger Schwaben and Alman the strongest pair based on their grades. Furthermore, the pairing of Carlo Dinev and Alia Tordo is worth keeping an eye on. However, the pair that Rosalia is most interested in is undoubtedly Luna and Fernan. Professor Grad agreed with her after hearing all the students talking about that pair. He guessed Luna would be at a disadvantage if they formed a group, so he guessed Luna did this for money. But he knew Fernan didn't seem to be passionate about grades as well. Professor Rosalia is certain that Fernan paired with Luna for a reason other than the grades, which startled Grad, who thought it was for the grades. Rosalia clarified that it was because, if Fernan wanted, he could score any grade he had, even without Luna. Grad is stunned to hear this, wondering what she meant. Rosalia explained Fernan consistently ranked 10th no matter what, even though he is an excellent student. Not scoring at the top of their class happens frequently. However, she found it strange that a student consistently ranked 10th. Fernan also scored perfectly on his written test, but he lost points on the skills exams. Rosalia realized that Fernan always keeps his scores good enough for him to stay at Ravito's hall, so she guessed that he doesn't like to draw attention. Grad guesses that Rosalia means Fernan is hiding his actual skill. Rosalia affirmed, so she reminded Grad when the professor made a fuss about catching the culprit who had destroyed the training ground, but later she discovered it was Fernan and Luna who had done it. Professor Grad is shocked to learn they were the ones who destroyed the ground, as that can't be done by the students. Rosalia affirmed it was true, which only deepened her curiosity. Grad guessed she might be curious about the reason Fernan is hiding his proper skills. Rosalia refused, as that isn't the case, but she is curious why Fernan stopped hiding it. On the other side, the protagonist stood at the highest point and realized the marked point was near the northern beach, so he finally found their current location. While he was looking for the way Luna kept eliminating other pairs, the students considered her a cruel woman as she did that to them just for the grades. The protagonist looked around and realized they were in the western mountainous area. After a while, Luna was done eliminating those pairs, so she wondered if Fernan had figured out which direction they should be heading in. The protagonist jumped down and explained they needed to head directly northeast and would encounter people along the way. Luna is relieved to hear that, so Fernan guesses that might be because she can find the next pair. Luna affirmed that she wanted to earn many points while they still had enough time. Before they could progress further, they saw a huge rock above their heads that a magician enchanted. Carlo was pleased to finally meet Fernan, and Luna is infuriated at him for cowardly attacking them from behind. Carlo doesn't think there is anything like cowardice in battle, and he reminded Luna that the professor had said this was a real-life situation. So, he considers himself fortunate to have met them so early, for he wouldn't let them go so easily and was launching an attack on them. Luna doesn't know why Carlo is mad at them, and Fernan recalls that the student who wanted to pair up with Luna is the one who's mad. so he might be angry because he thinks Fernan took her from him, and he considers Fernan unmanly for bringing something already done. Carlo's eyes widened in shock after hearing this, but what is truly shocking is Luna's answer, as she isn't an object who belongs to anyone, so she doesn't think he has the right to be angry. Carlo was petrified at his place after hearing this, and Fernan believes he has a small heart for a big man. Carlo was mortified, so he wanted them to stop with the nonsense and come at him. Fernan guesses the clash is inevitable, and Luna considers it preferable because a high-level pair would give them additional points. Since the pair is high, she didn't want Fernan to sit back and watch this time. Fernan already knew that, so he agreed to support Luna and wanted her to go on a rampage as much as she wanted. Luna doesn't want him to support her, as he can't provide her support when they haven't even fought together once. Fernan smiled, reminding Luna that there is no point in individual combat since they are fighting in pairs. He started casting the spell that raises several rocks around them, and he doesn't want Luna to worry, so he trusts him. Professor Rosalia saw their conflict and realized that a serious clash had occurred in the Western Mountains. Professor Grad supposed the student might have encountered the monsters now, but Rosalia clarified that monsters don't appear there, so she decided to take a closer look. After taking a closer look, Grad realized that the pair Rosalia mentioned clashed. Rosalia is amused to see that the two of the distinguished higher pairs have encountered each other, and she finds it interesting. Grad is pleased as they couldn't finally confirm Fernan's true abilities directly. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Luna were charging toward their opponents, who were counterattacking them. Luna is confused as she realizes that her body is lighter than usual. She looked back at Fernan and realized that it was because of Buff's magic, but she didn't realize when he cast it. She can't believe that Fernan has enough time to cast a buff spell. While she stared at him, Fernan winked at her, thinking he was the best, which turned Luna's face pale, as if he might be crazy. She lunged toward Alia, evaded her attack, and jumped high to strike. This wasn't the time to get distracted. She wanted to take her down first. She unleashed her attack at Alia, who kept blocking it with all her might. Carlo saw Luna attacking, so he cast magic on her that bound her and made her unable to move a single inch. Alia smirked cunningly after seeing Luna restrained as she finally managed to catch her. Luna can't believe that something like this would happen to her, but it can be cut by aura. While she is trying to get rid of the restraints, Alia charges at her and strikes her. However, her attack was blocked by a huge stone, which startled Alia as she wasn't expecting a boulder to come her way. Carlo wondered what had happened after seeing the boulder encircled by his restraining magic, so he wondered what had happened to Luna. On the contrary, the protagonist has managed to teleport Luna away, and he excitedly glares at his opponent. Luna is dumbfounded to see this, wondering what that is. Fernan explained that it is magic, recently developed by his family, and since it seemed useful, he learned it immediately, as it allows one to swap things of the same weight. Luna is startled by this and furiously asks how Fernan knows her weight. The protagonist reminded her that HR had records of her, and he explained that even if that boulder looks big, it's not heavy. Luna quickly rushes away, along with Fernan, to strike her opponent and wants to listen to Fernan's explanation later. Furthermore, she also intends to find those records and burn them to ashes. Fernan was dragged away, his collar infuriated, thinking Luna was doing it on purpose, since she could be gentler than this. As Luna threw him away, Fernan told her to hold him tenderly and move him more gently. Luna plans to take down Alia, so she wanted Fernan to distract Carlo for her. Fernan grabbed his magic cane and felt pathetic as he had been rolling around the ground so many times. Before he could do anything, he was startled to see a magic circle above his head and grinned excitedly as he had been wondering why Carlo wasn't casting that spell, since Carlo can wield lightning that falls like rain and a great pillar of light constructed from countless lightning bolts. Carlo's specialty is double casting, so his destructive capacity exceeds that of an average student, which is why he is the top student. He began searching for something, having researched strategies to counter that kind of attack. He drew 2 orbs and guessed it was time to use them and see how effective they were. He started casting the spell, the orbs began floating in the air, and Carlo kept casting the spell as well to strike Fernan with lightning. Luna saw this, so she worriedly called Fernan out, but lightning still struck him. Fernan was covered with dust, and as the dust started vanishing, he appeared to be unharmed, so he smiled triumphantly. Carlo is dumbfounded after realizing that Fernan has blocked his lightning bolt, which is impossible, so he wonders how that is possible. Fernan pointed at the orbs and explained that they were storage devices that absorbed mana, and he had made some improvements in them. Even though it was expensive and difficult to make, it is quite effective, which makes it worth it. He smiled cunningly as he could smell money because by improving this orb and succeeding in mass producing it, he could sell them. Carlo is enraged to see this, but Fernan is a coward to use an artifact that cheats. The protagonist can't believe Carlo is calling it a cowardly battle and reminds him that the professor is watching their combat live, which mortifies Carlo. Fernan accosted Luna, which made Carlo worry about Alia's safety, so he looked away. As soon as Fernan told Luna to put an end to this, Luna tried to get rid of them. Thus, the map, which had appeared to protect Alia, was destroyed in the process. Meanwhile, Roger was watching their duel from the cliff with his comrade and was amused to see that the 4 presences had dropped down to 2. Allman realized that there was another elimination, so the assistants would immediately move anyone eliminated to their destination. He is dumbfounded, as among the participants, there weren't any mages who could block Carlos' lightning magic, so he thought Fernan and Luna were unlucky this time. Roger clarified that Fernan and Luna were the victors, as he knew that Fernan had been hiding his actual abilities this entire time because he didn't like standing out. However, since Fernan has paired with Luna, he wouldn't be able to hide his strength like before. Roger chuckled as he knew that Fernan would be forced to match up with Luna, who is obsessed with achievement, so after Fernan's abilities were revealed, his rank would rise as well. Since Roger knew that plenty of people around them try to rip and tear into them if their standing falls the slightest bit, he can't stand by and watch his rival talent from a distance. He instructed the students behind him that if they followed him, they would reach their destination safely and earn a high rank on the test as well. However, before that, he wanted them to eliminate one pair, that is, Luna Berschiff and Fernan Pellenberg. On the contrary, Fernan and Luna were subjugating the monster on their way. Luna realized that the monsters are appearing only when they are near their destination. She is certain they will arrive at the right time and score first at this rate. Abruptly, she looked at the protagonist, who was storing the monster's blood in a bottle, and wondered whether it was necessary. Fernan explained that Troll's blood is an essential ingredient in creating potions. Luna knows that, but this thing is worth only a little money compared to the assets Fernan owns. Fernan doesn't think that matters, as money is still necessary, even if it's a little. Luna sighed after hearing this, clarifying that this is why people criticize him for being too greedy. The protagonist considers it all worth it because in the end, he was able to scout Luna to his side. Luna sighed and agreed, but she wanted to leave if he was done. The protagonist inquired if they had eliminated 7 or 8 pairs. Luna elucidated that they have eliminated 8 pairs so far, and she is looking forward to the additional points. The protagonist can't believe she's gone completely mad over her grades. Luna taunted that it was better than going mad for money like Fernan, and she wanted to score at the top of her class as a reason. She accosted Fernan as she noticed the presence of some students around. Fernan clarified that he also felt the presence of around 20 people near him, and he realized that all of them were targeting them. Soon, they were surrounded by countless students who started attacking them swiftly. However, Fernan and Luna kept blocking their attacks and fighting to survive. Abruptly, one of the students was furiously ready to strike Luna and charged at her. Luna is startled as she realizes that the attacker is Allman, so she quickly blocks his sword. Both of them were pushed back by the energy created by the clash of their sword. After returning, they stood and charged at each other again. They radiated an overwhelming aura, and soon their swords clashed, yet both remained in place. Roger saw this, so he stepped in and started casting the fire spell to make things easier for Allman. However, Fernan also launched an attack on Allman, which startled them. Roger is amused to see this, so he stepped in and blocked the protagonist's boulders with his fire magic. Shortly, there was an explosion that threw several stones away, thus inflicting damage to the students around. Roger clarified that he planned to sit back and watch from the rear, but he couldn't do that if Fernan took out half of his followers, so he wanted him to go a little easier on his people. Furthermore, he also noticed that Fernan is trying too hard, which isn't like him at all. The protagonist sighed at Roger acting like a king again, and clarified that he planned to secure first rank this time. Roger is amused to hear him planning to be first. That wouldn't be possible, so he wants to resolve this matter peacefully. Roger is certain Fernan knows there is less than an hour left until the test ends. If they clash, neither will arrive at their destination on time. So he wanted Fernan to yield first place to him. Then he would let them take second, which would be a win-win for both of them. While Fernan is pondering this, Luna furiously clarified that she would prefer losing than giving up first place like that. Fernan pointed at Luna, telling Roger that he could hear that his partner had refused to comply with his offer. Roger grins as the deal is off, so he wanted to fight to the end and cast the spell. The protagonist smirked at this, telling Roger they could do that next time. Roger is a bit confused after hearing that, but he is startled to notice a magic circle behind him, and soon the boulders start appearing around them. All of them grow worried when they realize Fernan is trying to wrap them, and they start running away. After all of them were trapped, Fernan told Luna that they should keep going now. At the same time, Luna was dumbfounded after seeing this move, telling Fernan that he should have used that from the beginning. Fernan clarified that it was exhausting and wouldn't last long, so he hadn't used it before. After a while, everyone had returned to their professor's place. Professor Grad thanked everyone for a great job and announced the test results. Grad announced that they had Luna and Fernan for first place, which astounded all the students, as they had thought it would be Roger and Allman. While Roger and Allman were in second place, the professor announced the third place winner. The protagonist is pleased to have won first place, as he expected. Luna agreed as she didn't think they would get first place when they are quite opposite, aside from skills. Fernan doesn't think it's bad, even if they are different, since they still got first place. Luna excitedly told him it wasn't just that it wasn't bad. It was her first time getting first place, and she was delighted. Fernan was pleased, having successfully won her over. After Grad announced everyone's scores, he told the students the test was over, and they would be moved to the academy together. He instructed the students to stay at the place without wandering around. After thinking for a while, Luna wondered if Fernan had heard of the first-year student Ain't Armian. Fernan affirmed as he did because everyone knows the name Armian. Luna clarified that she met Ain't a while ago, which startled Fernan, as she had already met him. Luna affirmed as she met Ain't during night training, and her first meeting was quite joyful, which was similar to the time when Fernan peeked at her sword art. The protagonist is startled by this, senses something strange, and covers his face with a worried look, which makes Luna concerned. The protagonist realized that it was happening because he could see the prophecy again, and the part he couldn't see before appeared in front of his eyes. According to the prophecy, Ain't reached out his hand to Luna and urged her to become his knight, but she didn't accept his hand. Abruptly, another prophecy appeared before Fernan's eyes, which made him wonder what was happening. According to the prophecy, the sky was red as blood, stifling with demonic energy as if the end were near. The great evil was targeting Ain't Armian. At that crucial moment, the solid back of a knight took a step in front of him. The protagonist is dumbfounded upon realizing that the story's content has changed. Ain't gets worried when his senior steps forward, and he wonders what she is trying to do. Luna remembers that Ain't once asked her to become his knight, but she refused his offer. But she doesn't plan to do it anymore. Having come to know Ain't and his great cause, she wielded her sword at the demon, knowing that, as a knight, her fate is to defeat her master enemy with a sword and to defend her master with a shield. Thus, Luna dashed at the demon Andromalius, unleashing a strike, and her blue aura shone brilliantly. The protagonist is stunned as he sees the story changing again. After Luna fought with the demon Andromalius, she was lying injured in the hospital, and after opening her eyes, she found herself in an anonymous place. Ain't was thrilled to see her awake, telling her that she was at the hospital, and that he didn't want Luna to take what he was about to say the wrong way. With his teary eyes that glinted fiercely, Ain't stared at Luna, and he asked if the Pellenbergs were the ones trying to bring ruin to her and the Bershif family, as they are nouveau rich. Fernan is annoyed when Ain't Dare calls him a senior nouveau rich, and he becomes infuriated. As he shouted, Luna worriedly called him out, which startled him. Luna worriedly asked if he was all right as he suddenly passed out, and she was concerned, wondering if he was hurt. The protagonist saw the professor around, so he sat telling Luna that he was fine and couldn't believe that he had passed out. Professor Rosalia suggested that Fernan go to the nurse's office, as that would be better for him to receive proper treatment. Grad guessed Fernan might be dehydrated from doing so much more than usual and mocked him. Fernan finally realized that might be the time when Ain't started to turn hostile against him. He recalled how heartbroken Ain't was when Luna was injured, and he wanted to punch that great lover. However, he cannot discover why he could see the prophecy again. It was all tied to Luna. He guessed the prophecy might have shown what would happen in the near future. Since the prophecy is true, he recalled the name mentioned of the demon was Andromalius. He guessed that one of the 72 demons would descend to the mortal world in the near future. After some time, as Fernan returned, Hyde praised him for his great work, having heard he was in first place. Fernan was exhausted from pushing himself way too hard. Hyde urged him to take a short nap during the journey, promising to wake him when they arrived at the Ravito's hall. On his way back to his dorm, Fernan kept pondering Andromalius, ranked 72nd among the demons, with black hair and black eyes, a man with a snake coiled around his right arm. After searching through many books, Fernan found this information, but it makes sense to him because the war against the demons happened 1,000 years ago. Since demons are treated like a legend rather than real beings these days, because the demons vanished completely thanks to the first emperor 1,000 years ago, and they haven't appeared in this world since then. However, Fernan doesn't consider it a massive issue as Ain't would easily defeat them even without much information. But Luna gets badly injured during the battle with Andromalius. The protagonist wanted to tell Luna about that ahead, but he considered the fact that it would be hard to believe for her even if he did. Fernan tried to hint at it earlier, but Luna asked him if he was all right. The protagonist affirmed, but he wanted to know if Luna believed in demons. Luna wonders why he is suddenly asking her that, and it annoys Fernan, who wants to know whether she believes in them. Luna believes in demons since the Empire was built after defeating them. Luna's eyes widened in shock after Fernan told her that demons still exist in this world until now. Luna is stunned to hear that, wondering if he injured his head during the training. Fernan was mortified, so he told her to forget it, and realized she thought he was crazy. The protagonist plans to gather concrete evidence of a demon's presence. Then he could convince her. He finally has an idea. After 1 month of sparring in a first-year night faculty class, Ain't will defeat Virion, the faculty's second player. After that moment, Ain't will no longer have any rival in the academy. Just like how Ain't will gain much from the win, Virion will lose a lot. At that time, Roger would glare at him, annoyingly reminding him that he believed in him because of his reputation as a knight of Calbrudern. But he was wrong about Virion. The protagonist remembers that after that event, Virion will lose his reputation, honor, and influential supporters. Eventually, Virion will turn into a demon, which is the first time a demon will appear, albeit indirectly. According to the prophecy, Virion's fury toward Ain't continued to simmer, as witnessed by the demon, and it wedged itself into the cracks of that rage. Fernan plans to use this event to build trust and support, and he could even build a case around it with concrete evidence. However, the only problem is that he doesn't know the time, location, or how Kalbrudern gets possessed. He is infuriated because he can't see it, and so wonders whether it only appears when the time is right, or if it requires a specific condition. On the contrary, Ain't read the article that is all about Pellenberg, as everyone is wondering if Fernan has hidden this power all along since getting the first rank with Luna, and wanted to know how he paired up with Luna. He can't believe it, as if Bershef has lost their noble right and family assets, but Luna is still a Bershef in the end. Gardner Alfenperson's ego sword is pissed because Fernan got his recognition all thanks to Luna. Ain't wondered if Luna liked Fernan, as he felt like Fernan harbored similar feelings. Gardner Alfenperson's ego sword doesn't want him to compare those two houses, as Bershef was the only knight who stood alongside the former emperor on the battlefield. Ain't explained that time has changed because people prioritize Pellenberg over Bershef these days. Gardner Alfenperson's ego sword is infuriated upon hearing this, wondering why this world is doomed. He is certain they would never have associated with such upstarts if it weren't for the military funds during the war 1,000 years ago. After recalling that he had finally had an idea, he instructed Ain't to ask Fernan for money because his gears were all worn out. Ain't wondered why he is suggesting this all of a sudden, but Gardner Alfenperson ego sword remember that Fernan is friendly with him, which makes it clear that Pellenberg wants to cozy up to him. Since House Pellenberg would never ask directly for what they want, they build trust with a lower-ranking guard and then seize him. Ain't guessed this means that Fernan deliberately approached him for that reason, but there is nothing to get in return as they are just a fallen imperial family. Gardner Alfenperson's ego sword is infuriated upon realizing that Ain't is so needlessly self-aware, and he clarifies that Fernan's true motive doesn't matter, since they need to use him to their advantage. Ain't doesn't believe Fernan is helping him. He suspects Fernan is scheming, even as he willingly gives him a potion after a monster first injured Fernan. Ain't has an altered memory of Fernan crying over his injury, so he thought Fernan was sincere, without calculating anything, and was genuinely worried about him. Therefore, he considers it dishonorable to ask someone like him for money, as he can't buy trust with money. After hearing this, Gardner Alfenperson's ego sword becomes infuriated upon realizing how stubborn Ain't was. He kept smacking, Ain't telling him that even the former emperor said it's good to have a wealthy backer. He can't believe that Ain't is on Fernan's side after having one meal with him. Gardner Alfenperson, ego sword, warned him that Pellenberg doesn't offer kindness without reason, so he wanted him to stop whining and see Fernan at once. He is certain that Fernan would hand him the money immediately, since he might expect it. After some time, Ain't was standing outside Fernan's dorm all prepared, but was shocked to learn that he couldn't meet him at the moment. Hyde explained that Fernan manages both his studies and his family's merchant guild, so he is busy and hard to see without an appointment. Ain't froze at his place after hearing this, so he apologized for his abrupt visit and asked Hyde to tell Fernan he was there. Hyde clarified that he had already notified Fernan that the Armian family was there, but said he was too busy to meet him and asked him to return. Ain't understood, so he decided to leave and couldn't believe Gardner Alfenperson ego sword told him that Fernan would give him money as if he had been expecting him. But he can't believe he came in the way of a busy man, and he was so pissed that he wanted to return the sword to the dungeon. Gardner Alfenperson ego sword thought that something was off because Pellenberg shouldn't be acting like this. While the protagonist watched, Ain't leaving considered it strange, thinking they hadn't hooked him yet, but he didn't expect him to make the first move. Hyde returned to his room, explaining that he had sent Ain't Armian away as he instructed. Fernan praised him for doing a good job, but Hyde is confused to see Ain't sent away when he has been keeping an eye on him. Fernan found it suspicious that Ain't came to him so quickly, and everyone seeking Pellenberg shared the same goal. So, he is certain the purpose of the Ain't visit was the same, which is why he found it odd, since Ain't isn't the type to ask others for help easily. He is certain that Ain't didn't come there because he genuinely wanted to, and he is sure that Ain't trusts him so that he will reel him in once. Hyde was confused as he didn't think the fallen imperial family was worth this much. Fernan takes a sip of his tea and is aware of Ain't's outstanding talent, so he is confident he can make good use of it, turning him toward his side. Hyde thinks they would lose him after sending him away like this. The protagonist refused, because that wouldn't happen. It would leave him an opening. He instructed Hyde to go to the main estate warehouse and bring him all the elixir, as he would give it to Ain't. Hyde is speechless. Those elixirs were expensive, so a massive loss would be if they don't work. The protagonist plans to give something more expensive if it doesn't work, as money can buy anything in this world. However, if a thing can't be purchased, then it means he didn't spend enough money on it. After some time at Ain't dorm, Gardner Alfenperson's ego is startled to learn that Ain't has met a butler and wonders whether that is meant to apologize for turning him down last time. Ain't clarified that the butler just left a box and an envelope, then left. Gardner Alfenperson ego sword, guess it might be a letter of apology. and he can't believe that Fernan has some conscience, unexpectedly. So he wanted to see what was written in the letter. Ain't read the letter that says Fernan has specifically arranged these elixirs for him, and that it's sincere from his senior. The gardener's sword gets infuriated because Fernan always ends the sentence with his senior, wondering if it's ranked higher than the imperial family. Ain't decide to take a look at the elixir, and his eyes widened in shock after seeing it. The gardener's sword wondered what was wrong, so he came forward to take a look, and was amused to see a Saint Bird's heart elixir. He recalls that the Saint Bird is a holy bird that wields the power of light, which is a perfect elixir for someone who uses light-based sword techniques like Ain't. The gardener's sword realized that Fernan was a rich man, and he hoped Ain't could be happy to get that elixir even if he didn't receive the money. Ain't can't believe that his senior Fernan would care about him this much when he is an insignificant person. His eyes welled with happiness, so he wanted to work even harder to live up to Fernan's expectations. The gardener's sword is infuriated to realize how dumb Ain't is and told him this isn't what it's about. After some time, the protagonist asked Hyde about the match between Ain't and Virion. Hyde explained briefly that Ain't won against Virion, but Calberdern was slightly ahead in terms of swordsmanship, but Armian's aura was overwhelming as well. The protagonist remembers the prophecy saying Ain't would win by a narrow margin, so he guessed he would have drunk the elixir. Hyde guesses this feat might be because of the elixir that his young master might have given to Ain't. The protagonist clarified that his elixir might have played a part as well. Hyde realized that his master was implying that Ain't would have won even if it weren't for the elixir. The protagonist kept reading the document and guessed they would never know the truth, but according to the prophecy, Ain't won against Virion. So he is certain that Virion will be possessed by a demon soon, which is a perfect opportunity for him to find evidence of its existence. He instructed Hyde to keep an eye on Virion from this moment onward, and Hyde understood. Fernan wanted to see where and how Virion meets a demon, so he instructed Hyde to keep track of Virion's whereabouts so he could discover how the demon pulls him in. He commanded Hyde to pay attention to whom Virion spoke to and what they discussed, which confused Hyde, since he was telling him to keep an eye on Calberdern rather than Armian. Fernan wanted to know how the demons who had disappeared a millennium ago had reappeared in this world, so he ordered Hyde to report everything to him. After that, he kept receiving Virion reports, even when he went to the toilet, and when he listened to the lecture, it gripped his stomach and every small detail. Fernan has been keeping tabs on Virion for 2 weeks, but he found it strange because nothing has happened, which isn't how things are supposed to go. Later that night, he kept looking at the report, knowing something had to happen, but found it strange that Virion always went to the bathroom after every task. He wondered whether Hyde was doing his job properly, or whether the prophecy about Virion's possession was a lie. Since the most essential part of the prophecy is information about demons, if it's not real, then he has to reevaluate the credibility of the prophecy. The protagonist received another prophecy after losing the fight Virion had been reeling to fight Ain't again, and he finally got his chance during midterms. Then Virion charged at Ain't, but the victor had already been decided. But Ain't wasn't so unskilled to the point where he would lose to an opponent he had already once defeated, especially since he had Gardener Alphenperson as his mentor. Thus, he easily defeated Virion, leaving him behind on the ground, but he didn't know that the demonic energy that began to creep up was eating away at Virion's mind and body. After receiving the prophecy, the protagonist woke to find it was already morning. So, he guessed he might have fallen asleep and grabbed his head, as he had been seeing he prophecy even in his sleep. He gets out of his bed and is relieved as he learned when the exact point of time Virion gets possessed, as it's after he loses again. He started thinking about the day when the first year would have duel and recalled that it would happen that day, so he kept recalling the prophecies. Hyde entered his room to see if he was awake and informed him that breakfast was ready. After seeing Fernan preparing his weapons, Hyde wonders what he is doing all of a sudden. The protagonist is pleased to see Hyde there, as he arrived on time and instructed him to come along, as he plans to take the first year midterms. The Duke summoned Hyde, so he had to leave later. Fernan can't believe his butler is summoned that day, so he was left with no choice but to bring someone else along. It wondered who he would bring along when he had no friends. Fernan is annoyed to hear that taunt and reminded him that he had a friend made with money. He went to Luna, who was shocked to hear that Fernan needed a guard when he went to forage for herbs. Since it was the day of the midterm, Luna wondered if he genuinely needed to do that now. Fernan explained that the effects will be lessened if he doesn't forage them on time. Luna was busy as she was studying at the moment, so that she couldn't accompany him. The protagonist promises to waive the interest for a few months after graduation if she accompanies him. Luna immediately agreed to his request, then accompanied him and asked where he was going. After realizing that Fernan is heading to the northern mountain, Luna is dumbfounded because the first-year students are taking their test there at the moment so that he could get in trouble. Fernan was confident he could solve this with money, which annoyed Luna. He confessed he had bribed them, but she sighed, assuming it was Professor Grad. The protagonist proudly expressed his love for Professor Grad, who was flexible. After hearing that Luna decided to go back, which infuriated Fernan, wondering why she was doing that, it would be over fast, and they wouldn't get in trouble, wondering if she was backing out on her words. Luna looked back, telling him that it isn't the case, but she forgot her sword. The protagonist understood, so he instructed her to return quickly, and he watched her leave happily. After some time, they were at the northern mountain watching the juniors match. Fernan instructed Luna to be stealthy so they wouldn't be noticed. Even after bribing Professor Grad, he still wanted to hide their presence. Luna looked at him in awe, aware he was doing something wrong, but reminded him that it's worse to do something bad knowing it. Fernan already knew that Luna was a good person, so he wanted her to live like that, which left her speechless. While the protagonist was checking where they had to go, they remembered that Einir ain't ranked second, so they finally found the spot on the map where they would be. He realized that Ain't's location was close to Virian's, who was third, so he hurried there, in case they had crossed paths. So, he started heading away, telling Luna to follow him as he would lead. Luna realized that he was holding the professor's map, and reminded him that it was against the rules for a student to possess that. This infuriated her, wondering how much he had paid to Professor Grad, but Fernan wanted her to keep quiet, and guessed he should have come there alone. Abruptly, he sensed strange energy and recognized it. Luna guessed that it was a monster, but Fernan knew what it was. Abruptly, they heard some noise, so Luna rushed away as she wanted to go to help, since that was where the first-year students were. The protagonist is startled to see this, tells Luna to wait because it's dangerous to go alone, but she has already gone ahead, so he follows her, calling to her. Luna saw some of the students unconscious on her way, who seemed to have been attacked, but because of the map's defense magic, they weren't injured. However, she sensed something was off because the monsters in this region aren't this violent, and she saw the track ahead. Fernan worriedly grits his teeth because everything started earlier than he expected, so he can't tell the current state of Virian. Abruptly, they heard the strange noise, so Luna worriedly looked ahead and saw massive destruction and wondered what was going on. Abruptly, she is startled to hear someone approaching, so she worriedly looks back and sees a goblin rushing toward her. She wielded her sword quickly, struck the monster, and severed one of its arms, which fell away. However, the goblin didn't stop even after being injured and still charged at her. Luna is stunned to see this, wondering why the monster isn't stopping even after losing one of its arms. The monster kept charging at her ferociously, but soon Fernan struck it with countless pointed boulders. He kept casting the spell, creating several other pointed boulders, aiming to strike the monster again. Countless boulders pierced through the monster's body again, and Luna quickly rushes away, exploiting the situation. However, the monster didn't stop even after that and dashed to strike again. But Luna returned to Fernan and wanted to know what was wrong with that monster. Fernan explained that the monster is in a state of frenzy, so it can't feel pain at the moment. Since the monster in frenzy is different from an ordinary one, it will obsess over killing whatever is in front of it. Furthermore, it's hard to kill it unless they decapitate entirely it, and Luna wondered why the monster was in a frenzy state. Fernan recalls the prophecy that demons caused a massive frenzy of monsters. While the professors and the teaching assistants were distracted by these monsters, Virian attacked Ain't using the demon's powers. In the process, Ain't ended up going to Awakening. Fernan has seen the play, with many problems and the main lead's own issues, and this is precisely like that, so he started grinning. Luna is infuriated to see him laughing, wondering whether this situation is funny to him, even as she asks why the monsters are in a frenzy. Fernan lifted his cane, started casting a spell, telling Luna that they should take care of this monster first. Luna glares at him as she feels like he knows something. On the other side, the map was fading away, and Virian knelt on the ground as he couldn't believe it was Ain't Armian again who defeated him. While Ain't is returning, Virian told him to stop, as it's not over yet. Ain't looked back, telling Virian that the fight is over and he has already lost. After hearing Ain't telling him that he lost Virian, he can't believe it, as he has to win because he has already disappointed the prince. Furthermore, he has failed his family as well because his father thinks he is an idiot and pathetic when his younger sibling could do better. Virian must win this duel at all costs, otherwise, he will lose his position as successor. He firmly clenched his fist as he had to win against Ain't this time, so he charged at him, telling him to stop at his place. Ain't looked at him excitedly as Virian is trying to attack him furiously. Ain't quickly struck him, knocked him to the ground, then put his sword back in the sheath. Gardener Elfenparson is pissed to see Virian running at Ain't like a bull, and can't believe he can't accept defeat like a sore loser, despite being weak. He wanted Ain't to kill Virian because he had forgotten the way a knight should behave. But Ain't refused to do that, so Gardener Elfenparson was pissed because Virian would dirty the honor of a knight if he were spared. Ain't explained this is a test, not a real battle, so he wants his sword to stop giving him stupid advice, and he is sure leaving him behind is right, as assistants will pick him up. On the other side, Luna and Fernan managed to defeat the monster, realizing that it was easier than expected. Luna stared at the monster and then instructed Fernan to give up on the foraging, as they should leave this place to the staff and get out of there. Fernan refused to give up on herbs, so he wanted to go west through the monsters. Luna froze at her place after hearing that, thinking he might be out of his mind. However, Fernan refused, since they had already killed one. It was doable for them, even though it was hard to kill. Luna guessed Fernan saw this coming, which is why he wanted a guard to go with him. Fernan is startled to hear that, but he covered it up, telling Luna that he can't see this coming. Luna still thinks they shouldn't do this and asked if his life is precious or herb. The protagonist smiled cunningly, telling her it was obvious that the herbs were precious, then rushed away. Luna gets infuriated at Fernan, cursing him for making him this crazy. She had no choice but to follow him, and upon arriving, she furiously asked if that was where the herbs were. Fernan affirmed it was true, but he grew worried, fearing he might be late, since Virion had already been defeated. Luna noticed a student lying unconscious ahead, so she approached him to help. The protagonist gets worried, telling Luna to stop, as she shouldn't get close. Luna didn't listen to him, and after taking a closer look, she realized that the student was Virion Calberdern, who is pretty skilled. Yet he was defeated by someone, wondering who did that. She started checking Virion, telling Fernan to come there as she needed to help him because he was knocked out during battle. Fernan was hiding behind the bush, telling Luna to get away from him immediately, as he wouldn't come there. Luna is dumbfounded to hear that, as she can't leave an unconscious person behind, because she is worried that a frenzied monster would find him. She wanted to move Virion somewhere safe so that he wouldn't be attacked. While she is talking, Virion stood, and Luna gets worried after sensing a strange aura, so she quickly rushes away. She kept pondering in astonishment about that bizarre aura that she had never felt before. She looked at Virion Calberdern, but after a while, she kept wondering if that really was him. Fernan explained it was demonic energy, which stunned Luna. She couldn't believe it and wondered if it was the kind demons possess. The protagonist affirmed, explaining that a demon has possessed Virion Calberdern. The protagonist is stunned as he senses something strange. Virion was supposed to chase Ain't after he woke up, according to the prophecy. However, the protagonist realized that Virion's target had been changed as he had encountered Luna first. Luna is stunned after discovering that demon might have returned to this world using Virion's body, but she wonders how Fernan knows about this. The protagonist is concerned because Virion has completely lost his mind. Luna wanted to step in to calm Virion down, but Fernan instructed her to hold Virion at bay for 10 minutes. Luna is stunned to hear it, wondering what he meant, and as soon as she turns toward Fernan, she is dumbfounded to realize he has vanished. Soon, she saw Virion charging at her to strike, and the sight alarmed her. She cursed Fernan for leaving her in this situation. While dodging his attacks, she tried to remind Virion that she is Luna so that he could stop. However, Virion didn't stop, keeping up the attack. Luna tried to block his, but she realized he was strong, making it hard for her to hold on any longer. Still, she launched a substantial strike at Virion that pushed him away, and Luna charges at him swiftly to strike again. She kept telling Virion to come back to his senses, only to knock him down. Virion quickly grabbed his sword and launched a substantial slash at her. However, Luna managed to evade his strike and quickly rushed back. Virion kept emanating a demonic glare at Luna and charged at her wildly, aiming to take her down. Luna also rushes at him, and soon their swords clash, which leads to a massive explosion to counter their mana. After a while, Luna is concerned as she has to use more aura because of the endless amount of demonic energy that Virion has. She doesn't understand what she should do, as she would soon run out of aura at this rate, so she needs to do something. As she ponders the solution, she is startled to see Fernan behind her and infuriated by it. Virion heard that, so he furiously looked back and yelled annoyingly. Fernan wanted her to come at him, so Luna jumped on Fernan's head, injuring him. Fernan was leading her the way and wanted her to hurry. Luna is infuriated that he took so long to return and doesn't understand why they ran away. The protagonist clarified that they are running away because their opponent is a demon this time. Luna is annoyed to see Fernan run off on his own, and she doesn't think he has the right to be called a human. Fernan clarified that he didn't run off. He set a trap to take down Virion, since he cannot be defeated by normal means. While he kept running, he was certain that Virion should be walking into it at the moment. As soon as Virion set his foot on the trap, the ground broke, and Verna started floating in the air. Soon, the fire began to emerge from the magical circle in the sky that had struck Virion down. Luna grows worried after seeing that strike and fears Virion will die like this. The protagonist cannot believe she thinks he would die when he could see Virion getting angrier as he started emanating a more demonic aura. While Luna is about to tell her experience fighting with Virion, she is confused as Fernan doesn't want to use that item, but he has to use it now. He took out a crystal and started casting the spell that surrounded Virion with encroaching heat. Fernan kept casting the spell, and soon, massive fire energy appeared from the sky that struck Virion and knocked him down. Fernan is pleased to see that his mission finally succeeded, even though that was a close call. Luna is confused by the news, but she knows those items were expensive, so she considers it a waste to use them like this. Fernan agreed with her, but explained that the situation called for it, so he had to use it. Luna is confident that they can take Virion down if they work together. Fernan thought she might be crazy, since Virion was possessed by a demon, and reminded Luna of his skin and eyes, which had changed because of the demonic energy. Although Luna agreed that he looked scary, he is still Calberdern. Fernan is startled by this, recalling that Ain Armian struggles against him and undergoes an awakening. After hearing that, the protagonist grows worried. Ain't was a hero who would save the world. Yet he is still a first-year student who has yet to fully awaken his abilities. Therefore, if he considers the timeline at the moment, it makes sense for Luna to be stronger than Ain't, who turned his face pale as he wasted those artifacts. Luna rambled that Fernan wasn't listening to her earlier as she was telling him this. Fernan was so caught up with the demon part that he forgot about an important detail as he used a super expensive scroll and artifact on Virion. While Fernan was frozen in his place, Luna tapped on his face to wake him up and reminded him that those were so expensive items, so she wanted to check if Fernan was conscious and asked him to count the number of fingers she was holding up. As they conversed, Virion regained consciousness, grabbed his head, and glared at them. Fernan was still in shock after realizing he had lost his much money. At the same time, Virion lunges at them to attack, but Fernan was so enraged to lose his money that he quickly punched him and knocked him off. Fernan was infuriated as Virion had turned into a demon with those petty skills, and Luna was dumbfounded to see this. After some time, Virion regained consciousness, saw everything he had done at the mountain, and couldn't believe it was him, as that was impossible. Fernan explained that the magic sphere records the situation as it appeared, so it's not false. However, Virion doesn't remember anything after the fight with Ain't. Fernan already knew that, which is why he is informing Virion what happened. He rambled that Virion lost the fight against Ain't, a demon that possessed him, and then he attacked them. Virion is annoyed to hear this, having never met a demon, and wonders why Fernan is so certain he was possessed. The protagonist is sure that Virion knows since he watched it that a bomb hit him, dozens of magic arrows pierced through his body, and pillars of hellfire burned him. Therefore, Virion is alive despite all that because the demonic energy protected him. Fernan sighed as he spent so much money trying to stop Virion from causing destruction. Virion is willing to repay him for the artifact he used to stop him. Fernan started acting pitiful, telling Virion that he had taken a bit of mental damage as well, so making a single mistake would have his head gone flying, and he saw his life flash before his eyes. Virion understood everything, so he wondered what he should do to compensate him. Fernan produced the contract stating that Virion would be his slave, and clarified that he only had to sign it. Then he would act as if nothing had happened that day. Virion is dumbfounded after seeing the slave contract, which is a bit too much. Fernan sighed as he didn't appreciate the fact that his senior is trying to take care of him. But if Virion disagrees, then he has to take care of this in the usual way, and he has to take the magical ball to the judges. Virion gets worried after realizing that Fernan is involving judges in this matter. Since the judges are the organization of those directly affiliated with the Emperor who search for and eliminate demons. They once wielded immense power, but now that the demons have been forgotten, they have no presence. Fernan knows judges are looking for a chance to regain power, so he is sure they would love to see this video. Virion gets worried, so he clarified that he doesn't have anything to do with a demon. Fernan doesn't listen to him, telling Virion that he would be expelled from the academy since he worked with a demon. So he wonders if Marquis Kalbrudern acknowledged Virion as his son when he sold his soul to a demon, and he might be kicked out of the family register as well. Virion's face turned pale, and he felt his soul departing from his body, which left him with no choice but to sign the contract, and before leaving, he thanked his master. Luna is stunned to see this resolved so easily, and she wonders if that is all right, since they should inform the professors. Fernan doesn't think this is the right time, as they have too little information, so they don't know if he turned into a demon of his own will, or if someone was controlling him. But if the latter is the reason, they don't understand why they chose Virion. However, if someone is controlling Virion, that means someone from their academy is working with the demons. So Fernan is scared the culprit will hide if things get out, making them harder to find. Luna guessed that Fernan was investigating the matter, but she was confused that they were after the student and wondered what the reason might be. Fernan is unsure of the reason, but his theory is that the academy is where the Empire's talented youngsters gather, so attacking the students would be destructive. Luna is dumbfounded after realizing that it will destroy the future of the Empire, so she can't just sit back and let this happen. She is willing to help Fernan exterminate demons on his call whenever he wants. Fernan is relieved to hear that, as now he wouldn't have to lure Luna in with interest discounts. He knew this was just the beginning because Luna would realize in the far future that she had made a stupid promise. While the professors and teaching assistants worked together to take down the frenzied monsters, the midterm was cancelled for the first-year students of the night faculty. However, they couldn't just do away with the midterm because all midterm tests were decided to be conducted in written form. All the students grow worried when they realize their midterm exams will be written, since it will be hard to ace. Since practical exams always accounted for a larger share of the grade than written exams, for students who had primarily trained for practical exams, the midterm shift to written exams was enormous pressure. Ain't wasn't an exception as well, so he was also studying hard for his midterm exams. Gardner Elfenparson found something strange that makes Ain't wonder what the matter is. Gardner Elfenparson clarified that the monsters always go into frenzy because of the demon, and he also sensed a subtle demonic energy. However, they never come across a demon, so Ain't guesses it might not be a demon. However, Gardner Elfenparson disagrees with him that it is impossible. He told Ain't many times before that the demons would return at all costs. He clarified that this is why he is there, because the demons will come after Ain't. Ain't is dumbfounded after hearing this, wondering what he meant. Gardner Elfenparson can't believe that he is asking him, wondering if he genuinely doesn't know. He clarified that the Armian are the old archenemies of the demon because if it weren't for them, they would have dominated the world, so they would return to eliminate all Armian first. Therefore, he wanted Ain't to heed his advice and not let his guard down. Ain't gets worried after realizing that he is a trigger for the demons. Meanwhile, in Ravito's hall, Fernan yelled and, worried, grabbed his head as it felt as if it were about to explode. Hyde gets worried after hearing this, so he asks Fernan if he is facing any problems. Fernan again received a revelation about the first year required subject, Wilderness Survival Skill. After the midterm, the students were thrown into the southern forest for a week. Ain't is pleased to hear about the southern forest, as he recalls a miracle herb was left there by the founding emperor. After arriving there, Ain't found that every herb in the forest was identical, and it seemed like a regular, peaceful lake. He kept searching for the miracle herb, but didn't know it would be there, as the fish swam in all directions, unbothered, beneath the surface. Therefore, it was hard to imagine that the miracle herb would be there. After arriving at that place, Ain't became certain it would be missed unless someone actively searched for it. He felt the presence of something higher after reaching the entrance, so he tried to be stealthy. After arriving at a huge entrance in the cave, Ain't mutters to himself that he hit a jackpot and finds stray bones lying at the place. He could feel the creature's breathing. Its blue eyes stared into his, and its scales shone like jewels, so Ain't's gaze fell downward upon seeing the mythical creature. Ain't is worried as he thought he couldn't defeat it, as the eyelid of the creature folded and its breathing suddenly stopped, so Ain't turned his body. After the mythical creature fell, Ain't could see Mithril form the crack in the wall. Gardner Elfenparson is happy to see Mithril telling Ain't to take it all without missing any of these. He explained that Mithril was considered a metal blessed with mana, and the sword was also created using Mithril, which is why Gardner Elfenparson's soul was able to enter it. After seeing these revelations, Fernan was shocked to learn about the metal with a soul. His eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of earning money, so he called dibs. He went to meet Luna, who was shocked. Fernan had wanted to make an elixir last time, and now it's a miracle herb. Fernan clarified that he was lying previous time, but he is serious now. Luna is annoyed as he confesses he lied, confident in his own lie. She remembers that in the first year, the Wilderness Survival Skills practical lasted a week, which meant they had to skip classes for a whole week. Fernan has already thought of a way to make up for that, but he wanted Luna to agree to it. However, Luna bluntly refused, and Fernan is willing not to take an interest for a few more months. But she still refused, unable to skip a lesson for some miracle herb. Fernan gets annoyed after hearing this, telling Luna not to do it, as he would ask someone else then. While they were conversing, someone barged into the room, smiled cunningly, and was pleased to see Fernan after a long time, and he hoped the mana blessing was with him that day as well. Luna wondered who that person was, so the student introduced himself as Jace Weinz, and he realized that Fernan wasn't alone. Jace greeted Luna and wished her the blessing of mana to be with her, which made her awkward. But she is startled to hear Jace calling Fernan brother as he asks if he has been well. Fernan was fine, but he wondered if Jace had gotten used to the academy life. Jace is only in his first year at the moment, so he has so much to learn. After observing them for a while, Luna wondered if the two of them were friends. Fernan guessed from her reaction that she found it odd that they were friend. Jace affirmed they were friends, but Luna explained that wasn't the case. She'd heard Jace was known as the Dragon God Order's saint. However, she never thought that a man praised by people as a saint would be close to a money-hungry ghost. Fernan can't believe she said that and guesses that it is another jab at his reputation. Jace guesses that Luna is unaware of it because she isn't a mage. The Dragon God Order once worshipped the ancient dragons that gave humanity magic, but over time they came to worship magic and mana itself. As a result, a large majority of the congregants are mages, meaning the order is also a powerful gathering of mages. Furthermore, the order bears such authority that to become an archmage, the Pope must acknowledge one. Luna already knows that, but she doesn't understand the connection between this and the two of them being friends. Jace wanted her to listen to the end and rambled that, as the order is a gathering of mages, their preparations require a large amount of money. Furthermore, the Pellenberg family is their biggest supporter, as the countless magic items created by the order are stacked on the top shelf. Jace excitedly clarified that the Pellenberg family and the Dragon God Order share an inseparable bond. Furthermore, there is a long-held saying, a person should respect those with money as their older brother. Fernan is certain that he would be considered Jace's older brother age-wise, and Jace agreed. Luna was infuriated after hearing this and couldn't believe that Money Grubber Mark II is a saint. Jace was dumbfounded upon hearing this and couldn't believe how cruel she was to say such hurtful things to him, and he wiped away his tears. Luna apologized to the saint for her misspeak, but she grew annoyed when Jace happily told her he was kidding. She sighed after hearing them, but she understood what kind of relationship the two of them have, so she wanted to take her leave first. Jace thought it was a shame that she was leaving just like that, when they were about to get acquainted. Luna concurred, saying she doesn't plan to get involved this time and might leave. Jace waved at her, told her to come again if she ever changed her mind, and wished her well. After she left the room, he acted coy and asked Fernan why he had called him there. Fernan was enraged by his bizarre behavior and explained that they would be harvesting sacred herbs during the first year of field survival training, so he needed an assistant. Jace was delighted to hear of the sacred herbs and wanted to acquire them as well. Fernan wonders if he is planning to take those for himself. But Jace refused, for he couldn't jeopardize their relationship with the Pellenbergs over a single scared herb. However, he wonders whether there is a specific reason to harvest them during training, since Fernan could prepare in advance, given his abilities. Fernan felt awkward. He would have already done it if he could, but he couldn't yet track down the sacred herbs. Although the information from the prophecy is enough to figure out the location, there are a total of 7 lakes in the southern woods where the first year's training is to take place. Fernan has spent the past few days searching the veins at the bottom of these 7 lakes by speaking his mana across the bottom of the lakes, but he was unable to find any mithril. He is confident that a magic is cast to hide it in some cave so it wouldn't be seen by any normal means, which means he has to follow Aint's order to figure out the location. Jace recalled that students not involved in the training are forbidden from entering the grounds, so he still thinks he would be found even if he hid among the people who would be there. Fernan clarified that this is why he agreed to be a teaching assistant during this practice session. Jace is amused to learn that a second-year student can also be a teaching assistant, since he had assumed the role had strict requirements. Fernan is pleased, since he doesn't need to infiltrate the ground if this works, and with extra credit he can make up for the classes he missed. Although becoming a teaching assistant as a second-year student was unprecedented, it wasn't against the rules, so he got permission. He recalls Professor Rosalia is stunned to learn that Fernan wanted to look after his grade, now making her wonder if he is dying. As he is doing this, he usually wouldn't. He admits that Fernan is an honest merchant as his plans are flawless. Fernan wondered if he would do that, and Jace is willing to do it if he can get enough of that thing. He took out the document and asked Fernan to write down in text how much he would be paying him, which annoyed Fernan, as he is impeccable. Soon, it was the day the first group's training began, and all the students gathered at the southern mountain. While Gardener Elfenparson wanted to go over the plan one more time, he told Aint that the sacred herb they need to find is in Farden Lake, which is in the west. He wanted to pretend it was a coincidence to avoid suspicion, but he looked around the site first. As Aint didn't respond but kept glaring forward, Gardener Elfenparson wondered if he was even listening to him. Aint is delighted to see his senior, Fernan, there, acting as a teaching assistant. Gardener Elfenparson can't believe that Fernan is a teaching assistant, even though it wouldn't bring him any money. Aint remembered that the student gets extra credit for being a teaching assistant, so he supposed his senior might be after that, and he waved at his senior. Professor Grad announced that the training would begin in half an hour and asked the teaching assistants to take their positions. Aint was disheartened as he tried to greet his senior Fernan. Gardener Elfenparson grows annoyed at the mention, wondering what he finds so appealing about that upstart. After some time, Jace prepared a puppet and finished putting clothes on it, so he urged Fernan to pour some of his blood and mana. Fernan understood, so he bit his finger and dropped blood on the puppet, which soon transformed into his appearance and started moving. Jace asked if Fernan liked it, as it seemed perfect. Fernan looked at the puppet, found it great, and hoped they wouldn't get caught like this. Jace assured him that he was the top student, even though he acted like that. He explained that he always used this spell to escape from His Holiness, the Pope, and go out to have fun. Fernan is astounded to learn this spell can even manage to fool His Holiness. Jace refused as he can't fool a mage as great as His Holiness, as the Pope always thought something doesn't seem human. However, it took several hours before he was caught. Until then, even His Holiness was uncertain. After hearing his explanation, Fernan stood, as that is good enough for him because it can fool the greatest mage in the world. Then it means that Jace is a genius for sure. He becomes certain that Jace would be a great help to Aint when fighting against the demons, but he found it strange, as the prophecy mentions nothing about Jace in this capacity. He wondered what could be the reason, as Jace is skilled, and he is affiliated with a Dragon God Order. Since humans naturally hate demons, and the Dragon God Order especially hates them, demons always think it's a joke that magic is from the dragon when the demons created it. Because of this statement by a demon that greatly offended the Order, the Dragon God Order became an organization that fights against demons ferociously, as if they are consumed by madness. After recalling this, Fernan wondered if Jace would end up joining Aint late on, as it can't be confirmed, so he wanted to invest in him. After successfully creating the puppet, Jace urged Fernan to return within 5 hours. Fernan affirmed and agreed to leave it to him until then, and Jace wanted him to come back safely. After that, the protagonist kept following Aint quietly and noticed him heading west toward Lake Farden. Fernan realized that the intel wasn't wrong, so he had to scour it. After watching that, he told Virian it was his turn and that he hoped he would make his senior proud. After hearing those commands, Virian came forward, which startled Aint as he wasn't expecting him there. Aint was confused on confronting Virian before him, wondering what he plans to do this time, and he is sure that he is aware that he can't win. Varian gets annoyed upon hearing the cursing "ain't," as he already knows he can't win, and he doesn't want to be this persistent either. However, he has no other option. Fernan wanted him to drag Ain't down during practical training, but he finds no reason to do so. Fernan is infuriated upon hearing this, guessing that Varian doesn't grasp the seriousness of the situation, as he can turn his life's difficulties to hard mode. After thinking about this, Varian gets worried, and he clarified that he can't admit his defeat. Ain't guessed that twice wasn't enough for him to give him. Varian grabbed his sword, telling Ain't that even defeating him 100 times wouldn't be enough because he tainted his honor by making him lose, so he wanted to fight to regain his honor. So he firmly grabbed his sword, lifted it, and made his stance to fight him again. Gardner Elfenparson is amused to see his indomitable spirit, even as he challenges him in the face of defeat. He realized that Varian is an excellent knight, even though he seemed underwhelming at first, so he wanted Ain't to accept his challenge. Ain't heard what Gardner Elfenparson said, but he told Varian he likes his spirit, and that conflict between students in this training is forbidden. Varian was mortified upon hearing this, but he clarified that he didn't care. He wanted to keep fighting for his honor. Gardner Elfenparson doesn't care about rules at the moment, as well, when the knight is looking to win back his honor. Varian challenged Ain't to come at him, and Gardner Elfenparson wondered if Ain't intended to taint the honor of a courageous knight, which left Ain't pondering about it. Meanwhile, Fernan watched and was pleased to see Varian doing well, given how whiny he had been about it. So he asked him to keep dragging Ain't down. After seeing that Varian was doing well, Fernan went off to attend to his own business. After a while, he arrived near Ferden Lake and looked around, saw no one nearby, and put a barrier around so he wouldn't need to worry about being noisy to try and find Mithril. He was happy as it was finally time to try his magic out, so he stretched his arms and then placed them on the ground as he had been waiting for this. Since Fernan is short on time, and he needs to find the Mithril before Ain't gets there, he prepared something special for this. He started casting a massive magic circle over the lake and kept enhancing it. This spell was the pinnacle of Magitech, where every magical technique has been brought together, and is also the essence of merchants, since a countless amount of money has been poured into it. After a while, a giant golem appeared from the magical circle that glared at him. Fernan is delighted to have successfully summoned a golem. He names him James and plans to find Mithril with him. On the contrary, Varian doesn't let Ain't pass until he defeats him. Gardner Elfenparson thinks Ain't is heartless because Varian is going this far, yet he is watching the show by standing by. Ain't worriedly grabbed his head, and he gets irritated as it has been a long time since he has been standing there. Gardner Elfenparson can't believe that the descent of the Armian is so narrow-minded for not fighting a knight. Varian has grabbed Aint's leg, telling him to unsheath his sword and fight him. Ain't told Varian that it is enough, as he should stop acting like a child. Varian annoyingly clarified that he also didn't want to do it, and he remembered Fernan warning him to stall Ain't for an hour, and if he failed, his life would be a living hell, so he is concerned. Ain't is startled by this, so Varian clarifies that he is doing it because he wants to, since he loves people who stomp all over him and ruin his life. Ain't felt awkward after hearing that, but Varian kept clarifying that he loves those kinds of people so much that he wanted him to come to him now. Ain't was infuriated after hearing him say those weird things, so he quickly jolted him away. Varian slammed back, injuring him a bit, but he sat, telling Varian he was a weirdo, yet still wanted Ain't to come at him. He is startled when he looks ahead and sees no one, and Ain't has already gone. Varian looked at the watch to check the time he had to stall him, as his senior Fernan instructed him to stall Ain't for an hour. He is relieved to realize that it has been 1 hour and 10 minutes, so his mission is finally a success. On the contrary, Gardner Elfenparson was annoyed at Ain't for ignoring a knight's cry like that when he never taught him to do so. Ain't has arrived inside the cave and explained to Gardner Elfenparson that they aren't allowed to fight each other for this training. After looking around, Ain't felt that no one could have found this cave even if they tried. Gardner Elfenparson affirmed it was true, because if anyone could find it, thieves would have robbed this place dry by now. After moving ahead, Ain't felt something ahead as he felt a different aura. Gardner Elfenparson told him to be quiet and look down, for there the sacred herb lies. Ain't is in awe after seeing the sacred herb and considers himself lucky. Meanwhile, somewhere deep inside the water cave, Fernan is happy along with James as they have finally found the Mithril. While Ain't found it troubling, even though he found the plant, he doesn't know how to take it because a dragon protects it. Gardner Elfenparson didn't expect the sacred herb to be protected by the water dragon, which isn't right, so he wanted to return the next time. After pondering for a while, Ain't wished to fight the water dragon, so he wondered what would happen. Gardner Elfenparson clarified in the case that the dragon could finally learn what a human tastes like, as he can even hope to win in his current state. While they were talking, the rocks suddenly fell into the water dragon's cave, which enraged him, so he glared up and dove to attack back. Gardner Elfenparson gets worried after realizing that the dragon is awake. Ain't gets scared after seeing the water dragon before him and keeps wondering what he should do now. After seeing the situation getting out of control, Ain't grabbed his sword and wanted to take it down. Gardener Elfenparson told him to give up instead of unsheathing his sword, and wanted him to run away because he was no match for the water dragon. The water dragon was engraved, so he widely opened his mouth to devour Ain't alive. Gardener Elfenparson kept telling Ain't to run, worriedly, without looking back. Ain't face turned pale as he realized it's a bit too late to run now, so he jumped to evade the attack, then unleashed his sword and struck the dragon. The dragon was poorly injured, so he quickly waved his tail to throw Ain't away. Ain't held himself back, firmly grabbed his sword, and his eyes widened in concern after seeing the water dragon trying to launch the water whirlpool at him. Ain't started emanating his aura, and he stood in front of the dragon to fight the dragon till his last breath. As the water whirlpool was launched at him, Ain't kept blocking it with his sword, and he was pushed back. He stumbled with the stone that disturbed his balance, and he fell along with the water dragon. Fernan heard some noise coming from above, so he got worried, thinking the dragon might have woken up. He can't believe that the water dragon already woke up despite all those sleeping pills in the meat, which might be because it's a mythical creature. He grabbed the mithril and is worried about Aint's safety, thinking he might get badly injured while fighting with the dragon. He is concerned because Ain't missed his opportunity to awaken because Varian didn't attack him while possessed. Even though Fernan handed him the Saint Bird heart, so he was sure it would be alright. He wanted to get out of the cave with James quickly, as they were done. On the other side, Ain't was holding the edge of a passage. He pulled himself up, and his face had turned pale as that was close. Gardener Elfenparson reminded him that he had already told him to run away because he knew it would happen. Ain't also wanted to run away, but the dragon began attacking. Gardener Elfenparson is confident that Ain't would be in that dragon's stomach if it weren't for the ground breaking away from the impact of that creature's attacks. But Ain't thinks he holds himself quite well, and Gardener Elfenparson agreed that he has grown stronger because of Saint Bird's nest. He pointed toward the miracle herb that was ahead, and Ain't looked at it, but that was still afar, so it's going to take forever for him to get up throw. Gardener Elfenparson instructed him to head the other way as he felt something strange, but Ain't didn't sense anything. So Gardener instructed him to stop talking back and follow his lead, and Ain't agreed to do so. After following Gardener's instructions, Ain't arrived at the place and stood dumbfounded, looking around. He couldn't see anything special there. Gardener looked around in confusion as he was certain there was something special. Ain't decided to get the herb and leave the cave. Gardener saw light seeping from the cracks, so he told Ain't to look at it. Ain't is startled to notice it as well, so he wonders what that was. Gardener instructed him to dig it up quickly, and Ain't did as he was taught, digging away at the ground and thinking he'd hit the jackpot. On the other side, the protagonist returned to his location and met Jace. Jace hopes he got what he wanted to acquire. Fernan affirmed he had it and inquired whether everything was all right during his absence. Jace affirmed that everything was fine except that they encountered a monster. Fernan is relieved to hear that, so he appreciates Jace for doing a great job. Jace smiled cunningly, wanting the protagonist to fulfill his promise. Fernan assured him that his merchant guild would put in an order with the order that day, and the amount would be what was written in the contract, and he left with the hope of seeing Jace later. Jace was happy to hear that, so he thanked the protagonist, bid him farewell, and hoped he would be blessed with mana. On his way, the protagonist is relieved to finally get mithril, which is so rare that just even seeing it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he needs to find something else that goes with it. Since mithril mana conductibility and absorption rate are very high, it isn't as efficient when alone. Therefore, it needs to be combined with other metals to live up to its potential fully. But it can't be any ordinary metal, so the best candidate is adamant, which is the most rigid material in the world. Even though Fernan is aware that adamant is rare like mithril, he doesn't know how to get his hands on that, so he wonders if the prophecy doesn't know where it is. While he is pondering, a girl keeps asking for help, but Fernan is thinking of adamant. Hounds were chasing the girl, so she asked the teaching assistant for help. She noticed Fernan on the tree branch without moving, so she guessed he might be pretending not to hear her when she asked for help. Fernan was willing to help her if she was in danger, but he didn't think an elf would be in danger because of a mere hellhound. The elf smirked after hearing that, so she quickly jumped up and reached for the tree branch. While the hellhounds were barking at seeing this, Fernan wanted her to do something about them, as they were so loud. The elf was a bit annoyed, but she started casting the spell and killed those hellhounds in a split second. Fernan guessed that she came to him on purpose, but the elf clarified that it was a coincidence. Since that is a mere coincidence, the protagonist wanted her to keep going her way. The elf is annoyed to see how cold he is and clarifies that she approached him as a person. Fernan wondered why that was, and if Arya Frieden was trying to get close to him because of his social status. Arya Frieden smiled after hearing this, and guess what might be obvious? Fernan heard that Arya likes to approach people from the families of the Elector's house members. Arya pondered if Fernan wanted to be friends with her, as he already knew everything. However, Fernan refused, prompting Arya to wonder why. The protagonist clarified that it was because he was older than she was. But Arya didn't want him to be like that, as it would be better for both of them to be friends. Fernan doesn't think they need to be friends because they are both from the household of an Elector house member. Arya smiled, telling him that Frieden had recently joined the Elector house, which was why she was trying to get close to the other members, and that she wanted him to be kind. Fernan reminded her that there are people of her own age like Ain't. Arya doesn't like digging one well, but she likes digging many. Fernan smirked after hearing this, as he almost forgot how thick-skinned and shameless Arya is. Arya blushed, telling Fernan that she wanted to get close to all the members of the Elector house. While they were talking, they heard some noise and looked down. A student rushed away, worried, and wanted to call the professor after a dragon emerged from the lake. The protagonist is alarmed to hear of the dragon's sudden appearance. Arya is stunned to hear that a dragon has appeared out of nowhere, and she looks at Fernan to ask if she is right, but is shocked to see that he has already left. She looked ahead, saw Fernan leaving, and got annoyed as he left her just like that. Meanwhile, the protagonist rushes to the spot where the dragon appeared, worried, and realizes something is wrong. Since, according to the prophecy, the dragon didn't come out of the water and start attacking, he wondered what had happened to Ain't. Meanwhile, the water dragon kept attacking the students along the way, frightening them, so they kept running to save their lives. At the same time, one of the assistant professors instructed all the first-year students to fall back, as the assistants would protect them. Meanwhile, Gardener Elfenparson realized that the dragon was after him because he had taken the herb, so he wanted to leave the dragon to the assistants and the professor. Ain't agreed to his request and tried to sneak away, and Gardener wanted him to ensure not to be seen by the water dragon. Before Ain't could sneak away, the water dragon noticed him and widely opened his mouth to strike him. Ain't gets worried to see this, but before he could do anything, Fernan quickly stepped forward to protect him and created a magical shield to protect themselves. Fernan kept casting spells that conjured several spears, each pointing toward the water dragon, and they began to pierce through his body. However, the dragon was still conscious, furiously glaring at Fernan, which worried him as those attacks weren't enough. After seeing this, Grad praised Fernan for his performance and urged him to leave the rest to them. As the water dragon unleashed another attack, Grad blocked it and kept approaching to strike, and other professors were assisting him as well. After being attacked so vigorously, the water dragon plunged into the lake, startling the assistant professors as it fled, so they decided to chase it. Fernan found it strange that that wasn't according to the prophecy, so he guessed things might have changed due to his intervention. However, this doesn't matter because the person meant to save humanity is alive, and he can't let Ain't die on him when he has yet to do his worth. He looked back worriedly, wondering if Ain't was all right, but he was dumbfounded by his reaction and wondered what was wrong. Ain't eyes have welled up after seeing this, and he asked excitedly if his senior has come to save him. Fernan affirmed, saying it's an assistant's duty to ensure students are safe, and since Ain't was all right, he told him to go his way. Gardener Elfenparson reminded him that they have a business with Fernan, so he can't let him go. After hearing that Ain't asked the protagonist if he had time, as he wanted to talk to him about something. Fernan wondered what the matter was, so Ain't scratched his face, as he didn't think he could tell him that there. After some time, they arrived at the secluded place where no one was around, so Fernan wanted him to say what he wanted. After pondering for a while, Ain't inquired if his senior merchant guild deals with metals as well. Fernan affirmed that it was true, but he wondered what Ain't wanted to buy. But after realizing that Ain't isn't in a financial position to buy anything, he guessed he might want to sell something. Ain't pride a bit hurt after hearing this, but he told his senior that he is right. The protagonist grows worried when he realizes that remark was a slip of the tongue. He had forgotten, because of how soft Ain't is, that Ain't is the one who pushed him to the bottom of his life. He grows worried, afraid that in the future Ain't might hate him for insulting him by saying he is in no financial state to buy anything. So Fernan decided not to get on his nerves and apologized for hurting him, as it wasn't intentional, so he didn't want Ain't to hold it against him. Ain't is dumbfounded after hearing this and clarified that he was kidding. Gardener Elfenparson is stunned, thinking that Fernan might be out of his mind as he is apologizing to Ain't. Fernan guessed that Ain't had something to sell to him, so he wanted to see it. Fernan excitedly affirmed and then showed him the items. Fernan is stunned when he realizes that Ain't wanted to sell adamant, which resolves his problems, as he had already wanted to get his hands on it. He smiled excitedly after realizing that he hit a jackpot, but he decided to calm down first, as that wasn't in his hand. He pretended to be unbothered as he realized that he was adamant and asked if he wanted to sell that, but that isn't easy to get, so he wondered where he got that. Gardner realized that Fernan was different as he remained calm even after seeing adamant. Ain't worried, scratched his head, clarifying that he can't tell him where he finds it. But he didn't get it using immoral means, so he didn't want his senior to worry about that, and he has a lot of it as well. After hearing that there are more adamant, Fernan forget to breathe and guess that Ain't might have found it in the underwater cave. He can't believe that Ain't gets adamant instead of getting mithril, and think this is what they call the main character buff. He was confused about what that cave was, since it contained both mithril and adamant. Ain't happily wanted Fernan to purchase it from him if he is looking to buy. Garder Elfenparson told him to watch out. The Pellenbergs are known for ripping others off, so he doesn't want to give in even if Fernan tried to buy it cheaper, and he hopes Fernan understood. Ain't is annoyed as he was so loud and thought that it was about the conditions he has. Fernan agreed to buy the adamant from him even with his conditions. Gardener Alphan Parson can't believe that Fernan accepted their conditions. Fernan knows Ain't could sell it for more if he put it up at auction, so he wants to know why he is selling it instead. Ain't wanted to get rid of it quickly because it's a rare metal, so if rumors get out, it might put him in danger, since Armian isn't strong enough to defend themselves from that kind of threat. Fernan was stunned by the statement and asked if he was okay with sharing this information with him, which stunned Ain't. Fernan reminded him that even he could kill him and steal the adamant after learning about that. After hearing this, Ain't doesn't think he could do that when he gave him the Saint Bird's heart, so he can't do something like that when he even fought the dragon to save him. Fernan is pleased to learn that Ain't trusts him more than he expected. Ain't smiled confidently as he didn't think Fernan could ever hurt him. The protagonist is relieved to know that saving Ain't from the dragon helped him a lot in gaining his trust, so he quickly told Ain't that he is fond of him. Ain't affirmed as he already knows, and Fernan clarified that he is also his savior, so he said Ain't that if he ever has a desire to make him go bankrupt, then he must remember what happened that day. At the same time, Ain't is a bit confused, as he could never make him go bankrupt. But Fernan wanted him not to forget that he risked his own life to save his, and Ain't affirmed. Fernan is relieved after hearing this, so he decides to contact him after preparing the contract and leaving. Ain't understood, but he is confused as he can't understand what he meant, as he can never have the desire to make him go bankrupt. Gardener Alphan Parson guesses that Fernan might have lost his mind because of the adamant refusal to act this way. After some time, the protagonist returned to the dorm, and Hyde also returned from the Duke's mansion, informing his young master of his arrival. Since Hyde was gone for a while, he hoped that nothing happened in the meantime. Hyde's eyes widened in shock at the sight of so many minerals ahead, and he wondered what it all was and how he had acquired these rare metals. Fernan is sure that Hyde might have never seen a welcome like this with mithril and adamant. Fernan explained that he had picked up some on his way and bought more, and clarified that many things had happened while Hyde was gone. Hyde looked at the mineral, which is hard to obtain even for the rich, so he was sure they would hit record sales if they sold it. Fernan doesn't plan to sell it, which confused Hyde, wondering why that was the case, and he pondered what he planned to do with these rare minerals. Fernan intends to forge a giant ego golem that moves on its own, with its own will, using these rare minerals. Fernan always wondered why merchants don't have anything, and are fated to be alone when a knight has a horse and an elf has fairies. That is why he decided to make an ego golem to resolve this great injustice. Hyde doesn't think it's appropriate to blame it on injustice for not having anything. Fernan is aware that golem requires a lot of advanced magic knowledge and money, which is why no one ever dares to make it unless they are astronomically wealthy. Furthermore, it's a fitting companion for a merchant since he knew the war against the demon would break out in the future. Thus, creating the ego golem in advance would help him a lot, and it would be a dependable guard in a time of war for him. So Fernan needs to ensure the golems are already created and sturdy enough to survive that time. Hyde doesn't understand why a merchant needs a golem, but he decides to play along since his young master is in a pleasant mood to create it. So he asked how big he wanted to make a golem, and Fernan said he wanted a 10-meter long one. Hyde is confused, wondering why he ever wanted to create such a big golem. Fernan clarified that it's better to have a hug golem, and suddenly he has a severe headache. So he guesses he is receiving prophecy again, which annoys him, and Hyde is worried. After some time, Hyde takes out the thermometer, telling his young master to hold this in his mouth. Fernan assured him he was fine and not sick, so he wanted to get out of bed. But Hyde disagrees because his young master passed out, and he forgot how many times Fernan screamed from his headache. He quickly placed the thermometer in his mouth as he wanted to check his fever to be certain. Hyde looked at the watch to check the time and wonder if this might be a side effect of being struck by lightning. Fernan gets worried as he never gets a break, and he is about to receive another prophecy, but this time it is on the sea. The prophecy concerns a group of people who signed a contract with demons, who attacked Ain't at a yacht club meeting. The yacht club was created to foster friendship among academy students, but only students from the renowned families may join. Fernan has been regularly attending it to grow his network, but that isn't the problem, since it's Fernan who suggested the club be a yacht and held on a yacht, but it was a simple tea time club in the past. However, in the Fernan prophecy, a monster appeared, which concerned everyone, and so they wanted to turn the ship around. However, the human working with the demons that had infiltrated Fernan Yacht was an employee of the Fernan Merchant Guild. After looking at his opponent's face, Ain't realized that the person was the yacht employee, which made him contemplate that it might have something to do with Pellenberg. Ain't gets worried because if Fernan knew about it, then he is a traitor to mankind, and if he didn't, then he isn't as smart as Ain't made him out to be. Fernan gets infuriated as someone got his hand on adamant without doing anything, and he guesses it might be the reason Ain't did all that to him. Hyde decides to take out the thermometer, guessing it's long enough to measure his temperature. Fernan could understand that Ain't thinks he is working with the demons. Hyde looked at the thermometer and grew worried, so he quickly put an ice pack on his head. Fernan is concerned that if he doesn't act soon, he might be expelled, but he is startled by Hyde's behavior. Hyde explained that he has a high fever, so he decided to call a physician immediately. Fernan clarified that he isn't in pain, so he doesn't need to be examined. Hyde wanted to send the guest away, which startled Fernan, who thought his schedule was empty that day. He recovered completely upon hearing about the unexpected guest, then sniffed the money in the air and asked who the guest was. After arriving at the guest room, Fernan is stunned to see Professor Grad there. He is surprised to learn that Professor Grad wanted to sell him the dragon corpse and guesses it might be the same one that appeared during the freshman exams. Grad affirmed it was true and said he'd worked hard for this one. He told him everyone warned him Pellenberg would rip him off, but he refused, thinking that wouldn't happen. The protagonist considers it reasonable news because a dragon has many uses, but he wonders if it is all right for his professor to see a student outside work like this. Professor Grad doesn't think it's right for Fernan to say this, even though he reached out to professors personally all the time. He wondered why Fernan had asked Professor Rosalia for the teaching assistant position last time. She is too strict with the rules, so he wanted Fernan to come to him, since he is willing to do a lot with just a bit of money. Fernan doesn't think it's right to pay a professor to be an assistant when anyone can do that. Professor Grad added that this is an official request from the Academy to the Fernan household. As the Academy's representative, he was instructed to meet Fernan when Fernan contacted his household. After hearing this, Fernan understood everything, and he truly wanted some parts of the dragon. However, Professor Grad refused to clarify that he is selling the entire corpse, not its parts. Fernan doesn't agree to his request, telling his professor that things might change this way, but Grad reminded him that a dragon is a mythical creature. Fernan already knew that his professor was right because dragon teeth and bones are perfect for making weapons, and their blood and eyes are full of mana. Furthermore, the dragon's scales can be used to make armor as well, so it doesn't matter whether he buys parts or the entire thing, but a merchant's priority is always profit. After hearing this, Professor Grad guesses he has no other choice but to sell it to another guild. Fernan takes a sip, hears that mythical creatures caught on school grounds are sold, and that the money made from them is used for research funds. He smiled as he was confident that Grad would benefit more if he sold the dragon at a reasonable price. Professor Grad smiled excitedly when he realized Fernan wanted something from him in return, and he agreed, inquiring about Fernan's condition. Fernan wanted a monopoly over the ship purchasing rights, and if the Academy wants to buy the ship, he wants them to purchase it from his guild. Grad is confused. The Academy wouldn't want a ship, and he wonders if that is all he wants. Fernan affirmed that it was right, and he knew they didn't need one at the moment, but they would soon purchase ships after that prophesied incident. According to the prophecy, the invasion of sunken monster yachts and the youth of the nobles were isolated at sea. At that time, the Academy realized it was important to learn how to fight at sea and began offering lessons on the subject. Since this incident would lead to mock battles at sea, the ships will be damaged, and they will need to buy and repair many boats. Fernan is thrilled because it means they could make a lot of money from it. Professor Grad gladly agreed to his request and promised to speak with the dean about it. On the contrary, at the bookshop, a girl asked the shopkeeper if he had the basics of cooking, as she had been searching for them in the cooking section, but couldn't find them. The man worriedly explained that it might have been sold, since it wasn't there. He decided to check the back in case he had any there, and she agreed. The man went to the back and started searching for a basic cooking book. Abruptly, a shadow appeared behind him to report as he has checked that Ain't Armian had not met Virian while he was in his berserk state. Since Virian should have chased Ain't if things had gone as planned, but someone got in the way. The man stared back, wondering who had intervened in their work, and the shadow was unaware of that person, the traces erased so well. The man climbed the ladder to see the upper shelf and guessed the shadow was saying that they can't find out the person who intervened. The shadow promised to find out the person who was behind him at all costs and vanished. But the man clarified that there was nothing to be done, so he wanted him to focus on the next plan, and the shadow agreed. However, he still finds it strange, if someone came across Virian, they would notice the demonic energy, yet the Academy didn't say anything about it. Furthermore, the traces were erased so perfectly, which makes him wonder if that was just a coincidence, or if it was intended. The shadow guesses that someone might already know about their existence. The man is confident that if that had happened, then this world would have been in chaos, so he thinks of it as a mere coincidence, but he still wanted to act carefully from this moment onward, as it would ruin their plans if the people found out about them while they were still lacking power. The shadow understands everything, and the man reminded him that their priority is to eliminate Ain't Armian, who has been growing stronger at an ever faster pace since he joined the Academy. Although he is unsure of the reason, he guesses this might be the doing of the founding emperor. Therefore, he wanted to succeed in the next plan, as it would be disastrous if Ain't Armian became even stronger than he is now. So he didn't want his companion to disappoint him twice, and the shadow understood. Then he vanished. After a while, the man came out and happily told the girl he had found the book she was looking for. The girl was pleased to get the book, so she thanked him and wished him a good day. On the other side, the protagonist was having lunch with Luna and was shocked to know that she felt demonic energy, so he wanted to know the exact location. Luna clarified that she sensed it after dinner 3 days ago. It was when she was with Bella. Fernan is dumbfounded to see that she is pointed toward Bella Hone. The second year ranked 19th in night studies. Luna affirmed as she spoke of Bella, so Fernan asked for context. Luna began explaining what exactly had happened 3 days ago. At that time, Bella had requested a training duel, saying she felt she had improved and wanted to check. Usually, they duel with wooden swords, but Bella wanted to fight with a real sword at that time, and she seemed pretty confident, as if she had gotten a miracle medicine from somewhere. Luna discovered that Bella's confidence wasn't unfounded, as her swordsmanship was a lot heavier and bolder than before. As she fought against Bella, she figured that she had truly improved her skills, and it wasn't just her strength. She also became fast enough to dodge her ultimate attacks lightly. After dueling with her, Luna remarked that she is certainly different, as her attacks were heavier and she has become faster. Bella excitedly concurred, feeling she has much more control over her body at the moment, and she was pleased to hear these remarks from someone else. Since Luna thinks her skills are refined, Bella wanted to keep fighting, and she emanates an overwhelming aura to fight. Fernan mocked Luna as he thought that she might have lost the battle. However, Luna annoyingly clarified that she wasn't done with the story and rambled that Bella uses a swordsmanship that focuses on the sword's weight and strength. Although Bella's destructive power was overwhelming, the weight and size of the sword she used limited her effectiveness in close-range fights. So Luna rushed at her, closing in, and was stunned when, at that moment, she sensed strange energy from Bella. Bella unleashed another strike at her, but Luna lunges back to evade it. Her attack broke the ground, which concerned her, and she apologized, having forgotten to rein in her strength. Luna clarified that that is what happened during their duel. Fernan wanted to make sure if that was demonic energy, so Luna clarified that she can't forget that disgusting, chilling feeling she got from Virion, so she is certain of it. Although she sensed the demonic energy for a split second, she is sure it was demonic energy. Fernan inquired how Bella is doing after that duel. Luna noticed that Bella was fine, and nothing seemed off after that duel. She didn't find anything wrong with Luna's body like with Virion, and she didn't lose her reason, which is why she feels like it might have been a misunderstanding. Fernan figured out that she wanted to check it out to confirm it. Luna affirmed, wanting to confirm, it could be bad if it really is demonic energy, and Bella is her close childhood friend, so she is concerned about her. So she can't sit to watch her succumb to evil, and she guessed that Fernan might help sort this matter, so she reached out to him. Fernan isn't confident about this matter, but he agreed to try it as well. Luna expressed her gratitude in advance for helping her out. Fernan was asking out of curiosity if the steak and chocolate syrup combination is fantastic, and Luna concurred, as it tastes fantastic. After some time, the protagonist was in his office, reading Bella's information, and realized that her daily routine was that of a good student. Furthermore, she hasn't made contact with any suspicious people, either as Virion. Furthermore, Bella hasn't gone through anything traumatic like Virion, and her personality is bright, and she has friends, so there can't be room for demonic energy to reside in her heart. However, if Bella has used a demon power, then only one thing is common between the two. They didn't meet a demon, nor did they sign a contract with one. Fernan guessed that meant the demonic energy seeped into her without her knowledge and without getting into contact with demons. But this scenario also seemed implausible. He guesses Luna might be mistaken. As he is looking at the documents, he gets startled as his head starts hurting again. After a while, he opened his eyes and was surprised to see the devastating scene before his eyes. The sky was turned red, and the air was filled with a sickening stench and demonic energy. Countless monsters surrounded the students, among them humans who had lost their reason. Those people were from the academy, were citizens of the island, so Ain't has a look of panic on his face upon witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, and Fernan considers this scene familiar. Ain't thought that something is wrong with the people as they were acting strangely. He didn't know that the demonic energy that had seeped into the people without their knowledge had remained dormant in the students' bodies until lately. However, with the descent of demon Andromalius, the academy was indistinguishable from hell itself. The protagonist is stunned by the situation and realizes it happened before Andromalius descended. Ain't grows worried upon realizing that the demonic energy has infected all the students and inquires of Gardner whether the students have signed a contract with the demons. Gardner clarified that if that had happened, he would have figured it out, so he wanted to find out what truly happened, so he instructed Ain't to use his mana. Ain't listened to Gardner and used his man to investigate the unconscious students. Gardner was able to find out what happened as those disgusting demons were smart with it this time. Gardner gets infuriated to realize that the demons infected his students with demonic energy during their regular daily lives, which is so subtle that no one would have noticed it. So he was sure they needed a long time, since the students wouldn't have absorbed the demonic energy readily. He assumed most of it went to waste, and there was no point in continuing to infect them. Fernan is stunned to realize that students were infected with the demonic energy, but he knew that the demons might need some vessel to make them all explode like this. He is sure that there might be something that is amplifying the mana. Abruptly, Gardner noticed something behind, so he looked back and saw a magic circle that kept activating the demonic energy. While Fernan kept looking at them, Ain't and Gardner rushed back the magic circle to get rid of that. After that incident, the scenes changed before Fernan all of a sudden, and he saw countless students and professors being killed. he finally found Ain't, who was looking worriedly at Luna. Luna was fighting with Bella, who had been infected by demonic energy. Ain't is confident that destroying the magic circle would return Bella to normal. Fernan realized that Bella was really emitting the demonic energy, as Luna said. Ain't firmly grabbed his sword and is concerned, as that wasn't an ordinary mana amplification circle, but it's a summoning circle. He figures out that they are trying to summon a demon, so he furiously grits his teeth. After a while, the demons started emerging from the magic circle. The demon Andromalius clarified that the demons would return to this world to sow chaos. After receiving the revelation, the protagonist finally regained consciousness, his eyes widening in shock upon discovering the demonic energy, Bella, and Andromalius. He stood quickly as he didn't have time to waste, so he rushed out to inform Luna about this. After he told Luna about everything, she worriedly inquired if Bella is excellent, and she is concerned that if people find out that Bella is infected, it would be troublesome. Fernan explained that Bella isn't aware of it, so he wanted to ensure that she isn't framed as a demon and killed for it, so he didn't want Luna to worry. Luna is relieved to hear that, and she expressed her gratitude to the protagonist. The protagonist needs to let Bella stay alive since she needs to act as proof for her friend Luna, as well as for him, since he needs Luna to like him. Furthermore, he wanted Bella to be alive for the continent, but first he needed to prove that demonic energy was inside her body. After a while, Bella arrived there, worriedly asked if Luna had waited for her too long, as she was late because her lecture ended a while ago. Luna refused as they didn't wait too long since they got there just now. Bella is stunned to see that Fernan is there as well, and she happily goes to Luna. Fernan pointed at her, telling her that he is there because there are demons inside her head, so he needs to kill them, which is why he wanted her to do as he said. Bella is infuriated upon hearing this and refuses to comply. Fernan wanted her to come with him somewhere, even if she didn't want to. Bella guesses Fernan might be sick to act this way. However, the protagonist assures her that he isn't joking and explains that if they don't do anything about the demonic energy inside her, then she would eventually lose her reason, and the judges wouldn't leave her alone if that happens. Bella furiously grits her teeth after hearing this and realizes that Fernan is threatening her. However, Fernan was stating the fact, but Bella thought he might be out of his mind, as she is perfectly fine. Luna grabbed Bella's hand and wanted her to do what Fernan said this time. Bella is confused to see Luna acting like this, wondering what is wrong with her, as she is also talking about a demon all of a sudden. Luna urged her to comply once, so Bella reluctantly gave in for her friend's sake. Fernan was relieved to hear that, as he was planning to knock her out if she kept refusing. Bella agreed to do what Fernan said, but in return, she wanted him to apologize to Luna and her if she proved that she didn't have any demonic energy. Fernan agreed to do that, but he wanted to know the reason to apologize to Luna. Bella annoyingly clarified that it is because he lured innocent Luna into this. Fernan clarified that Luna had lured him into this, but he still agreed to apologize and asked Bella to lead him to the places she often visits, since he needs to know where she came into contact with the demonic energy. Luna is certain he has already looked into it, and Fernan wanted her to stay quiet because she isn't helping his case at the moment. Bella was enraged to discover that Fernan had run a background check on her. Fernan wanted to look for traces of demonic energy in the places Bella had been, but he didn't find anything suspicious. After going to the training hall, he found that place pitiful, which annoyed both Bella and Luna. Then he checked the dorm, the lecture hall, the library, and the cafeteria, but all were in order. After a while, he arrived at the library, where the owner excitedly informed him that a new book had arrived that day, and Bella was happy to get it. Fernan is startled to hear the name of the book, which is about a crazy duke, and Luna explained that Bella likes romance novels, so she read it. Fernan knew that reading romance novels was a common hobby, and he knew it would be weird if he could find traces easily, but he was certain there would be some around. The librarian told Bella there were illustrations in the book, which pleased her, so she wanted to get it. After pondering for a while, Fernan deduced it might not be a place, but a thing or a particular object. After Bella obtained the novel, the librarian accosted Fernan and was pleased to meet him. The protagonist is stunned when the librarian recognizes him, and the librarian explains it is because he is a merchant too, and they often get items from his guild. The protagonist guesses that he might be a customer. The librarian wanted to recommend a book to him if he liked it, as he had something perfect for him. The protagonist swiftly refused, since he already had all the books he wanted at home. The librarian smiled awkwardly, understood it, and thought it was a shame as he couldn't recommend a book. Since they were done, Luna wanted Fernan to depart with her, and Fernan hoped to meet the librarian next time. As soon as he left, the librarian began emanating demonic energy, telling Fernan they would certainly meet again and urging him to come back. After a while, they arrived at the cafe that Fernan Guild runs, so Bella had never been there before. The protagonist explained it's reserved for important guests. Luna can't believe that is the place where Fernan wanted to go, and Fernan affirmed, as this is the best place to avoid eyes, which annoyed Luna. As soon as the protagonist opened the door, Jace stood there, waiting for him. He sent his blessing of mana to those with faith and asked if they believed. While Fernan and Luna were annoyed by his absurd behavior, Bella knelt before him to clarify that she thought. Fernan inquired if he brought the thing that he wanted, and Jace affirmed. Jace handed him the item, saying there would be no cash refunds after use, and the protagonist understood. Bella was annoyed to see this and asked the protagonist what he was doing, as she didn't understand the reason for Jace being there. Fernan clarified that Jace will prove that Bella harbors demonic energy. Bella wondered how Jace would prove she had demonic energy within her. Jace explained they had always been prepared for this kind of scenario, since the founding pope had prophesied that the demons would return. Therefore, to detect demonic energy, nothing is more precise than their artifact. Jace took out the artifact, asked Bella's name, and clarified that he already heard the gist of the situation. Bella introduced herself as a second-year student of night studies. Jace realized she was his senior, and he urged her to hold the marble in both hands. Then the mana would enter her body and inspect her inside. Luna wanted to be sure that she would find the demonic energy. Fernan thinks so because Jace said that if that thing can't detect it, nothing else can. Bella was a bit reluctant, so Jace guessed he might be nervous. Jace told her not to be anxious, since she believed she wasn't infected with the demonic energy, and that he had come because Fernan said he would buy it from him. Even though he is a member of faith, he thinks a demon can't appear at this age and day, so he wanted her to make herself comfortable. After hearing this, Bella agreed to do that as she tried to get this over quickly and get her apology. She put her hand on the marble, and the bright light shone that dazed Jace's eyes. After a while, he noticed that the marble's color had changed. Bella wondered what that meant, and if it meant she didn't have demonic energy. Fernan clarified that means the opposite, and Jace added that the marble changes color when it detects demonic energy. Bella gets worried after hearing this, as she thought that it was impossible, and guesses that something might be wrong with the device. Fernan told her to calm down, as he isn't going to do anything to her. While he is talking, he saw Jace emanating an aura, revealing his great dragon god to send up to him an evil human who has accepted a demon into their heart and requested the dragon god to take care of his servant. Fernan and Luna get worried about Bella's safety after witnessing this. Bella is scared as well as Jace, who launched fire at her, but Fernan wanted him to stop. Luna stepped in to stop Jace and to protect Bella. While the protagonist tightly grabbed him, Jace wanted to kill the evil at all costs, but Fernan cursed him as he can't use magic like this. After some time, the protagonist explained the situation, and Jace realized that the Academy students were being infected by demonic energy being spread by someone. He wondered why Fernan was certain that Bella didn't meet or sign a contract with the demon. Fernan explained that he had kept tabs on Bella over the last few days, but nothing suspicious had come to light. Jace gets worried as this would be bad if what he said is true, so he wanted to request the order for help to save the poor soul. Bella gets worried as Jace stares at her, but Fernan refuses to do that because demons would go into hiding if they publicize this, so he wanted Jace to listen carefully so that the demons can't know that they know about them. Furthermore, he already had a plan, so if Jace helped him, they should be able to eliminate them all with an ambush. After hearing that Jace can destroy them all, he is willing to do whatever Fernan tells him to. But first of all, Fernan asked if Jace could get rid of the demonic energy that is inside Bella. Jace concurred, so he urged Bella to give her hand to him. But Bella wondered why she should do that and if he was planning to kill her. Jace furiously glares at her, telling her that he needs to get rid of the demonic energy inside her body, and he isn't going to kill her. Bella gets scared that he is lying as he has crazy eyes, and she is so frightened of him that she wants to go home. Luna tried to stop him, but she wanted Fernan to do something. Fernan sighed, so he whispered in Jace's ear that Bella wasn't an evil person, as he told him, and assured him that he would have their business with the order if he didn't fix that look in his eyes. Jace grows worried upon hearing this, so he quickly forced a smile and apologized for scaring her, and Fernan praised him for his obedience. Jace politely asked Bella to give him her hand, since the order eliminates only those who are evil and demonic, and they don't harm innocent victims. Bella is still in disbelief that there might be a magic that can purify demonic energy. Jace assured her that it was the spell they all learn, so Bella agreed to do it and placed her hand on his hand. Jace assures her that it doesn't harm her, but it will sting a bit because it's burning her inside. Abruptly, he began the process that set Bella's entire body on fire, and he made it clear that cleansing the demonic energy was over. Luna grows worried upon seeing Bella unconscious, so she rushes to her side and tries to wake her. After some time, Luna was sitting beside Bella, waiting for her to wake up, and noticed that the building was sturdy, as she expected the entire building to collapse with Jace's spell. Fernan explained that it was built to withstand a lot of shock and noise, so that is expected, and Luna understood. The protagonist recalls that Bella also asked if she was alright. Luna checked on Bella and told Fernan she was breathing, but she didn't think Bella would wake up anytime soon, so she guessed she'd have to carry her back to the dorm. Before she could leave, Fernan told her to stop and offered her something. Luna is confused, wondering what he is trying to do. Fernan thought it would be less suspicious if Bella looked like she was just drunk. Luna doesn't believe that is necessary, but Fernan doesn't think it's wrong to be careful, as they don't know where the demons are. Luna sighed, worried about Bella's image, since she would be seen as someone who drinks in broad daylight. Fernan suggested she cover her face with a cloth to solve the problem. Luna liked his idea, so she decided to take her leave and thanked Fernan for his help. While the protagonist is relieved that Bella's problem is sorted, he and Bella look at the wine that was left, and he wants to drink it. He planned to find all the humans infected with demonic energy. For this, he needed Jace's help. They also need to purify them to minimize the chaos when the demons appear. Even though Fernan knew that preventing the coming of the demons would be the best case scenario, he didn't know how to do that. That is why he wanted to prepare for what would happen at the yacht club meeting first. Fernan has been investigating the suspicious individuals who infiltrated the merchant guild and has found that one of them has become an employee on the yacht. However, Fernan is unsure whether that person is working with the demons, but it is the most natural scenario he can think of to prove he is unrelated to them. He is relieved, as he could plan things like that since he knew the future, and he is certain that Ain't would trust him 100% afterwards if things go as he planned. Fernan smiled excitedly at the thought that Ain't would consider him his real friend after that. The following day, the protagonist was at the port staring at the yacht and smiled excitedly as it was time to catch his fish, which confused Hyde. Some time ago, he met the dean, who heard from Professor Grad that Fernan wanted a monopoly over the ships. He also heard that Fernan is willing to sell his water dragon at a reasonable price in return, but he thinks a monopoly over the ships is wrong, so he wants to add another condition on top of that. The dean guessed he should call Fernan, the Academy branch manager of the Golden Turtle Merchant Guild. The dean has a condition in return for monopoly over the ship for the next 20 years, that if they have a request, then he should sell them the parts of the dragon at a reasonable price. Fernan is aware that a mythical creature's corpse is most valuable when sold in a whole instead of in parts, but he can't believe the dean wanted him to sell the parts at a reasonable price instead. Although Fernan doesn't accept such a request, he needs to tuck his tail in this time, so he agreed to add that condition to the contract. However, the ship business with the Academy will bring him a larger profit, so he doesn't mind this contract. The protagonist signed the contract, with both parties' conditions stated therein, and happily shook hands with the dean, looking forward to their collaboration. Later on their way, Hyde appreciated Fernan for doing a great job. But Fernan doesn't need his appraisal. It's not the first time he's signed a contract. Hyde is still unable to understand the reason his young master wanted a monopoly, as they will need help from the household for this. Hyde is sure the Duke will veto it, saying there is no profit, so he wonders whether it's all right to sign a contract without discussing it with him first. Fernan explained that at the moment there isn't much worth, but that will change soon, but Hyde doesn't believe this, wondering if that is true. Fernan told him this for a reason, and he wanted to see the list of the yacht employees. Hyde explained that the list is on the office desk, so Fernan inquired if found anyone suspicious, and Hyde refused. The protagonist thinks it's plausible as it wouldn't be a demon if they were easily caught, but he isn't worried about it as Ain't would take care of everything this time. But he is concerned that the nice ship would be destroyed. However, in return, they will take down a demon and grow his business, and Ain't will completely trust him, which isn't a bad deal. He grins excitedly after thinking that the time to catch the fish has finally arrived. On the other side, Ain't felt chilly all of a sudden, which worried him, and he guessed something bad was going to happen. Gardner inquired about his health, and if he is fine, but Ain't is fine, which is thanks to the herbs he got from the cave last time, and he has completely absorbed mana from the Saint Bird. Gardner is pleased to hear it, so he praises Ain't for getting both mana and money from selling adamant and clarifies that this is why having connections with rich people is impressive. After hearing that Ain't suggested officially befriending Fernan, which startled Gardner, Ain't reminded him that having the connection with rich people is good, as he said, so it would be better if he became his friend. Gardner doesn't think that is a bad idea as Ain't would need money in war. Ain't think they are idiots as they would spend the necessary money when they see how dire the situation is. Ain't it a shame they'd show Fernan a demon, but he doesn't know how he'd do that, since he hasn't seen one himself. Gardner assures him about the demon's existence, and is certain they would sooner reveal themselves. Furthermore, he didn't want Ain't to trust Fernan if he became friends with him completely. Ain't wanted to know the reason, so Gardner clarified that the Pellenberg signed a contract with the demons, and he is sure they would do anything to get more money. Furthermore, Pellenberg is the reason why there is a saying that they had to do business even with the demons. However, Pellenberg is still a renowned household because they switched up in the end, but they are still not trustworthy. Ain't doesn't believe it. He is confident that Fernan is merciful and generous, values honor, and can't pass by injustice, so he would never work with the demons. Gardner is dumbfounded to realize that Ain't like that rich kid this much. Abruptly, Ain't noticed that someone was coming there, so he instructed Gardner to go under the table. Valosi Byendirk, heir to the Baindirk, the top first-year student in night studies, approached Ain't, who had been searching for him for a while, wondering where he was. Ain't is stunned to learn that he was looking for him. Valosi affirmed, telling him that he had received an invitation to the yacht club, which allows an additional guest, so he was wondering if Ain't could come with him. Ain't remembered that the social club meeting allowed people of prestigious households to join, so he doesn't seem the right person. Balusi affirmed that it is true, but Ain't can join with a member's recommendation, and since he is Armian, he is certainly qualified. While Ain't was thinking about the yacht club, Gardner is certain that Schwaben would be there as well, so he guesses Balusi is trying to drag him into the demon dens. Gardner knew that the people were keeping their distance from Ain't because of Schwaben, so he was sure that Balusi was pretending to be his friend, but in return, he wasn't to screw him over. Ain't also thought it was inappropriate to go there, so he wanted to turn down Balusi's offer. However, Gardner stopped him as he realized that he would be going out to the sea since it's a yacht club, so he wanted Ain't to agree to accompany him, as there was something that he needed to find, even though he momentarily forgot about it. Even though he knew that Roger would get on his nerves, he wouldn't lose anything. Since Ain't didn't reply, Balusi took it as affirmation. Ain't agreed to accompany him and wanted to know the time and date. Balusi understood, so he left excited, hoping to see him again. Gardner's hoping to find the thing the first emperor left for Ain't, if they were fortunate. Ain't wondered how many of the items he needs to acquire, as there are so many, but Gardner thinks it's better to have more. On the contrary, Fernan met with Luna and wanted to hand her something. Luna wondered what that was, so Fernan explained that it was an invitation to the yacht club. Luna is shocked to get an invitation from the person who had been preventing her from joining. The protagonist was mortified to learn Luna already knew. Luna is certain he knows Bella is a member. Fernan recalled that, and he can't deny that he was the one preventing her from joining, using her debt to pressure her. However, he is aware that there isn't anyone more qualified than Luna to be a member. Luna wanted to know why Fernan had changed his mind and let her join, and she was stunned to hear he had found traces of demons. Fernan set the trap after receiving the information that a demon might be trying to do something at the yacht club, but he is relieved to have someone to help him. Luna is thrilled to hear that, as she could finally avenge them for infecting Bella, and her eyes started burning to take the revenge. Fernan is pleased to see her all excited, and he inquires whether Bella has woken up yet. Luna refused, still in slumber, which stunned Fernan. It had been a whole day, and he wondered how much damage Jace had done to her in the name of purifying the evil. He is worried whether Bella will wake up, and Luna is praying for it as well. Fernan is sure that she will be all right, and he stood as it's already lunchtime, and he wanted to eat something, and Luna understood. As they left, Fernan asked whether their next lesson would be outdoors, and Luna affirmed. After a while, Varian came out and sat on the bench gloomily, as he didn't understand how he ended up in this situation. He can't believe he is no longer the proud successor to the Kalbrudern, nor the second-best first-year student in night studies. He is enraged, having wanted to surpass Ain't so his family could become one of the elector houses, but he lost. After that, Varian was abandoned by the prince, but he couldn't believe that Ain't received an invitation to the yacht club, which he had been wanting to go to form the person that he had been wanting to befriend as well. Varian is so upset he is about to cry, because that position should have been his, and he should have been the one to receive the invitation. He annoyingly cursed Ain't Armian because everything was working out well for him. While he worriedly held his head, Ain't approached him and asked if he wanted to have lunch with him. Varian was infuriated to hear Ain't asking him for lunch, but Ain't clarified that he looked lonely, so he decided to ask. Varian was enraged upon hearing that it was all Ain't's fault, though Ain't didn't think it was his. Ain't was unaware of it. Varian furiously reminded him that it was because he lost to Ain't that the second prince abandoned him. After that, no one wanted to be friends with him, and he was sure he didn't know it. Varian is stunned when he realizes he has accidentally told him everything. He knows Schwaben and Armians are on bad terms, so if he discovers it was a Schwaben supporting him, Ain't would make his life even more difficult. However, he is stunned when Ain't calmly asks whether the second prince is his friend. Ain't guessed it his fault that he doesn't have any friends now, so he apologized and wanted to have lunch together with him. Varian is dumbfounded by his own reaction. He's smiling, wondering whether he genuinely doesn't care. He thinks that Ain't might be scheming something, so he grabbed his book and wanted to forget about the lunch. While running away, he remarked that it wasn't some shounen where his enemy of the past would become a friend. Ain't is startled to see this, telling Varian to wait, but Varian doesn't want him to insult him any further, which confuses Ain't. After some time, Ain't was eating his lunch and already knew this wouldn't work, so he wondered if they really had to do this. Gardner knew Varian might have lost this battle, but he was still skilled and confident Ain't would never defeat him if it weren't for him. He thought he was cool, and Ain't agreed, so he thanked him. Gardner remembers an important thing, that Varian doesn't have any talented friends, just like Ain't. Ain't clarified that it's not like that, he doesn't have friends. Gardner doesn't care about the reason. The result is the same. The reason is Schwaben, and he is sure Ain't wouldn't be eating lunch alone like this if he had friends. Ain't frozen at his place after hearing this, and knew that it's the bitter reality. Gardner thought that losers coming together and becoming friends wouldn't be a bad idea, so he instructed Ain't to try to get closer to Kalbrudern in the future. Ain't sure if he would try to do that, but he needs Gardner with him if he is going to look at whatever the founder emperor has left behind. But he isn't sure if he could bring a sword to the club meeting. Gardner doesn't think it would be prohibited, and Ain't also feels that, but he is concerned about getting mocked after wearing a sword on top of his suit, so he thinks of putting his sword in the pocket realm. Gardner refused because he wouldn't be able to tell what was happening outside if he went in there. His eyes burned with revenge, as this would be the time when Ain't would meet Roger Schwaben, who was of the bloodline that betrayed the Armians and took the throne. After hearing this, Ain't is concerned about how he might take his word for it. Gardner doesn't want to worry, as there is mithril in the sword, which can absorb the soul and is also capable of doing many other things. He started shrinking the sword to demonstrate what mithril could do and explained that he could decrease the size as well. Ain't picked up the minisword is dumbfounded, as he doesn't think that would be possible, and thought this would be nice. As Ain't looked at it, Gardner excitedly explained that no one would doubt he had just put it on as a necklace, since that style was in vogue at the time. Gardner happily explained that all the women loved it when he wore a necklace like that, so he is sure that women would love it. Gardner was petrified. Ain't thought that would be tacky and, furiously, started biting his head, as he couldn't believe that kids these days don't know what is cool, but Ain't still planned to put it in his pocket. Later in the evening, Hyde reported that they have a scarlet turtle on standby in the academy as he has ordered, and they will get into action as soon as monsters appear. Fernan inquired about the recording sphere, so Hyde clarified that it is all over the cruise. Fernan is relieved, as they can keep an eye on the demons that way. Hyde took out the blazer and wondered if his young master was certain they had infiltrated their merchant guild, as he found it hard to believe, even though he knew that Fernan wasn't lying. Furthermore, Hyde is a bit confused when Fernan learns about demons in this era. Fernan clarified that he had his own ways, which flustered Hyde, who had always thought he was his intel agent. Fernan reminded him that he wouldn't know everything that goes on in his head just because he is his close ally. Hyde is stunned, but he guesses it might be Jace, as the Dragon God Order knows a lot about demons and Fernan has been seeing him often. Fernan answered ambiguously, telling him that the important thing is to get the demons. Hyde wondered what his master would do after that, and Fernan clarified that he would investigate how demons had infiltrated the place, how they had hidden their identities, what their goals were, and who was behind it all, with Ain't Armian. Hyde handed him the mask and didn't understand what this all had to do with Ain't. Fernan grabbed the mask to wear and was stunned to hear that, as he gave Ain't the Saint Bird heart, Ain't needed to prove his worth. He trusted everything that night to Ain't, so he hoped he would protect everyone. Later at night, Fernan was on a yacht and saw Luna, and guess he made a mistake, as he should have sent her the dress, but he didn't think she would come in her school uniform. Luna worriedly asked if that wasn't allowed, but Fernan clarified it was fine. He was certain it would have been too expensive. Luna was mortified to hear that he'd told her she'd gone to buy one, but it wasn't to her taste, and she still wore the mask. Fernan agreed with her, and he reached out to her so they could go in. Luna is stunned to see this, as she didn't think they needed to hold hands. Fernan reminded her that he is her partner, so he needs to escort her, and these are the rules. Even though those rules are unnecessary, he needs Luna within a certain radius so they can guarantee his survival, as he has already invested quite a bit, and they have gotten quite close to each other. They entered the yacht, where everyone was stunned to see them together and realized they might be nearby. Fernan planned to show off their friendship so the others wouldn't try to take Luna away from him. While leading the way, Fernan teased Luna as he thought he should call her lady, but Luna promptly refused. After a while, the man announced they would be taking off soon, so he urged everyone to board, and the yacht lifted off. Fernan wanted to be sure if Bella would help them this time. Luna affirmed that Bella would help them because she harbors resentment toward the demons. Furthermore, Bella was angrier at Jace when she woke up, as he burned away her aura as well, so she cursed him. However, Luna helped Bella direct that anger toward demons, and Fernan appreciated her for doing a great job. While they were conversing, Luna noticed something, so she wondered what it was. The protagonist thought it was amusing. Sure, everyone might be waiting for this moment when Schwaben and Armian would meet. Gardner is thrilled to see Roger Schwaben, who is from the bloodline that stole the Emperor position without even being grateful. Roger stares at Ain't for a while and is certain that he might be Armian. Gardner wanted Ain't to make him kneel and apologize, but Ain't did the opposite, and he bowed before him to offer his greetings to the prince. Gardner was dumbfounded upon seeing this, wondering what Ain't was doing as he bowed to that lowly Roger, despite being Armian. Roger smirked when he heard him called the prince, telling him to follow the rules since they were at the academy. Since everyone is treated equally in the academy, he doesn't want Ain't to mind that kind of etiquette, but he should still mind his manners since he is his senior. Ain't promised to keep that in his mind, so Roger told him to enjoy the banquet. Abruptly, Valosi found the prince, called him out, and was pleased to see him after a long time. Gardner is enraged to see Ain't acting that way, which makes it hard for him to forget this day. However, Ain't has no choice but to be respectful toward the acting prince. Then he went to the table for a drink, feeling a little thirsty. At the same time, Gardner kept cursing Roger Schwaben and wanted to make him pay for this first. Ain't wanted him to calm down, as there is a reason why Valosi invited him there from the start. Gardner is certain that one of the three is scheming something. Ain't affirmed, as that is what he suspects, so Gardner excitedly clarified that it is based on his clever reasoning, and he wondered if he wanted to hear more. Ain't is stunned, wondering if he has to listen to that, and Gardner affirms, so he explains that Roger could be the one plotting something, since he is the second prince of the empire and might have something against Ain't. Secondly, he thought it could be Fernan since he is rich enough to change a regular social club into a yacht club, which means he is that influential. Lastly, Gardner suspects Valocy may be the successor to a renowned household, but he's been too nice from the start, so Gardner still can't tell what he is honestly thinking. Ain't sighed as he kept saying that Fernan wouldn't do such a thing, but he isn't sure anymore. Gardner added that there is still one left. If it's not any of them, then Valocy might have lost his mind. After hearing the last reason, Ain't chuckled, curious now, and wondered who had brought him here. On the other hand, Roger excitedly told Fernan that if he gave Valocy the extra invitation, he would invite Ain't, since they can't avoid each other for the rest of their lives. Fernan knows it isn't the only reason, and he assumes Roger wanted to assert his superiority as a senior student. Since Roger can't brag that he is of royal blood in the face of the founding emperor's descendants, he decides to do so. After hearing that Fernan wanted to know how his experience was, Roger was bored as he didn't expect Ain't to be so docile, but he wondered what was wrong with Fernan as he brought Luna Bershif along. Fernan smirked, wondering what was wrong with bringing Luna along when she met the qualifications in both grades and D household. Roger reminded him that he was the one preventing Luna from joining them all this time, but he noticed that Fernan had been close to her from the beginning of the year, so he wondered if he liked her. Fernan answered vaguely to his question and wanted to take his leave first. Roger gets pissed after hearing this, as Fernan didn't tell him clearly. Meanwhile, Luna doesn't want to let her guard down as her goal is to socialize, but to catch demons as well, but she wonders where Fernan went as he is out of sight. While she is pondering, Ain't accosts her, asks if she has been well, and is pleased to see her there. Luna is delighted to meet him after a long time. Ain't is stunned to hear that she remembers him, and Luna concurred, telling him that he is Fernan. Ain't is dumbfounded when she calls him Fernan, so he tells her he is Ain't Armian and can't believe she confused them, since they have different hair. While Luna wanted to know where Fernan had been, which startled Ain't, he quickly looked back and saw Fernan behind. Fernan explained that he went out for some fresh air. Ain't greeted Fernan as well, and the protagonist is stunned to see him there pretending not to know he was Luna's friend. Luna clarified that they aren't friends, having seen each other only once. Fernan understood, but he noticed Aint's expression, which seemed disappointed by that, and he guessed this was going as the prophecy said, since he didn't intervene. He is relieved to invest in Luna, and has built up a friendship with her, so he wanted to take his leave with Luna because he has something to talk to her. After hearing this, Ain't excused himself, and Fernan told him to enjoy the banquet. Luna has been looking for Fernan for a while. She wanted him to let her know if he was going to leave, and Fernan apologized for being reckless. After seeing this, Ain't realized they were pretty close, but that was expected since they were partners in their joint lessons. Gardner glared at him awkwardly as he was wondering why Ain't was so dressed up that day, and supposed it might be for that girl. However, Ain't refuses, but Gardner doesn't believe him and wants to know if he fell for her at first sight, but considers it easy. After arriving at the corner, Fernan elucidated that he doesn't think the demons are hiding in the yacht to enjoy the banquet, as he is sure something will go down soon. He warned Luna not to panic when something happens, but to chase after the demons instead, and he wanted her to focus on catching the demons even if the yacht ends up sinking. Luna gets concerned after hearing about the yacht sinking, and guesses it wouldn't go that far. Fernan wanted her to be prepared for the worst-case scenario, and was sure the students would be safe even if the yacht sank, because he had already made the preparations. Since their goal is to catch the demons, they need to figure out the people from the academy who are working with the demons. Fernan can't tell her everything, but he knows what will happen soon, as the demons and monsters will ambush, which will sink the yacht, and he needs everything to happen for his plan to work out. Fernan is certain that after the yacht sinks, leaving Ain't stranded on the island, the founding emperor's will is that the demons will ambush him. So when Luna and Fernan chase the demonic energy, they meet Ain't. From then on, events diverge from the prophecy. Ain't come out, making Gardner wonder if he is there to see that woman instead of finding the item the founder empress left for him. However, Ain't clarified that he isn't there for that, but Gardner reminded him that he doesn't have time to be drooling over women at the moment. Abruptly, a man approached Ain't, asked for his identity, and handed him the drink he had prepared. Gardner is worried that Ain't wouldn't win the war against the demons with that kind of mindset. Ain't is annoyed to hear his nagging, so he takes the cup of drink from the waiter and thanks him. Before he could take a sip, Ain't wondered how the waiter knew his name. Suddenly, he is startled by a strange energy, and the waiter strikes him, breaking his face mask. Ain't dropped the glass of drink, tried to hold the waiter back, and wanted to know what was happening. While the water attempted to strike him, Ain't quickly dodges it, but the water chased after him again. Ain't kept blocking him, but soon the waiter unleashed another substantial strike toward him. Ain't timely evaded his strike, grabbed his sword firmly, and charged toward the waiter to strike. However, the waiter quickly rushes back and starts emanating his demonic energy. Ain't looked back is dumbfounded by an ominous aura he's never felt before, so he wonders what it is. Gardner clarified that it's demonic energy, meaning the waiter is the demon. Ain't is stunned to hear that, wondering how an employee of the Pellenberg Merchant Guild would be a demon. Abruptly, he sensed the yacht shaking, which worried him, and soon it filled with water. Ain't worried, looked around, saw countless monsters, and recognized them as sea worms. The ship was surrounded by countless sea worms, which startled everyone and disgusted them. The students were annoyed, wondering why there were so many, but they still decided not to panic. While all of them were in awe, a student told them to fight rather than watch. She saw one of the students using a flame, so she didn't want him to, as it would set the ship on fire. Ain't was fighting with that demon amidst the chaos, and he landed at the dock, but he got worried as there were countless sea worms behind. While the demon was charging at him from the front, Ain't got worried, but he quickly jumped away, which broke a part of the yacht, which was thrown at the sea worm and vanished. The demon is confused as he can't find Ain't around, but he is startled as he soon senses his presence behind. Ain't tried to launch an attack sneakily, but the demon quickly blocked it. Gardner warned Ain't that his opponent is a professionally trained assassin, and he can tell from his moves that he is stronger than Ain't, so he instructed Ain't to throw him overboard. Ain't did as he was taught. Then he went ahead to find the demon, and went, she might be dead. Gardner is sure the waiter is dead, having fallen into the sea worm. However, Ain't is confused, wondering what is going on, so Gardner explains that the demons are after him and have finally come to life. A sea worm was attacking Ain't, so he quickly subjugated it and felt disgusted. Momentarily, everyone on the yacht gets worried as they see a sea serpent appearing from the sea, so they formed up. The knights in training arrived at the front, and the magic student decided to support from the rear. Gardner grows worried when a sea serpent appears out of nowhere and suspects the demons might be trying to kill him. Ain't wanted to deal with the monster first as his yacht would sink at this rate. Before he could do something, the water he threw in the sea charged at him, but Ain't timely noticed his presence, so he lunged back. Ain't cursed his fortune as he thought that demon was dead. While he is glaring at the waiter, Gardner warns him to watch out as the sea serpent has widely opened its mouth to devour him. Ain't is worried after seeing this, and soon he was attacked by the sea serpent, which made him lose his consciousness, and he fell into the sea. Gardner kept calling him, telling him to remain conscious, but it was too late. After Ain't fell into the sea serpent was ready to strike the boat, so one of the students warned everyone to get out of the way. Soon, the sea serpent struck the yacht, shattering it into several pieces. On the contrary, Ain't floated to the seashore on an unknown island and gained his consciousness. Gardner worriedly inquired if he was all right, and Ain't worriedly inquired what happened as he lost consciousness after getting attacked by the sea serpent. Gardner explained that he was struck by the sea serpent breath attack, which freezes his body temperature. Ain't lost consciousness while frozen and fell into the ocean when the ship sank, but Gardner's undead attacks kept his temperature stable, which is why he regained consciousness. Ain't is impressed to learn that he can do something like that as well. Gardner explained that his sword not only seals his soul, but also serves as a vessel to support the successor in every way. Ain't understood, but he looked around, wondering where he is. After looking around, Gardner excitedly told him this is where the founding emperor left him an item. He can't believe that Ain't got lucky, as he was stranded on the island they were looking for. Gardner guessed the founding emperor might have guided them there, so he wanted to hurry, since they needed to get it before the rescue team arrived. However, Ain't is worried about the others' safety, wondering if they will be all right. Gardner is sure they would all be right, because the club is full of the academy's most talented students. Abruptly, he noticed the sea serpent sinking to the bottom. Ain't looked back worried, then rushed back to evade the attack, getting pissed as they were determined. Gardner is annoyed. He never thought those demons would chase Ain't all the way there. Ain't gets worried to see there are two of them when there was only one to begin with. Gardner is unaware of that, but he warned Ain't to be careful, as they wouldn't be easy opponents. Ain't already known that, so he wielded his sword to fight and kept fighting with those demons alone. He kept blocking their attack, but the demons didn't give up. One of the demon charges at Ain't smirked cunningly, then reached out and managed to grab his neck. While Ain't was held at his place, the other demon lunged at him and quickly struck. Ain't hardly managed to evade the attack, and he gets injured in the process. He noticed his wound turning dark, so he realized that there was poison on the blade. Gardner didn't want him to panic, as he could use the aura to counter the poison. Ain't was worried as the poison was spreading through his body and wondered if he would survive this. Gardner told him that he has to survive because he is an Armian, so he can't get killed by mere demons. He instructed Ain't to use aura, but Ain't doesn't have any more energy to do that. Abruptly, the demon was about to strike him again, which concerned Gardner, so he alerted Ain't. Before the demons could carry out their attack, the tycoon drove them away. Ain't couldn't see ahead because of the dust, so he wondered who had saved him, and was dumbfounded when he realized it was Fernan. While the two demons were crying to run away, Luna charges towards them and is prepared to launch a substantial strike. She attacked them, throwing them far away, and swiftly followed them to attack again. The demons quickly stood furiously glaring at her and charged to attack. However, Luna easily pushed one back with her slashes, but she gets startled after realizing that one of the demons trespasses on her to kill Ain't. The demon reached out at Ain't, smirked cunningly while exuding the demonic energy, and was about to strike Ain't, which concerned him. However, before the demon could succeed, he was hit by a fine thorn that Fernan summoned, and he asked Ain't if he was all right, as he was worried because he seemed injured. Ain't looked back, telling him that he is fine except for the fact that the poison is spreading. The protagonist handed him the antidote and wanted him to take it. Ain't is reluctant to take it, as he was purifying it with aura, but Fernan insists he take it, saying it will quicken the process. Abruptly, Luna worriedly asked if Ain't is all right, and Fernan affirmed, telling her that he got the guy she lost. Luna didn't lose that guy, but she let him go on purpose, as it wouldn't be fun if she got both of them. She dragged the other demon alongside and slammed him away. Fernan is amused to see that Luna has beaten the demon to a pulp and wonders if he is dead. Lune explained that he is unconscious because Fernan wanted her to capture them alive. Ain't is stunned to hear that his senior wanted to capture them alive, and he is dumbfounded to listen to him cursing those demons as he finally got them. Ain't can't believe those two already know about the demon. At the same time, one of the demons was annoyingly trying to get out of the spike and say something, which made Luna wonder if Fernan knew him. However, Fernan didn't know that guy, but he expected it because he had looked into the backgrounds of every single employee in the guild, and there was no one like him. He is infuriated at the demon, as he is the one who caused his downfall, so he grabbed his collar and wanted to know who he was, along with the reason he infuriated his guild. Before the demon could say something, his body started swelling, and Ain't realized that it was a self-destructive spell, so he wanted Fernan to get away from him, and Luna is also worried for him. After a while, there was an explosion that scattered dust everywhere, and Ain't opened his eyes to see if Fernan was all right. He is pleased to see that he was unharmed because he created a barrier around himself. Luna is stunned to see the barrier and wonders whether Fernan predicted he would self-destruct. Fernan refused as he didn't predict it, but he didn't let his guard down, as he would be stupid to die to a petty little trick like this when he saw the prophecy. Fernan was touched to see that Luna ran to rescue him like that. Luna clarified that she is worried it would affect her partner's lesson if something happened to him. Fernan thanked him for helping out, and he recalled Bella. After hearing about Bella, Ain't is stunned to know there is someone else. Fernan wanted Luna to tell Bella to come out because they already got the demons. Bella came out with an orb after Luna summoned her to come to them. Fernan hoped Bella had mainly recorded the demons and wanted her to hand them over, and Bella agreed. Luna is relieved because they have evidence now. Bella is annoyed, thinking this is unfair to her, even though they know she wanted to get revenge on those demons, yet they let her act as a journalist. Luna worriedly reminded her that she hadn't even recovered the aura that had been burned away when the demonic energy inside her was removed. Bella is enraged as she thought she could still take on one of them, but Luna wanted her to do that next time. Fernan didn't want Bella to worry because he didn't bring her there just for journalistic purposes. Abruptly, they heard a loud sound that startled them, and they wondered what it was. Luna realized that sound came from the ocean. Ain't recognized that cry, and soon he saw a sea serpent emerging from the water. Bella can't believe that the sea serpent came all the way there. Fernan is relieved as it's finally the right time, and he leaves fighting that monster for now to Luna as he is bringing Ain't somewhere safe and joins them, so he carries Ain't away. Bella is dumbfounded to see this, and she worriedly asks Luna if sending Fernan away like this is alright, as he might just run away. Luna confidently told her that Fernan isn't that kind of person, so she was sure he would come back. While taking Ain't away, Fernan planned to bring him close out where the funding emperor item is. Ain't is stunned to be in this situation, but he tells Fernan to let him down. Fernan looked at him and agreed to do that, so he let him down, so Ain't thanked him. The protagonist is sure that Ain't would be alright because this place is far from the beach, so he wanted him to rest a bit there. Ain't is concerned because a sea serpent isn't a monster that his senior could easily defeat, so he planned to join him after the poison in his body is gone. The protagonist is pleased to hear that, as it would be nice, so he decides to take his leave so Ain't can do his thing. As he left, he told Ain't he needed to concentrate to use the aura to purge the poison from his body. Since there is no one around, he guesses it would be a suitable environment for him to concentrate. Ain't hadn't stayed still after pondering for a while. He wanted Fernan to tell him the truth. Fernan is stunned to hear that, wondering what he meant. Ain't is certain that Fernan already knows everything about the prophecy, and Fernan is dumbfounded after hearing that. Fernan is speechless after hearing this and keeps pondering if Ain't already knows about the prophecies as well, but he decides to play dumb and asks what he means. Ain't reminded him that the founding emperor said that the demons would make their way into this world once again. Since Ain't is the descendant of the founding emperor, he only learned of this recently, which is why he wonders how Fernan knows. Fernan is confused, not knowing about that prophecy. Ain't give it some thought, so he realized that Luna is aware of it as well, which makes him wonder if some households of the Elector House know about the founding emperor's prophecy. He guesses that might be why Fernan was discreetly preparing for it all, and is pleased as he has finally uncovered the truth. Fernan froze at his place after hearing this, and he knew this sounded reasonable enough, but he wondered if he should tell him that he was right. Since Ain't seemed so sure about it, Fernan felt bad about telling him he was wrong. He sighed and told Ain't he had learned about the evil species while tracking down suspicious spending in the Merchant Guild's funding. Ain't can't believe that his senior didn't know about the prophecy. Fernan affirmed as he didn't even know it existed, so Ain't wondered how he knew that they were demons. The protagonist came across them a few times while chasing them down, and every single one of them has a very unpleasant energy, so after researching, he concluded that it was a demonic energy, since that doesn't seem like an ordinary affair, so he investigated with Luna. While explaining, Fernan saw a lot of seawater splashing in the air, so he guessed they might be struggling on their own at the moment. So he decided to take his leave first and talk the details over with Ain't later. Ain't affirmed, and after he left, Gardner appeared, telling him that his poison is gone, so he wants him to go left toward the center of the island, where he would find the item that the founding emperor has left for him there. Ain't understood everything, so Gardner told him it wasn't far away, since he had coincidentally ended up on the island where it is and had come close to it. So he is pleased because things are going so smoothly, and he guesses it might be Ain't lucky day. Ain't can't believe that he considers it a lucky day when he was almost killed by a monster, then destroyed by demons, so he can't be lucky. Gardner guesses that the founding emperor might be guiding them. Ain't wondered why Gardner was so silent while Fernan was talking, when he is usually so talkative. Gardner watched the situation because Fernan appeared at the perfect time, as he thought he was going to try something on Ain't. But he never thought Fernan would already be chasing the demons, so he guessed that the demons might have initiated their activities much earlier than he expected. Furthermore, he figured out that Fernan wasn't too bad, as he knew that Luna was skilled, but he didn't know that Fernan was that strong as well. He can't believe that Fernan trounced those demons when Ain't was struggling against them. Ain't agreed, as he noticed the skill gap between them is enormous. Despite being only a year ahead of him, he considers that fighting demons would be easy if he had someone like Fernan and Luna as his allies. Gardner is alright with Ain't trusting Luna, but he doesn't want him to trust Fernan so easily. He is sure Ain't doesn't know how bad it was when Pellenberg sold the demon's goods. Ain't know that Gardner always said that, but that happened 1,000 years ago. Gardner doesn't think it changes anything because the Pellenbergs aren't to be trusted. Ain't reminded him that ultimately, Pellenberg fought with the humans, which is why they became one of the Lecter houses. He can't believe that Gardner keeps bringing up the past for no reason and keeps hating on Fernan. Gardner is enraged after hearing this, but Ain't is certain that something that happened 1,000 years ago has nothing to do with Fernan. Gardner kept smacking Ain's head as he thought Ain't might be a Fernan lawyer, and couldn't believe that youngsters of this era didn't listen to their elders. Ain't can't believe his childish behavior when he says Gardner should have such a substantial prejudice against people. Furthermore, he is certain he would become a burden if they truly became allies, since Fernan is stronger than he is. Gardner doesn't care about that, telling Ain't not to worry him and excitedly informing him that they are finally at their destination. Ain't is stunned to see it, wondering if that is it, and Gardner elucidated that he will become much stronger if he eats that. Ain't can't believe that he wanted him to eat the entire tree. Gardner annoyingly explained that he wanted him to eat the miracle medicine that is inside it. Ain't is relieved to hear that, but he wanted to know how he could get it. Gardner instructed him to stab the tree, and Ain't did as he was taught. Soon, a bright light appeared from the hole, and a gate opened. Gardner enlightened that the founding emperor created it himself, unlike other miracle medicines, so after eating it, he would completely change. The time passed by until its dawn, and they kept fighting the sea serpent. Fernan was doing his best to subjugate the sea serpent, so he kept fighting tirelessly. The sea serpent was enraged by those injuries and tried to retaliate. Fernan kept casting his spell, creating a giant magical circle above the sea serpent's head, which launched countless boulders at it. Sea serpent kept moaning, and while it was distracted, Bella exploited it, so she charged at it and launched a mighty slash at it. Subsequently, Luna charged at the sea serpent, pointed her sword at it, and pierced through its scales, then launched another powerful slash at it. After launching her attacks, Luna retreated, telling Fernan that she can't cut through it. Bella agreed that the sea serpent exterior is too hard. Fernan added that raining down boulders on it doesn't do anything either, so he guesses that beheading the sea serpent is the only option. The sea serpent was furiously glaring at them, and Bella worriedly inquired if they didn't have any other choice. Fernan was pissed as he guessed it might be because of the demonic influence that the sea serpent wouldn't die even after taking lethal injuries, so he is certain that he would need Ain's help, actually, to kill it. As he pondered, he saw something bright hurtling toward the sea serpent, and it pierced through its thick skin. Luna and Bella were dumbfounded when they realized Ain't had attacked it. The protagonist smiled excitedly, as that is it, since the founding emperor created a special miracle medicine in case his descendants wouldn't have an affinity for the light element. That medicine restructures the body, instilling a light affinity so that his descendant can learn the Armian household's secret sword technique based on light. However, if someone who already has an affinity for the light elements takes it, it will only strengthen their aura. Fernan is aware that is what happened to Ain't, and now he can almost perfectly execute the Armian sword technique. Ain't charged toward the sea serpent's head and quickly struck it and severely harmed it. Fernan recalls that, according to the old text, the founding emperor's sword techniques are humanity's only hope. capable of driving away despair and darkness. It's a radiant sword that brightens the world and touches souls. As Ain't slashes the sea serpent at different parts, Fernan is pleased to see his fantastic performance. He realized that the historical records weren't exaggerating because Ain't Armian really did, and he is Fernan ace card in the battle against the demons. As the sea serpent's body fell, Ain't looked at his hands in awe as he thought the effect of the medicine was fantastic. Gardner excitedly affirmed, reminding him that the founding emperor had left this medicine behind. Fernan approached him, remarking that Armian's swordsmanship is as amazing as he had heard, so he is thankful to Ain't for saving them. Ain't blushed, telling him it was nothing, as he got the last attack and could kill it easily, thanks to them. Luna is relieved to finally return home, but Bella wonders how they will get out of there. Fernan already sent a signal, so he is certain someone should come to pick them up, and he wanted to take the corpse if no one has any objections. Luna doesn't need it, and Ain't also doesn't need the corpse, but Bella wanted to take her share because they helped fight it. Fernan reminded her that she owed him for purifying her demonic energy. After hearing this, Bella was dumbfounded, and after pondering for a while, she told him to take it, calling him Scrooge. Fernan smiled ecstatically, assuming that no one had any objection. After thinking for a while, Ain't accosted him, thinking Fernan was also trying to catch the demons, and Fernan concurred, saying he was right. Ain't it obvious the actual demon would appear soon since the demonic energy corrupts people, so he wants to help Fernan. The protagonist smiled delightfully as he was thinking of a way to bring Ain't to his side, but he wasn't expecting things to go so smoothly. He considered it his victory as Ain't wanted to hunt the demon together with him, and he happily accepted it. After that, his plan of capturing the possessed, clearing his name, and bringing Ain't to his side was successful. Furthermore, as Fernan had planned, Hyde informed him that they had established the on-water battle lectures and would now receive orders for ships. Fernan is thrilled to be bringing a lot of money, which is impressive. Hyde wondered if his young master already knew this would happen. Fernan can't believe he thinks that way when he can't say this. Hyde guessed his young master couldn't know this, but he wondered what he was doing with this concentration. Fernan was drawing the blueprint for the ego goal as he hadn't been able to work on it until now, so he wanted to do it in his free time. Abruptly, he recalled something, so he wondered if Hyde had figured out how the demon had infiltrated the merchant guild without being noticed. Hyde affirmed as he investigated, learning they had arrived a few days before the yacht club meeting. He asked the employee whether they found it strange that there were suddenly new employees without any notice, but their response was unprecedented. They said they had always worked with them. Fernan found it odd, too, that his employee thought they were always working with him, so he guessed it might be magic. Hyde believes it is a psychological form of magic, so he delved into it and discovered that manipulating the mind and soul is the demon's specialty. After pondering about the demons that could manipulate the soul as well, Fernan wondered if it was a demon doing as well, and he guessed a demon might be able to use such magic, but that doesn't explain the prophecy he has been receiving. After explaining that Hyde had moved to capturing the demon, Fernan guessed he might have figured out something. Hyde refused, as the confession spell wouldn't work on them, so they locked them up underground. Fernan instructed him to torture them if needed and inquired if he wanted to report something else, as he needed to attend his class now. Hyde received a message from the Duke, so he tried to report on that. The protagonist is stunned by the news and wonders what his father said. Hyde rambled that the Duke said the Freedens would provide the Academy with spirit stones and that tree leaves would be available at this time. They always left transportation to them because those items are so valuable, and the Freedens have chosen Fernan to oversee it. Fernan can't believe that the Freedens wanted him, specifically, wondering what the reason might be. He has a bad feeling about it, as he doesn't remember anything specific that would make them need to specify him. Meanwhile, at the Academy, Bella told Luna that she was scared after seeing the demons, as she was doubtful about their existence, but the demonic energy corruption was believable. However, she wondered why Fernan didn't want to tell the Academy about this incident. Luna said it was because they were unaware of their allies or enemies at the moment. Bella agreed, as that is true, but she wondered if he had a plan. Luna is sure Fernan has a plan, because he always does. Bella is amused to realize that Luna trusts Fernan and guessed they might have been on this case ever since they became a pair. Luna affirmed that this was valid to some extent, so Bella understood. It explained everything, since she had found it strange when they paired up. Luna is stunned, wondering what she means. Bella is sure Luna would never be friends with Fernan Pellenberg, and there are rumors that she got close to him for his money. But now she knows the truth. She wanted to catch the demons. Luna froze at her place after hearing this, but Bella kept rambling that she is genuinely a knight, since she is cooperating with someone she hates for the greater good, and that she truly respects her. While Gardner noticed that Ain't has been in a good mood recently, he wondered why. Ain't felt less burdened now, as he was so struck by how he should fight the demons, but now he can talk about it with Fernan. Gardner sighed, thinking it was better to have the Pellenbergs as allies rather than enemies. Ain't is happy as well because he can see Luna more often now. Gardner becomes infuriated because it isn't essential at the moment, recalling Fernan's warning that the demons have already corrupted some people. He heard that Bella had been corrupted, and he knew that humans tainted by demonic energy would suffer an incident that would turn them into demons, so he needed to prevent it. He added that they needed to gather as many allies as possible to prepare for the future. Ain't happily concurred, telling him that is why he is on his way to meet one, and explained that he is the one Gardner strongly recommended to him. Gardner is aware of this and admits that the new money guy has a good eye for people. While talking, Ain't finally found him, and he accosted Varian. Varian is stunned to see Ain't there and furiously warns him not to be friendly or leave, as he is there to meet someone. Ain't has excitedly clarified that he is the one Varian is supposed to meet, as Fernan sent him there, which startled Varian. Ain't wanted to be direct since Varian already knew about all this, that he is helping Fernan to take down demons, and he said that Varian would be helpful to him since he is pretty skilled. Varian furiously grits his teeth after hearing him say that he is pretty skilled, so he thought he was mocking him, and clarified that he didn't want to listen to that from the person who defeated him. Ain't want him to know that he is serious about that, but Varian doesn't want to help him even if it costs him his life. Ain't gets worried, since he already knows that Varian doesn't want to help. He recalls a moment ago when he asked Fernan if he was a friend of Varian. Fernan clarified that it happened somehow, and he thought that it was good to have someone in Ain't Year to help. He knew Varian was highly skilled, so he was confident he would be a great ally. Ain't is concerned because he knew that Varian hates him. But Fernan doesn't want to worry about it. If Varian doesn't comply, he should say what he is about to tell him. At the present moment, Ain't pointed his finger toward Varian and asked confidently that he was a demon, which annoyed Varian. Ain't tried to recall the time it happened and suddenly remember it was the day Varian lost to him for the second time. Varian's face turned pale at the news, and Ain't added that he had passed out during the battle, and that it was then he turned into a demon. He heard it would have been bad if it weren't for Fernan. He wondered whether Fernan had mentioned he couldn't remember what had happened that day. Ain't added that Fernan said the demon used him. Varian worriedly covered his mouth, telling him to stay quiet, as someone might hear him at this rate, and he wondered what he wanted from him. Ain't happily told him to have lunch with him, which stunned Varian. After some time, Varian went to Fernan with tear-filled eyes, wondering why he had done that. He reminded Fernan that he had promised him that he wouldn't tell anyone, but he said Ain't, who is his archenemy of all people. Fernan was aware that Varian would come to him about it, but he didn't expect him to cry. Fernan reminded him that he hadn't said that, but he'd said he wouldn't hand him over to the judges. Furthermore, he wondered what had happened to Ain't and whether he had blackmailed him with money, but he didn't look like the type to do it. Varian clarified that it would have been better, but he had to endure the humiliation of eating lunch with him. He told Fernan, with his teary eyes, that Ain't even gave him any of his food, so he is scared everyone will think they are friends. Fernan is infuriated upon hearing this, because it isn't something he should cry over. Varian wondered why he had to become a demon out of all people. Fernan annoyingly sighed as he thought Varian was smart, but he couldn't even understand why he introduced him to Ain't. Varian is confused, so Fernan explained that sticking with Ain't, who is after the demon, might help him meet the person who turned him into one. He wondered how long he would keep regretting it, and couldn't believe this is all he has when he is a knight. Varian is determined after realizing that Fernan did this to give him an opportunity for revenge. Fernan is amused to see that the look on his eyes has changed, but he doesn't know when Varian will get his opportunity for revenge. However, there is a chance since Aint's primary target is the demon. The protagonist decides to take his leave, as he must attend his class now. He is startled as Varian rambles that he would work with the enemy to defeat another enemy, so he is willing to cooperate with his enemy, Ain't, to eliminate the demons and fulfill his revenge. After seeing how enthusiastic Varian is, Fernan recalls how Luna and Ain't were willing to cooperate to defeat a demon just like him, so he wondered why the knights are like this, wondering if this is their trait. Later, during the lecture on monsters and other magical creatures, the professor called out everyone's name to take attendance. Luna looked around, worried, trying to find Fernan. It was the day of practical training, and she was worried he might skip it. Subsequently, the professor called out Fernan's name, and Fernan raised his hand to show he was present. Luna looked back, then went to him and asked why he was late, knowing attendance was part of the grade. Fernan apologized for being late, saying he had been talking to someone. After taking attendance, the professor is sure everyone is aware, since he discussed it last time, that the present-day theme is about cooperation. Some monsters are so strong that they can't be taken on alone, and some have sturdy exteriors, making them hard to pierce with a weapon. Furthermore, some monsters have high magic resistance that renders mages useless, which is why cooperation between mages and knights is significant. Luna is thrilled to see the dummy the Academy uses, so Fernan guesses it might be her first time seeing it, since it is a golem. Luna concurred, having only heard of the golems and never seen them before. The professor explained that these dummies possess traits of some monster, but they can't move like the real thing, and people still underestimate them, which can cause their failure. After explaining everything, the professor commanded them to begin. All the pairs began fighting their respective golems on their turn. Soon, it was Carlo and Alia's turn, who defeated them in 2 minutes and 58 seconds. But Rudger and Almond defeated their golem in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. After seeing this, the professor realized that the high-ranking pairs are undoubtedly different, so he summoned the next pair, Fernan and Luna, and wanted them to go up. After they went on stage, the professor informed them they would fight Goliath, who is about 3 meters tall and covered in stones. The students were worried to hear that they knew Goliath would be troublesome. The professor explained that Goliath is resistant to both physical and magical attacks, but there is always a way, so he wanted them to consider the monster's traits and weaknesses. Fernan explained that its weakness is its neck, but Luna is already aware of it, so she wanted him to hold it still so she could go after its neck. Fernan agreed to keep it still, and Luna reminded him that it would be fast despite its size, but she was still willing to fight it despite this. While they were talking, Goliath struck them, stunning the students, and the professor guessed they might already have failed. The professor assumed that a Goliath might be too much for second years. Meanwhile, contrary to their expectations, Luna has blocked it and can't believe Fernan thought he could act as bait while she struggles to hold it back. Fernan smirked excitedly, started casting the spell, telling her that he never said he would be bait, as he was talking about holding it still. Luna is startled to see the magical circle above the golem's head, and soon several boulders start falling on Goliath, making it completely resistant. All the students were dumbfounded after witnessing this, wondering what was happening. Fernan can't believe Luna is glaring at the Goliath without doing anything, so he wanted her to finish it off quickly. The professor realized that the method Fernan used was complicated, given the mana it might require, but Fernan pulled it off. He announced that Fernan and Luna had defeated the golem in 53 seconds, so they took first place. Roger is pissed as they were in second place again, and Carlo was furiously pulling out his hair. The other students were dumbfounded as they didn't even know how many they needed to do that, and guess he is paired with Luna for a reason. Fernan is pleased to get significant points with Luna again, so he excitedly looked back, but he is startled to notice that Luna doesn't seem pleased at all. While on their way, Luna remarked that he had been a great help a while ago, and she feels like seeing a new side of him each time. Fernan wanted to take it as a compliment, but still asked for confirmation. Luna concurred, telling him they had won first place thanks to him. However, Fernan wondered what was wrong with her expression then, but Luna doesn't think there is anything wrong. Fernan noticed her pouting for a long while, so he wanted to know why her mood was like that. Luna pondered for a while, telling him that it was nothing, but it was her first time fighting a monster dummy, so she wanted to fight it a bit more. Fernan is stunned to hear it, realizing he should have given her more chances. Since the second place was 2 minutes and 15 seconds, he wanted to stall for 2 minutes, and he admits it was his mistake because even if he is nice 100 times, people would never forget the one time he was bad. Luna clarified that she was satisfied because they had won first place, so she didn't want him to mind her. Fernan had an idea as he recalled having a few dummies at home, so he wondered if she wanted one. Although Luna was staring at him with a gaze that wanted to have that dummy, she told him that would be asking for too much, so she didn't like it. Fernan noticed that her face didn't match her words, so he assured her that they don't use it. Luna is thrilled to hear that telling him to give the dummy to him if he insists that much and thanked him, and she took her leave, as she has to get to her next class. Fernan sighed as he saw her leaving happily and promised never to make the same mistake again. Abruptly, Arya touched him to accost him, wanting him to buy her coffee. Fernan is annoyed, telling her to make plans if she has something to say. Arya is annoyed to see him so cold toward her and is certain he got a message from her family, Frieden. Fernan stopped, looked at her in astonishment, and wondered whether she was talking about the item's transportation or whether she had pointed him out, and Arya concurred. Later, he has a conversation with Arya and is stunned to realize that she is going to give a world tree branch to the academy. Arya concurred, as that is right, and that is why she chose Fernan. The burden is different if the heir of the household is the one responsible. She is certain that Fernan already knew how valuable a world tree branch is. Fernan already knew its worth. It's a sapling that the world tree grows only once every 100 years, and it holds deep mana as well as the essence of the woods, which endlessly influence the region around it. Fernan contemplates what kind of business they had that would make the Friedens give the academy something so valuable, but he is certain Arya wouldn't tell him. Arya started eating and told Fernan she'd help him, too, so she wanted to become friends with him. Fernan doesn't see any reason for them to become friends, since he explained last time that elector houses don't need to be close to each other. Arya gets annoyed when he tells him that he wouldn't lose money by being friends with her. Fernan thinks for a while, then inquires if he has to skip lessons. Arya concurred, telling him the academy was considerate, and they would let them replace the practicals with theory. So, Fernan inquired when they would leave, and Arya rambled that they would do all the preparations in 2 weeks. Fernan understood, and he guessed he needed to get to the Frieden estate. Abruptly, he had a severe headache as he was about to receive the revelation, and wondered why it was happening when it had been so calm lately. Abruptly, he found himself at the academy where several students were killed, and he realized this was the day Andromalius descended. Fernan looked around as he led, saw the prophecy, and didn't know why he was seeing it again. Abruptly, he is startled to see the prophecy about the scarlet sky, people running wild from demonic energy, and a demon descending upon the earth through the widening rupture. Furthermore, at the center of it is the branch of the World Tree, and he heard Gardner telling Ain't that the World Tree branch is the resource or the summoning circle. Ever since the World Tree branch was brought to the Academy, it hasn't been growing well because it was corrupted by demonic energy. Ain't gets infuriated after realizing that the Golden Turtle Merchant Guild brought over the World Tree branch. Ain't gets annoyed as he recalls the incident with a yacht last time, and now this, so he guesses Pellenbergs might be involved in it. Gardner is sure the new money grubber was a traitor to humanity, which is suspicious. Ain't furiously clarified that if what he was saying were true, he would never forgive Pellenberg. Fernan gets worried after hearing this, so he wanted to tell Ain't that he isn't working with the demons and tried to explain it to him. But soon the prophecy ended as Fernan attempted to stop Ain't. He accidentally grabbed Arya's hand and said to listen to his explanation. Arya is startled by his absurd behavior and asks if he is alright. Fernan gets worried as he recalls the prophecy and wonders why he is getting involved in this mess again. Arya told him to let go of her so that they could talk. Fernan immediately refused, which made Arya confused, wondering what the matter was. Fernan replied that the Golden Turtle Merchant Guild wasn't doing the transporting, and he just pulled out of it like that. Later, Hyde told him that he would not work, as it was the Duke's decision. Fernan guesses he can't pull out because it's his father's decision, and he gets worried as the prophecy didn't say anything about how, when, or where the World Tree branch is tainted. However, he knew the Academy and the Frieden Estate both had strict security, so that it might have been during transport. Hyde sighed, telling him that if he broke it off like this, it would ruin the guild's image, and reminded him how he was called because he had lessened the Bershef debt. Fernan worriedly grabbed his head as he didn't know how to stop it, as he didn't know how it was tainted. Even though he somehow got lucky to bring the branch there safely, he can't stop Andromalia's descent, as he will use a different vessel if it's not the World Tree branch. Fernan worriedly tapped the table. It was low success and high risk, but it wouldn't change the result either. Therefore, the only right decision is to take their hands off of this event if they take some losses. Fernan knew they'd volunteered for this, so if they got involved, people would say the whole family was working with the demons. He furiously grits his teeth as this isn't something he could resolve on his own, so he instructed Hyde to bring the sphere with the demons. Hyde is stunned to hear of the sphere, wondering why. Fernan planned to show it to his father, so he wanted Hyde to bring it immediately. Later that night, he went to his father to show him the recording of his fight with the demon on the isolated island. His father was startled, for it truly was a demon. Fernan added that the demons had infiltrated their guild as employees in the last yacht club meeting, and they captured him alive and put him in the underground storage of the Academy. So he told his father to see him if he wanted. Yvonne is dumbfounded to see that Fernan has captured one alive, so he asks Hyde if that is true. Hyde testified that it's true as he checked for it himself. Yvonne gets infuriated to know that Hyde didn't report it till now, when there were demons within the merchant. Fernan clarified that he ordered Hyde not to say anything, as he thought it best to gather more evidence, but the situation is urgent. Fernan knew that was an assumption based on what he knows now, but he believes the demons are planning to bring their family down. Yvonne got what Fernan was saying, and he knew the yacht club incident was the demons at work, and that they were after the World Tree branch this time. He knew that if they didn't do anything about this matter, they would be misunderstood, but he realized Fernan had concluded the demons were trying to bring down their household, even if it might be just a coincidence. Fernan also at first thought it was just bad luck, since the Bershefs hated the Pellenbergs and the demons had gone after Ain's life during the yacht club meeting, but that wasn't the case. Yvonne thought being after Armian would make more sense, but there is no way the demons would be after Pellenbergs. Fernan elucidated that 1,000 years ago, when the war against the demons just began, humanity was at a disadvantage. But with the Pellenberg patriarch siding with the founding emperor, far more money poured into the war, which turned the tables. He is sure his father knows it, and that is what the demons are wary of. Fernan thought the demon had experienced firsthand how important money is in war, so he was certain they would want to avoid making the same mistake. Since the demons had dug the grave, they would involve the Pellenbergs in their plans so that Ain't would doubt Fernan. The protagonist is certain that his downfall was predicted in the prophecy, and it wasn't a coincidence but a setup. Therefore, this time, they will want to completely eradicate the Pellenberg from the game, as that is their plan, which stunned Yvonne. On the contrary, at the cafe, the man was putting the book in the shelf, realized that the yacht was sunk successfully, and Ain't was pushed to the deserted island, but Fernan was there as well, which is contrary to their plan. The shadow affirmed, telling the man that Luna Bershef and Bella were there as well. The man guessed they might have grown closer together after having fought the demons, but he wondered if just 4 people could kill a sea serpent. The shadow added that there was a gift from the founding emperor on that island, and Ain't destroyed the sea serpent after taking the gift. The man wanted Ain't to be suspicious of Pellenberg if he couldn't be killed, but he realized it had the opposite effect, which isn't good. The shadow is sure to bring it around with their new plan, and the man, he guesses, might be talking about the World Tree branch. The shadow concurred, since Arya had recently gotten in touch with Fernan, so he wanted to exploit the situation. But he couldn't confirm whether Pellenberg would be participating in the transport. The man told him to make sure Fernan would do it at all costs, because if Ain't is the most lethal blade, then Fernan is the gold to wrap it, so he wanted to ruin him this time. Meanwhile, the protagonist knew it didn't look good to give up on the transportation so suddenly, so he asked them to make it happen a week earlier. He knew how rude it was to make such a sudden, outrageous request, so he figured they would get mad and turn him down, making it easier for him to take his hands off the job. However, soon he received a letter from Arya saying her father was willing to grant his request. Fernan was enraged upon seeing this, wondering whether he was too kind or just stupid, since a normal person would get angry and refuse the request. Hyde wondered whether his young master thought he was under a demon's influence. Fernan thought this scenario was the most likely reason, so he cursed the demons and wondered how much impact they had. Even though Fernan knew what they were doing, he couldn't stop them. He was the richest in the Empire and a member of the Elector houses, yet he still couldn't do anything. Fernan was so infuriated that he went insane, and, having no other choice, he agreed to do it. Hyde wondered what his young master planned to do now, and Fernan furiously answered that he was going to fight them head-on. He knew he just needed to solve problems when they arose, because a true businessman doesn't let himself be shaken by unpredictable situations. He wanted to see who would win this time, and he slammed the door furiously as he left the room. Hyde looked at the table, split in two, and realized the incident genuinely shook Fernan. 6 days later, the transportation team left the Freedom estate as planned, which included 10 carriages, 100 guards of the Golden Turtle Merchant Guild to protect them, 50 elf warriors from Freedom, 100 workers, and at the head of them all was Fernan Pellenberg. Fernan is aware that the World Tree branch is hidden in the 4th carriage, and no one other than the most critical figures knows that they are transporting it. Furthermore, the chest containing the World Tree branch has dozens of protection spells on it, so that only Arya and Fernan can open it. Therefore, Fernan is enraged, unable to understand how it could be exposed to demonic energy in this situation. This makes him contemplate that Arya might be the demon, but he knew that wasn't true because she is supposed to be Ain's friend in the prophecy. Arya was excited about this journey, so she asked Fernan how long it would take them to reach the academy. Fernan explained it would take 2 months, since they had to cross 2 fiefs to the east before boarding the ship. Arya understood, but that reminded her of something, so she wondered if Fernan wanted to invite her to the yacht club. However, Fernan flatly refused, which annoyed Arya and made her wonder why, when she has a good grade and her family is highly ranked. Fernan sighed, telling her that some people in the Elector house don't like her because she is new. Arya gets infuriated after realizing that Fernan is looking at her with so much pity. She reminded Fernan that he had mediated the negotiation when the Burshifts sold the Golden Bowl. The protagonist knew it was true, yet he was still reluctant to let her join the yacht club, which annoyed Arya, who remarked that he was so mean. On the contrary, at the Duke's mansion, Yvonne is pleased that the conversation went smoothly, thanks to the fact that the butler has been sharing information about the demons with the Order through Jace. The butler is confident they will soon get help from them and eliminate all demons that might still be hiding among them. Yvonne understood, so he asked whether they had received any news from Fernan, since he should have arrived at the academy by now. Hyde explained that they left the present day, and Yvonne remembers it, but he is anxious because it's obviously a trap set up by the demon. But he never thought they had any choice but to step into it. Although Fernan said he had prepared accordingly, it's the demons they are up against, so if the transformation fails, it will plummet their guild's image, and he would also lose his heir and only son. Yvonne was enraged upon thinking that those cursed demons dared to put their hands on them, so he commanded his butler to get the Scarlet Turtle together. The butler worriedly told the Duke to calm down, as it would make this matter much bigger if he did that. He reminded the Duke that Fernan had said they needed to resolve this quietly to ensure the demons don't learn they know about their plans. Yvonne recalled that as well, so he calmed down, as that is right. The butler doesn't want him to worry because Fernan knew about the demons and their plan before them. Yvonne knew that it was a good thing, but it's also a problem, as he thought about it too, when Fernan found the vein of mana stones that no one knew about, and the intel he had was just way too specific. This makes Yvonne wonder whether Fernan went into the future and saw it all play out first, so he has many questions for his son after it's all over. However, other than that, he wanted to hire a bunch of mercenaries and send them over. The butler is stunned to hear that, assuring the Duke that the young master will be fine. He knew his young master, Fernan, always exceeded their expectations. He was sure he would do great this time as well, so he chose to trust him and wait. On the contrary, it began to rain during Fernan's journey, startling him. Arya found it strange, too, because it wasn't supposed to rain that day. Fernan told Hyde they wouldn't continue the journey that day, so they had to camp there and ordered the guards to protect the carriages. Arya looked ahead and realized that something was strange about the rain, which makes Fernan wonder what she meant, so Arya explicates that after questioning the spirit, she was told the other regions are sunny, and this is the only place with this much rain. Fernan guesses she might be pointing to this as artificial rain. Arya guessed someone might be trying to disrupt the transportation, but she assumed it was just bad weather. Fernan has pondered about it since it's artificial rain, so he is sure it was the demon doing it. Since the prophecy said they had to reach the academy safely, someone might have infiltrated their group and tainted the World Tree branch without anyone noticing. Fernan doesn't understand why they're trapped there in the rain. While he is indulged in his thoughts, a thunderbolt struck near the carriage containing the World Tree branch, which was so substantial that it broke the ground and made everyone fall. Fernan gets worried after seeing this, so he quickly grabs his spear and emanates tremendous energy to protect themselves from the falling boulders. He worriedly looked at the carriage containing the World Tree, telling Arya to ensure the carriage doesn't break. Arya was still scared as she had been falling, and she didn't understand which carriage he was talking about. Fernan, annoyingly, told her to protect all of them, but Arya refused, unable to do that. After reaching the end, Fernan looked up at the light and realized it was pretty deep, so he estimated they had fallen about 40 meters. He cursed those demons, wondering if they planned to take a carriage away like this. But he was relieved as the carriage with the World Tree branch fell with them, so he was relieved that nothing terrible had happened. Arya takes a deep breath, relieved they are unharmed, knowing it could have been worse, but she wonders what they should do now. Fernan was dumbfounded by her question and told her they should head back up immediately. While he is talking, countless dark shadows appear behind him and charge at him to attack. This ended all the Fernan misconceptions that it would be an easy journey, and he swiftly protected themselves with a barrier. Arya, worried, inquired about this super ominous monster. Fernan explained it was a Sade, which stunned Arya, as she didn't know what that was. Fernan can't believe she is unaware of Safe when they already learn about them in the academy. Arya learned about the Sade, but they aren't classified as monsters, as they are demonic creatures. Since demonic creatures differ from the monsters that have lived on this continent since the beginning, they were brought there by the demons. Demons possess a demonic creature oozing with demonic energy, just like humans. This is what differentiates them from monsters. Arya is still confused, as there shouldn't be any demonic creatures in these times, which means there are demons. Fernan concurred, telling Arya that the demons sent this creature. Arya is stunned to hear about demons as she doesn't know demons exist in the current era, but wonders how Fernan knew that. Fernan is planning to explain it later, but he wanted her to take the carriages up from there, as he would take care of these creatures. Arya worriedly told him she didn't think she could do it. Fernan was enraged after hearing this when she hadn't even tried, and wondered how she would survive this world ordeal with so little determination to do anything, and told her that he wasn't allowed to talk back to his center in his time. Arya worriedly clarified that she would love to do as he said, but she didn't think she could, given the other demonic creature. Fernan's eyes widened in shock as he recognized the demonic creature that was Barca. As Barca was about to attack them, Fernan quickly summoned Hyde, who appeared there on his call. Hyde stepped forward and worriedly asked Fernan if he was all right. Arya's eyes sparkled as she realized that Fernan Butler is impressive. Fernan recalls that Barca, in the textbook study of demonic creatures and monsters, wrote that their exteriors are as hard as metal, their claws sharper than most swords, and their teeth and jaws can pierce through anything. Fernan knew it was a 4th-rank demonic creature that could easily take down trolls and ogres, who are on a completely different dimension from Sades, which is 8 ranks. He is stunned to see the demons sending the entire Barca to try to take the World Tree branch, which makes him contemplate that these demons might be trying to kill him instead of bankrupting him. Fernan wondered if Hyde could kill that thing, and Hyde said that, even though it wouldn't be easy, with some time, he could do it. Fernan was willing to stall for time, so he wanted Hyde to kill it. Hyde concurred on his command, then Hyde vanished from their sight. Arya is stunned to see him disappear, wondering where he went when she thought he would kill the monster. Fernan instructed Arya to protect him and the World Tree branch from the Sade while he fought. Arya is stunned to know that he is going to fight that creature. Fernan urged her to do as he says if she doesn't want to die. Arya agreed to do that, but she wanted to know if he had some plan. Fernan plans to call James, but he doesn't know if it will work. Arya is confused, not knowing who James is. Barca charges at him to strike, so the protagonist summons James from his magic circle, who charges at the demonic creature, attacks it, and throws it away. Arya was astounded to realize that James, who is going to fight by Fernan's side, is a golem. Barca was slammed to the wall behind by James' single attack. Arya is in awe, knowing Fernan had the money to make golems, but she also knows controlling them as a second year might be really hard. She realized Fernan was better than she'd thought. While Fernan is controlling James, he quickly lunges toward Barca and tries to slam it firmly. However, this time, Barca quickly blocked his attack, pushing James back, and it soon turned into a bite. Fernan gets worried after seeing James being dismantled just like that and wonders what is wrong with this monster. While he is indulged in his thought, Barca charges at him to strike, but shortly Fernan summoned out another golem again that blocked its attack. Arya's face turned pale after realizing that Fernan had more than one golem, and she got worried after seeing Sade trying to attack Fernan. She quickly stepped forward and created a barrier to protect themselves. Shortly, she noticed the Sade rushing toward the carriage, so she got worried about the World Tree, which annoyed her, so she launched a slash at Sade, telling it to get away from it. While trying to block, Sade Arya grows worried as she can't do it anymore and doesn't know how long she has to keep it up. Arya is having a hard time stopping it, so she kept rambling that she genuinely can't do it without noticing that she is already doing well and emanating overwhelming mana. She looked at Fernan and told him she had saved him multiple times, so he owed her. While Sade is trying to attack Fernan again, she quickly goes to protect him and wants him to say more than thank you, like giving her an invitation to the yacht club, and wonders if he is listening. Meanwhile, Fernan was controlling a golem at that time. A mage is completely vulnerable, which is because they feel things through the golem instead of through their own body. That is why Fernan could feel it so clearly. He isn't talented at all when it comes to swordsmanship, just as a golem is dull and weak in the face of an overwhelming monster. Abruptly, Barca quickly got rid of the other golem as well, which made Fernan cough up blood, and he knelt, as that was the third golem that he had defeated. Fernan didn't have to focus this hard when he used them for mining, but he realized that controlling them in battle is much harder. He can't let himself be killed at this crucial moment, and he knew that he only had 2 of them left, and he is out of his mana as well, so he needs to hold on until Hyde comes back. After devouring the third golem, Barca looked ahead and saw another golem prepared to attack it, so it started approaching the golem. Fernan planned not to use a sword this time, as it would get in the way since he isn't good with it. He decides to focus all his sensations on the golems so that he can feel the golem as if it were his own body. After completely controlling the golem, Fernan opened his eyes and saw Barca ready to attack, so he launched a punch as well and threw it away. Arya was protecting him with a barrier as several boulders were falling, so he got worried that this place would collapse at this rate. As the golem launched another punch, Barca quickly blocked it and tried to counterattack. Abruptly, the golem rushes behind it, swiftly kicks at its head, and slams it away. The golem charges at Barca again without giving it time to fight back. Soon, Barca grabbed the golem and was about to get rid of it, which worried Fernan, and he wondered how much longer Hyde would need. Momentarily, Hyde appeared above the Barca head, pointing his giant sword at it, exuding overwhelming mana, and he quickly struck Barca. His own attack injured Barca, so it coughed up blood, but Hyde attacked it again soon. Fernan worsened Barca's injuries by making his golem fall on it. As he saw Barca still glaring, Fernan knew they needed a final attack, so he quickly subdued Barca with a golem. Fernan was annoyed to learn how slow Hyde was and shouted that he had lost 4 of his expensive golems, including James, Henry, William, and George. Hyde's face turned pale after hearing this, telling his young master that he did his best. Fernan was still enraged as Hyde asked for a little bit of time, but it took him 20 minutes. Hyde explained that it was unintentional as he was trying to hurry as well. Arya gets pissed at them for arguing and makes it clear she isn't done there, so she wants them to help her. She added that Barca's cut-off head was a bit weird, which startled them. Hyde noticed it was about to burst and warned Fernan to watch out. Abruptly, Barca's head exploded, exuding tremendous energy, but Hyde protected them with a barrier and asked if Fernan was alright. Fernan clarified that he is fine, but he can't believe there is another explosion, which is the same pattern as the last time. Hyde is concerned because they have lost all evidence. He wonders what they should do. Fernan pointed to his locket and said that everything was already recorded, so it was all right. He handed it to Hyde, telling him to keep it safe and also take a few of the Barca corpses as proof. Hyde wondered why that was, so Fernan explained it would be helpful because it's a rare 4th rank monster. He looked at Arya, wanting to know what had happened to the world's branch tree. Arya excitedly told Fernan the good news: the mother tree is safe. Even though the chest is a bit cracked, it's all right because of the protection spells on it. Fernan is worried to hear that the chest is cracked. Arya pointed back, telling him that everything else is broken because of the explosion. But the mother tree is okay, so she guesses it's alright. However, Fernan still wanted to check if it was really okay, and Arya wanted him to take a look, as it was fine. The protagonist explained that the naked eye can't tell whether something has been tainted by demonic energy, which is why he requested the order to make an artifact that was quite expensive. He recalls Jace saying the custom artifacts carry royalties, which makes him realize the artifact might be expensive, so he asks for their price. Arya is stunned to learn that Fernan prepared something like this and wonders whether he knew it would happen. Fernan wanted to check first whether it was truly tainted, and he hoped it was fine. He set the artifact near the World Tree's branch and was stunned to see it turn dark. He got worried because he knew they were done for. Fernan was enraged after realizing that the World Tree branch was tainted, and he couldn't believe that he went through all this to protect this thing, so he guessed it might be a failure. He is startled to see Arya break off a branch from the World Tree and wonders what she is doing. Arya clarified that they could save it by cutting off the tainted parts and urged Fernan not to underestimate the other tree's life forces. Fernan is stunned to know that they can save it. Arya elucidated that they have to break off those parts cleanly, but it's a bit hard. Fernan grows worried when he sees Arya touching the tainted part like this, so he wants her to wash her hands with holy water later. He instructed Hyde to come and help them, and Hyde concurred. Arya was annoyed to see him cutting the healthy parts and instructed him to cut only the darker parts. Fernan furiously told him to hurry up, as the tainted parts were growing, and wondered whether he would take responsibility if things went wrong. Hyde obediently concurred. After a while, they managed to cut out all the tainted parts, so Arya excitedly said it was done. Fernan is glad to see it's healthy now, but he thinks it is a bit too bare, and he feels like they are admitting they had a problem with the transportation, even if it's obvious it was cut off. Arya smirked cunningly as she realized that Fernan wanted to hide it because it would hurt Pellenberg's image if people found out about this. Fernan clarified that he wanted to hide the fact that they came across monsters. Arya wondered why he wanted to hide it when it's proof that the demons are active, so she thought people have the right to know that. Fernan rambled that is why they need to hide it, and he explained everything to her. Arya is amused to learn that Fernan wanted to keep this secret because he has been secretly chasing the demons. Fernan explains that hiding this fact is essential. If the demons go into hiding, Arya would become their ally in fighting them. Arya is in awe to realize she would be Fernan's ally, sharing a secret with another Elector house, and deduces they might be spending a lot of time together because of it. Fernan affirmed that it was true, and Arya guessed they would grow close as well. Fernan concurred, so Arya wanted him to give her a token for it. The protagonist was annoyed to hear that, and Arya threatened him that her tongue is loose, so she doesn't know when she might blabber about this incident. However, if she has to prove they are allies, she is ready to protect this secret to the grave. Fernan sighed as he thought this would be going to be easy, and he agreed to give her an invitation to the yacht club, so he hoped she would be satisfied with it, which thrilled her. So, the protagonist asked what had happened that day, and Arya happily clarified that nothing had. After that, taking care of everything else wasn't hard, since they replaced all the missing supplies and carriages and had people on standby to tend to the injured. Furthermore, they were grateful to the miracle medicine for giving the world a tree branch, so by the time they reached the academy, it looked the same as it had before they began the trip. Arya happily remarked that the mother tree branch regenerated fast with the miracle medicine, but Fernan is annoyed as the cursed tree branch needs that expensive medicine. After a month, the Pellenberg's Merchant Guild safely arrived at the academy, which means there was no negative impact on the Merchant Guild's image. Arya promised to keep this secret since they are allies. Fernan couldn't find anyone who was doubted for working with the demons. However, to make the sentence that the World Tree Branch wasn't tainted by demonic energy during the travel, Fernan has to pay a ridiculously high price. While taking a look at the list of losses they face, Fernan worriedly pulled his hair, cursed the demons, and wanted to kill them all. On the other hand, the man was disappointed by another failure. He considered it bad luck for the first time, but on the second, he blamed the timing, and on the third, he blamed a lack of skill. He can't believe that the Shadow is saying that he doesn't know where the World Tree Branch is, which makes him unable to say anything to him. The Shadow clarified that he indeed corrupted the World Tree Branch. The man supposed this meant they had already found it. Since they couldn't find it, the Shadow had failed. The Shadow apologized for his failure, and the man couldn't believe that he was apologetic and asked how Fernan survived against the Barca. The Shadow explained that Fernan had 5 golems under his control and that they had attacked Barca. The man is stunned to learn that Fernan not only has 1 but 5 golems, which makes him wonder whether Fernan already knows about their plans. However, he doesn't think that is possible and guesses Fernan might be thoroughly prepared. The man doesn't know whether to call Fernan a coward or a comprehensive person, but he has to admit his comrade failed because his opponent was too meticulous. The Shadow thanked him for understanding, but the man clarified that didn't mean he was going to spare him, so he got rid of him with a flicker of his finger. He sits on the chair, thinking that bringing down Fernan Pellenberg's family would be enough, but he is annoyed as he is getting in his way more than Ain't Armian. So, he wanted Fernan dead because of that, which is a shame, but he didn't want to hurry because he knew there would be another opportunity to do that. Later, the protagonist met Jace, who welcomed him from his long, tiring journey and was certain that he had come to see him for something, even though he was exhausted. Fernan was quite occupied, so he wanted to get straight to the point and clarified that he met some demonic creatures on his way there. Jace's eyes widened in shock after hearing about the demonic creatures, and he realized that they weren't even trying to hide themselves anymore. He was burning with anger because those cursed demons dared to put their hands on the orders of his VIP customer. Fernan reminded Jace that burning this place again would make him send an invoice for the repair to him, thus Jace quickly calmed down. Fernan explicated that they had taken care of them, but unfortunately, something had been tainted by demonic energy. He thought it would be a shame to throw it out, so he was thinking of having Jace purify it, and he showed it to him. Jace looked at the tainted World Tree Branch and remarked it seems like a piece of wood. But he was startled when Fernan told him he had been cut off from the World Tree. He can't believe that was the World Tree Branch from Freedom, and finally understood that the demonic creatures were after that. Fernan affirmed, telling him that he has to use the artifact that Jace gave him, and inquired if he could purify it. Jace excitedly told him it was a piece of cake, since he had purified Bella with holy light before, so this much was easy. Fernan clarified that they aren't using the same method, which makes Jace wonder why, when this is a verified demonic energy purification spell. Fernan explained that it is too effective, so he feels like the branch would burn away, so he wanted Jace to use a method other than holy lightning. Jace corrected him, saying it is divine light and that the sacred water is the only other option, but he doesn't think 1 bottle would be enough to purify it. He asked Fernan if he was sure about this, since it would be expensive. Fernan wanted to know if he were certain this method would work, but Jace was unsure until he gave it a try, since he had never purified demonic energy with holy water before. Fernan can't believe it, wondering if it is just plain water, and can't think that Jace wanted him to spend money on something without any certainty that it will work. Jace happily told him not to worry, it would work, and he wanted him to trust him. Fernan clarified that he trusts him, but he is scared the Order's reputation could be damaged if people learn the holy water doesn't work. Jace assured him that it should work, so Fernan reminded him that he himself said he wouldn't know until he tried. He moved closer to Jace, glaring at him, and wondered what would happen if he was wrong. The Order image would be ruined because of him. Jace started trembling after realizing that he was right because a mage should speak only the truth, so he started repenting, as he was arrogant. Jace knelt, telling Fernan that the Order has always been prepared for the demons, but because they haven't shown themselves in the last 1,000 years, they lack experience. Jace thought it would be nice to have a subject to test. Fernan assured Jace that he would get him that testing subject and showed him the jar. Jace is stunned to see the holy light emerging from Fernan, and he wants to know what that jar contains. Fernan explained that it includes the corpse of a 4th-rank demonic creature, Barca. Jace is stunned to learn that Fernan encountered Barca during his trip, and he is thrilled, as they can finally test whether holy water purifies demonic energy and gather detailed data on demons and demonic energy. He admitted that Fernan was his true savior, but he was stunned to think Fernan planned to pay for the holy water with just this. Fernan refused, as that isn't the case, since the 4th-rank demons are so rare that they weren't even seen during the Great War 1,000 years ago, so he wanted them to give him more than just holy water. Jace is stunned. It is a bit too much, but the serpentine tongue persuades him that it is a businessman. Fernan wanted him to think of the future, as he is sure that Jace is aware of how valuable an opportunity like this would be to research demonic creatures before the demons become even more active. Jace started trembling worriedly as he thought his dragon god was truly testing him. Fernan planned to offer it to some other mage in the Order if Jace doesn't want it. Jace quickly grabbed it, telling him it would pay for the holy water, and he wanted to find a way to kill them in the most excruciating manner possible, so he smiled cunningly. Fernan is stunned to hear it and reminds Jace that he wanted the World Tree branch purified, so he told him to stop acting like a psychopath. Jace wants him to leave the purification to him, but he wants to know if the World Tree branch is safe. Fernan uttered it's safe for now, so Jace wanted to see the reason the demons might be after it. Fernan is unaware of the reason, so Jace clarified that it's a tree with powerful mana, so he is sure it's useful no matter who they might be, and suppose the demons might be planning on using it as a vessel to summon a demon. Fernan is stunned to hear that and can't believe that Jace got it right. Jace smirked as he knew it might be a secret that it was the World Tree branch, which meant there was a demon in the midst, so he wanted to look into it. Fernan disagrees because he knows that, if the Order force in the Academy, it would cause political conflict. Furthermore, aside from Arya and him, most people who know the truth are higher-ups in the Academy. He is certain it would bite them back if they acted rashly about this. Jace is reluctant to agree because the Pope is preoccupied with the demons that have infiltrated the Empire's finest educational institution. Fernan wanted him to assure the Pope that he need not worry, as he is sitting idle. Fernan already has people standing guard at the World T branch. He is aware that as long as the demons don't give up on the summoning, they will try their best to corrupt the World Tree branch. Fernan assured Jace that he would find out soon if he were lucky regarding the identity of the traitors of humanity. After some time during their class, Luna wanted to know about Fernan's finals. Fernan clarified that it's the same as ever, so Luna is sure it might be hard keeping up with the progress. Fernan doesn't think it's a problem when he has the study guides. Luna is dumbfounded to learn that he is trying to get the easy way out by using the study guides. Fernan elucidated that those are precious treasures left behind by their seniors, and Luna understood. Fernan inquired about her final, and Luna thinks that she did pretty well. Luna is disappointed with how she did in the partner lesson. They lost first place because of a mistake she made, and she thought she would get first place for sure this time. Fernan tried to calm her down, telling her that they might win first place that day. After a while, Professor Rosalia came out and said everyone was ready, then explained the rules for the finals. She explained that they would split into 4 teams, and whoever outs the most pairs or captures the most opposing flags wins. She explained that they were Team 3, so she wanted them to remember each other's faces well. They also needed a leader for each team, and she wondered whether anyone would volunteer. Rosalia guesses that the team is full of shy people. Fernan thought Luna would volunteer, but he also doesn't think it's right for him to volunteer, as he would get all the insults and hatred if they lose. However, if he had to pick someone to be the leader, he thought Luna was the most appropriate one. Professor Rosalia decided to make everyone vote to choose their leader. Soon, everyone started voting, and Fernan was dumbfounded to realize they wanted him to lead. Rosalia happily announced that Team 3's leader is Fernan Pellenberg, and she guesses he is popular because everyone voted for him. Fernan wanted the professor to wait, and soon he was called by his teammates. Fernan looked back with his pale face and couldn't believe everyone was excitedly telling him that they believed in him. Fernan wondered why they believed in him when he wasn't the one with the best grades there. Gert told him that everyone knew he was secretly the smartest one around, so he didn't want to be humble. Therefore, he thought no one is fit to be the leader than him, and he is certain that Fernan is experienced because he is in charge of a whole merchant guild. Fernan looked at Luna as he thought it made more sense for her to be the leader, and he was certain that she would take the role, so he wanted her to say something to them. Luna excitedly told Fernan that she believed in him. Fernan can't believe that she is acting that way as well, so he guesses he doesn't have a choice, even though he doesn't want to be the leader, and he decides to try his best to get them first place. He is certain that way he could win Luna over. Everyone was excitedly looking at him, hoping he would help them win. Fernan agreed to do it, which delighted them all, and they kept shouting his name, which embarrassed him. Meanwhile, Professor Grad is stunned to learn that Fernan has become the leader, even though he hates this kind of thing most of all. Rosalia rambled that Fernan's teammates voted for him, and Grad found it amusing, so guess this would be interesting. Rosalia asked for his thoughts on which team would win. Professor Grad gave it some thought and believes the team with the best chance of winning is the one led by Roger Schwaben, because, as the prince, he has experience commanding an army and believes he has the most significant advantage in this exam. He guessed the rest of the teams would work together to take down the Roger team, so he thought Team 1 might fall apart faster than expected. Furthermore, Team 2 has Carlo, and Team 2 has both Fernan and Luna. Rosalia asked for his opinion on Team 4, and Grad noticed that Team 4 had plenty of talented kids, too, so he realized that a joint lesson was more like a tri-faction war. However, he thinks it's the biggest mystery how Luna and Fernan ended up together. Rosalia smirked after hearing that, since everyone was wondering if they were dating at first. Grad knew that they had gotten closer later, but he doesn't think they are dating, and he thinks there might have been some negotiation between the families. Rosalia doesn't think that concerns them, but Grad reminded her that Pellenberg and Berchefs aren't ordinary families, since there is too much to say about the Pellenbergs and the Berchefs, who were once on the brink of ruin. However, they tried hard, even giving up the Elector House position, and have been slowly regaining their former glory. Grad clarified that a change in the 7 electoral houses is possible. Although he knew that a mere professor like him couldn't concern himself with something like that, he knew that Professor Rosalia Weinberg should be worried about it. Rosalia smirked at the news, but she didn't know about it. She was uninterested in family feuds like that. Grad knew she was lying because, in her view, she was concerned as well. Rosalia noticed that they had begun, so she tried to divert his attention, and Grad agreed, as she was right. After seeing everyone's movements, Grad realized he was right. The rest of the team was going to work together to hit Team 1. Meanwhile, at the location where the Roger team was, Allman told him the patrol had said one of the other team's members was headed their way, and he deduced they might be working together to attack them. Roger noticed that the team's 3 leaders were Fernan, so he assumed it might be Fernan's plan. Allman is worried as they were at a disadvantage when it comes to numbers, so he also wanted to come up with a plan. Roger already has a plan. He talked to the 2nd and 3rd teams in advance, so they are pretending to go along with Fernan's plan for now. Allman is a bit confused after hearing this, so Roger reminded Allman how Fernan got first place during the midterms, which causes Carlos' resentment to build up. So, he was ecstatic when he suggested they stab Fernan in the back, and Carlo was burning with the flame of revenge to rid himself of Fernan. Furthermore, Team 4 changed their mind when they heard that Carlo would be working with Roger and agreed to team up with them. Allman guesses this means that Teams 1, 2, and 4 are working together to hit Team 3. Roger excitedly smirked, telling Allman that it's right and want him to go to Team 4 base and get their flags. Allman was dumbfounded to hear that, as Roger said, they are working with Team 4. Roger reminded him that only one team can win, so the moment Team 3 is out of the game, the alliance will be broken. Since they would end up betraying each other, he wanted to do it first. Roger planned to eliminate Team 4 first, then work with Carlos' team to defeat Team 3. Allman wondered whether Roger had known from the start that Fernan would work with the other teams. Roger concurred, as he knew Fernan well and admitted he was smart, but he was faster this time. On the contrary, Fernan kept an eye on Team 2, whose strongest member was also heading toward Team 1, and vice versa. Luna wanted to know the reason Fernan sent the other members back to the base. Fernan clarified that they aren't heading to Team 1, which confused Luna. Fernan explained that while Teams 2 and 4 were fighting Team 1, they would infiltrate the other team's bases and retrieve their flags. Luna is stunned to learn that, even though they had suggested an alliance, Fernan wants to betray them. Fernan is certain that the weakest people would be posted at the bases, so the 2 of them should be enough. Luna is stunned by the news, prompting Fernan to wonder what the matter is. Luna clarified that she liked the plan and asked which base they would go to first. Fernan saw her strange behavior and wondered whether she thought he was being cowardly for betraying them, since it went against the knightly code. Luna's face turned pale after hearing this, and she admitted that she thought that way. However, she agreed to do what Fernan says, since he is the leader, and the important thing is to get first place. Yuna added that what matters to them is doing well on the exam, not resorting to cowardly tactics. Fernan finally understood that Luna always comes in second because she cares about justice and loyalty. Luna is willing to be a cowardly winner rather than a loser, but she is having an internal conflict regarding this matter. Her one self told her the world remembers victors, and the other, the righteous one, said to her that winning doesn't matter most. Fernan asked her if she was sure, as she looked as if she were struggling. Luna told him in a trembling voice that she isn't struggling, and soon apologized for being so one-dimensional, as she hates that part of herself as well. Fernan told her that she would be a laughingstock if she tried to prioritize honor and justice in this exam. Luna wondered what he meant, so Fernan explained that he was certain teams 2 and 4 had already betrayed them, since he knew Roger had done something in advance. Luna wondered how he knew, so Fernan explained that he would have done the same if he were in his place. He knew Roger very well. He thought he could get rid of them easily if he worked with Team 2, so he was sure Roger would go after Team 4 first. He assumes Roger has already sent someone to their base, and the strongest person to ensure that they get the flag. Fernan is certain that Roger has sent Ullman to take the flag from Team 4, which means they are apart at the moment. Luna wondered if Fernan was after this, and Fernan affirmed as his target was Ullman from the strat. He is confident that if they take Ullman out while he is alone, they can eliminate their biggest threat, Roger, since they are a pair. On the contrary, Ullman has already attacked the team's 4 bases, defeated the team members, taken their flag, and was ready to return to his base. Meanwhile, the assistant professor instructed student in Team 4 to move to the standby location and showed them the way. While Ullman is thrilled to see this, as he didn't disappoint His Highness, Team 4 is annoyed to see them betraying them like this after promising an alliance. Abruptly, Luna appeared there, telling Ullman that they had seen each other after a while. Ullman is stunned to see Luna there, wondering what she is doing there, as he thought she was going to attack them. Luna clarified that Fernan had told her Ullman would be there, so she came, and she knew that if he failed the exam, the prince would fail as well. Ullman can't believe she is there to fail him, or that she really thinks she could do that. He confidently grabbed his sword, telling her that she could fight her if she wanted. Luna reminded him that he can't predict the outcome of a fight, so she grabbed her word and rushed toward him. Ullman rushes at her to strike as well, and their slashes counter each other. Ullman was confident of defeating her, so he kept attacking her unstoppably. However, Luna dodged his attack easily, and then launched an attack at him. Ullman swiftly blocked her attack, then struck back with an overwhelming aura. Luna lunges back to protect herself, worried the attack could have been worse. As she pondered, she saw Ullman charge at her to strike with all his might, launching a substantial attack that covered the area in dust. Ullman looked at her and saw her exhausted, so he wondered if she planned to keep fighting in this condition. Ullman is sure that she is aware of the outcome if they fight one-on-one, but he can't believe that she still wants to fight fairly as a knight, as he knows that honor is more important to her than winning. Luna is stunned to hear that, wondering if he doesn't care about honor. Ullman clarified that he does so because he knows it's essential, since he is a knight as well, but he finds it ridiculous that she is trying to uphold it when she doesn't have the strength to back it up. Luna smiled cunningly after hearing this, as Ullman made it sound like he already won, and she reminded him that he could never predict the outcome of a fight. Abruptly, Ullman is startled to sense the strange energy from behind, so he looked back, but it was already too late, and countless boulders struck him. Ullman annoyingly grits his teeth as he didn't sense any presence and couldn't believe that Fernan waited for him to let his guard down, so he guessed this might be his plan from the start. Fernan already knew that Ullman never lost to Luna, so he was confident that if she were alone, then Ullman would let his guard down. He is thankful to Ullman for taking out Roger so easily, but the outcome would have been the same if they had fought him together from the start. But the fight would have gone on longer than, and Luna agreed. Fernan turns to take his leave, as he doesn't have the time or energy to expend on him when they still need to defeat teams 1 and 2. Luna looked at him, smirked, and told him that they would be going now. She added that she planned to live with more compromise and flexibility from this moment onward, because victory is the only noble thing in the war. Meanwhile, at Team 1, Roger and Carlo waited for Fernan's team, hidden in the bushes. Carlo guessed that Team 3 might have noticed something and run off. Roger considered it strange, as he knew there was no point in returning to their base at the moment, so he wondered where Fernan was if he wasn't there. Abruptly, he saw his map disappearing, so he got infuriated after realizing that Fernan went to take out Ullman, as he had been eliminated. His comrades were stunned to know that the prince had failed. Carlo is shocked to see that Fernan somehow managed to get the prince, even though he doesn't know what happened. He acted proudly as he knew that he was the only one who could stop Fernan, as this was his duty, so Carlo headed to Team 3 base with his teammates. Team 1 followed Team 2 to avenge their leader, and their aura was like that of a revolutionary army, so that no one could stop their passionate revenge. Shortly, the assistant professor informed Team 1 that they were out for failing to protect their flag. Thus, the remaining team was 2 and 3. The assistant professor wanted them to head to the standby location, but the students were upset as they hadn't avenged the prince yet. Alia thought that Team 3 would be at their base, but she guessed she was wrong. Carlo guesses that Fernan and Luna might have hit Team 1, not the entire team, and he can't believe they are getting everyone. Carlo guessed they are at a numerical disadvantage if the whole team were standing by in their own base, and they left most of their teammates there. Carlo planned first to figure out the situation, then attack their base. Shortly, they were stunned to be surrounded and realized it was Team 3 and his comrade, guessing they might have been lying in ambush the entire time. Carlo gets worried after discovering they have been surrounded. Momentarily, Fernan came out asking Carlo if he was on his way to take their team flag. Carlo is stunned to see Fernan there, wondering why he is there, and considering it an unfair tactic that he has used. Fernan was astonished to hear him spouting nonsense, and wondered whether he thought everything he did was unjust. He considered it upsetting and asked what he did to make him hate him so much, and smirked cunningly as he guessed Carlo might be mad because he partners with Luna. He wondered if that wasn't the case, then he might be upset because he knew his tactic before Carlo even used it in the last exam. Or it might be because he topped the midterm exam. Carlo was infuriated after hearing this, and he challenged Fernan to a magic duel and hoped he would accept it if he were a real mage. Fernan immediately refused his request, which made Carlo wonder why he didn't accept it. Fernan clarified that he is a merchant, not a mage, and a merchant always prioritizes efficiency, since he doesn't need a one-on-one to bring them down, which confused Carlo, wondering what he meant. Fernan smirked cunningly and commanded his teammates to attack them, so Luna charges at them as well. The battle was fierce, even though Team 3 had the upper hand in the beginning, but when the rest of Team 2 joined the fight, it continued without a victor. While Professor Grad watched it, he didn't think either team would win anytime soon. Rosalia is amused to see that both have lost many of their teammates and guesses they thought it would be better to protect their flags than to press the offensive, so they will need time to recuperate. Professor Grad is worried because if that happens, there will be no progress, so he wants to change the rules a bit. Rosalia agreed with him, but clarified that they are partially changing the rules. Under the new regulations, the exam area will be reduced. Secondly, one teammate will be chosen to carry the flag. If that member is out, the entire team will be as well. Abruptly, Fernan was told he had left the assigned field and was urged to return within the allotted time. He realized they had half an hour. Luna feels the reduced field is much more centered on Team 2's base, which is unfair. Fernan sighed as he realized that the professor wouldn't be giving them any time to rest. He instructed Gert to carry the flag and go to the back lines with his partner, then gave him an artifact he wanted him to keep. Gert is amused to see a defense artifact, and he notices that it is a good one. However, Fernan still feels anxious even after giving him that, so he handed him a few more artifacts. Gert felt he could buy a house if he sold them all, so he thought they were too valuable to use for just an exam. Fernan refused. It isn't true, and he must lead the team to victory as a leader. Gert's eyes welled up after hearing this, as he thought Fernan was crazy Scrooge when it came to money, but he never knew he was a nice guy. Fernan is crying deep inside after losing his money, but he wants to think of it as an investment, and he knows Luna will only like it if they win first place. Until then, Fernan had no idea that a great danger awaited Team 3. Fernan wanted to keep going, and on his way, he encountered Carlo, who was excitedly waiting for him there for a while. Carlo excitedly told him that Fernan walked into his own grave and considered him a fool. Fernan thought he was an idiot for thinking he'd fail if he didn't come there, and wondered whether Carlo didn't know the rules had changed. Carlo was infuriated after hearing this, so he cursed Fernan and clarified that he already knew about it. But he said that he wouldn't be able to defeat him this time. Fernan is annoyed to hear that, wondering if Carlo has prepared a new trick. Carlo grows enraged at Fernan's unamused look again and wonders if Fernan considers him nothing. Fernan sighed, telling him that he is misunderstanding, as he isn't amused. Carlo told him to stop lying, and he wanted to know why he suddenly wanted the top rank position. Since Fernan has always been like a fly on the wall, he wants him to stick to that life. Fernan assured him that he wasn't trying for first place. Carlo realized that he was going to act nonchalantly, but he was sure that Fernan wouldn't be able to do that when he saw his new attack. He lifted his cane, started casting the spell, and his comrade followed his lead to intensify the magic. Luna is stunned to see this, wondering what that is. Fernan explicates that it is the team magic, which occurs when mages gather their mana in one place to amplify the spell they intend to cast. However, it uses up so much mana that they are basically exhausted after using it just once, so Fernan is amused to see Carlo betting his all on this one attack, which isn't good. Luna is dumbfounded to see this, wondering if they are trying to take down a mob of monsters with that attack. Fernan wants to stop being reckless, as something bad might happen. Carlo smirked, telling them the teaching assistants and professors were there for that. The protagonist knew that team magic like this demanded complex calculations, a magic circle, and a lot of time, so if they put them in before the spell was completed, they could win. Fernan instructed Luna to stop them, so she rushed at them, as she didn't want to let them do it. However, Luna was stopped by Alia, who is unwilling to let her get by. Team 3 members cursed them and wanted to get the members of Team 2. Carlo claimed that it is too late to do that because his magic is already complete. Fernan is stunned to realize that Carlo used an artifact to shorten the time it takes to complete it, and he hadn't expected this. Carlo smiled cunningly, telling Fernan that he wasn't the only one who could use an artifact. Shortly, he activated the artifact that cast countless magic circles around him. Fernan gets worried after seeing this, so he commands his comrades to back off, and he creates a wall before him to protect himself from the attack. While Carlo is thrilled to see this, he wants to kill Fernan at all costs. Fernan kept casting the spell to stop Carlo's attack from penetrating the wall. Later, the protagonist's face turned pale, and he trembled, knowing it would have been disastrous if he hadn't broken the surface in time. Luna realized they weren't out yet, since the map was alright. Fernan is relieved to hear that and guesses their teammates with the flag might be okay, but he didn't know Gret had barely survived thanks to the artifact. The protagonist stood, looked around, wondering where they were. Luna guessed the ground gave way, and they fell with it. Fernan wanted to check in with the other team members, as he felt many of them might be out. Luna is startled to notice something behind Fernan and wonders what it is. Fernan looked back and saw something on the wall, wiped away the dust, and asked what it was. After cleaning it for a while, Fernan is startled to see the symbol, and Luna notices that it is the House Armian seal, but she wonders why it is there. Fernan guesses that might be the founding emperor's message, but he can't believe that he stamped the family seal there like this. He can't believe the founding emperor acts that way when he was supposed to hide it so no one would find it, and considers him kind, even though he left coordinates. Luna is confident that it is obviously a secret dungeon, so she guesses that House Armian has put something essential for them in there. Fernan is stunned to hear that, wondering why Ain't isn't finding his stuff like this on time. Fernan smiled awkwardly as he wanted to tell Ain't about this. Luna agreed with him, knowing the thing inside belonged to Armian, and left. Fernan is glad Luna is with him now. If it were anyone else, they would have robbed it immediately, and he started hiding the symbol. Luna told him to leave quickly because the exam isn't over yet. Meanwhile, Carlo was exhausted after that attack, and he was certain that Fernan would have died from this. He smiled as cunningly as he was certain to be the first this time, but soon his smile vanished as he saw Fernan furiously glaring at him, and he wondered how he was all right. Fernan instructed Luna to end him quickly. Luna grabbed his collar and furiously started beating him as they almost died for real because of him. While Fernan was leaving to get the Team 2 flags, Team 3 soon won the exam for War and Real-Life Situation Combat Arts. The midterm and final grades were soon combined to announce the first semester results. Luna took first place in the Academy's second-year night class, and she was pleased to see the result. Meanwhile, the other students were looking at their grades and pleased to see them rise, while one of them was crying happily because he was in Ravito's hall the following semester. Fernan saw Luna looking at the result and congratulated her for being in first place. Luna thanked him, but Fernan noticed that she didn't seem happy about it, so he wondered why that was. Luna awkwardly explained that she feels like it wasn't solely by her effort that she made it to first place, as it would be impossible without Fernan's help. Fernan doesn't care about that, as Luna still came first regardless of the reason. However, Luna was worried that she was burdening him. Fernan sighed after hearing this, telling her she was such a square and that she wasn't like kids these days. Luna was annoyed after hearing this, so she decided to take her leave, and guess it's her fault for bringing it up. Fernan didn't want her to worry about it, which confused Luna and made her wonder what he meant. He clarified that he has never thought of Luna as a burden, so he didn't want her to worry about it. Furthermore, he won first place thanks to her help. Luna is in disbelief, wondering if it is true. Fernan concurs, it is true, so he wants her not to worry about it and is sure she will grow stronger if she keeps working hard like that. Luna was pleased to hear it, and she promised to work harder next time. Fernan pleased her. Momentarily, Bella called her out, so Luna decided to take her leave and told Ferna that she is looking forward to continuing to be his partner. Fernan is relieved to hear that, as he feels like Luna likes him more now because her facial expressions are different from the first time, and he decides to keep at it like this. Abruptly, Roger put his hand on Fernan's shoulder, realized he was in a good mood, and guessed he felt nice to get first place. Fernan doesn't plan to go for it, but it somehow happens, and he feels like the former first place is about to pierce his back with all his glaring. Roger reminded him that this was the reason he told him to go easy on him and smirked that his test had a lot of unexpected variables, so he was surprised that Fernan and Luna came first. He pointed to the first semester result, telling Fernan that the real shocker is that guy. Fernan is stunned to know that Ain't came second when he got in at 38th place, and in one semester, he came second. He is pleased to see that Ain't is living up to his expectations, and he wanted him to raise his stocks like this. He is certain that Ain't would be on his way to the site he found left behind by the founding emperor, and he is sure that Ain't would become even stronger after getting that. Meanwhile, Ain't was at that place, wondering why Gardner didn't tell him about it earlier, when he used to come there often during practicals. Gardner forgot about it, then remembered what Fernan had said. He recalled how Fernan had told him he had found a secret about his family, and then Gardner remembered that place. Ain't was annoyed to hear that, as Gardner wasn't supposed to forget about this kind of stuff. Gardner, annoyingly, explained he'd forgotten about it because there are too many things. Ain't relieved that Fernan was the one who found it, because if anyone else had discovered it, then it would have been solved. Gardner was surprised as well when Fernan came to tell Ain't about it. Since Fernan is typically the type to steal, Ain't gets annoyed to hear that, wondering when he would ever trust him, and he is certain his senior isn't a thief, so that he wouldn't steal. Gardner is unwilling to trust Fernan because all he needs is his money, so he would never trust him even if he died. Ain't reminded him that he already died, and he looked at the map and realized that it was the place. He looked around, and everything was fine at first, when he heard that this place was a mess because of the second-year exams. Gardner assumed the professors reverted it into normal. Ain't seen a path in the tree, so he guesses the inheritance might be underground, and Gardner realized there is a path. Ain't realized the pattern is evident as he recalled Gardner was sealed in a rabbit hole like this as well. Gardner gets annoyed after hearing this, telling him that what matters is that it is well hidden and Ain't affirmed, so he decides to head inside. After a while, he arrived at the basement. Ain't face turned pale as he realized that someone had already been there. Gardner is stunned, as there is no way, because this place is well hidden. Atten remembers Fernan, who told him he had cast a hiding spell, and decides to see if the inheritance is still there. After heading inside, Ain't is stunned to sense that disgusting aura. Gardner gets annoyed as he doesn't know how those cursed demons found this place, but he wanted to get rid of these demons first. He explained that scolds are 7th-ranked demonic creatures who are not easy opponents, and each one of them is an even match for a knight, so he wondered if Ain't could do it. Ain't confidently grabbed his sword, started unsheathing it, and clarified that he can do it. After a while, he managed to defeat all those scolds, and Gardner praised him for his speed. Ain't agreed with him, and he is certain he could never do that a few months ago. While they were conversing, Gardner sensed demonic energy and instructed Ain't to watch out as he was being attacked. Abruptly, the demon came out, and he could finally understand everything and knew that Ain't is a significant obstacle to their great plan, as he wouldn't expect any less from the demonic energy. Ain't gets worried after seeing the demon before him. While he is in awe, the demon rushes at him in a split second and is about to attack him. However, Ain't immediately struck back to stop his attack and pushed him back. Gardner wanted Ain't to stay focused, worried as he felt an immense demonic energy coming from him. He warned Ain't that this demon was stronger than any enemy he had fought before. While the demon smiled cunningly, he wanted to kill Ain't Armian at all costs, so he charged at him again. Gardner was alarmed. Ain't that the demon is above him, which concerned Ain't, but he quickly rushes back to dodge the attack. Then he looked ahead and realized the demon had vanished, so he wondered where he had gone. Gardner instructed him to look to his left, which startled Ain't as he couldn't believe that he was too fast for him to see his movements at all. Ain't was hardly managing to block the demon's attack, and soon his hand was injured, which made him lose his grip on the sword, so he dropped it. The demon held back Ain't's right arm with his nails, telling him that it was useless and wanted him to die. Before the demon could succeed, a boulder appeared before Ain't that protected him. Fernan is relieved to come here just in case, and he guesses he made the right choice. The protagonist worriedly looked at Ain't, wondering if he was all right, but after seeing his condition, he guessed he wasn't fine. Fernan handed him the healing potion, so Ain't thanked him for helping him. Fernan never thought that Ain't would be this badly hurt, and guess what? The demon sent a strong one this time. He glares at the demon and guesses that he knows more than the others. Since Fernan couldn't find out anything last time because the demon self-destructed, he thought they could interrogate this one instead. Ain't warned his senior to be careful because these demons shouldn't be underestimated. The demon smiled cunningly to see that Fernan came all the way there to his own grave. Fernan is stunned to learn that he knows him, and the demon guesses they don't, even though they've messed up his plans several times. Fernan was truly annoyed as he picked out the demons he had planted in his guild, and it cost a lot of money as well. The demons are infuriated because Fernan found their plan too fast, and he messed them up, so they plan to send him to hell after playing around with him for a while. However, he is certain that his senior would be happy if he killed both Fernan and Ain't. Fernan was amused to hear this, telling the demon that he would have killed him painlessly if he simply told him about the mastermind behind all this, but he guessed this wouldn't be happening. Fernan is prepared to hit him, exuding his aura, while the demon is exuding his ominous evil aura as well, and both of them charge at each other. In the split second, the demon appeared behind Fernan to strike. However, Fernan had already noticed his presence, which startled the demons, and he swiftly began attacking them with several boulders. The demons were stunned to see countless boulders about his head, and he skillfully kept dodging all those boulders while approaching Fernan. Ain't was watching them fighting in awe, and Gardner couldn't believe that Fernan wasn't falling behind at all. He is sure this kind of movement is impossible without a considerable amount of mana, so he wondered if Fernan has infinite mana. Although Gardner knew Fernan was skilled, the last time he saw him fight the demons was the last time he saw him fight them. At the same time, Fernan kept fighting with the demon on equal footing, which made the demon admit that he was better than Ain't. However, he smiled cunningly as he told Fernan that it was enough of this child's play. Fernan grows worried when he sees his cane, broken after fighting this long. The demon admits that Fernan might be talented, but he is still just a kid in the academy, so he can't defeat him, and he started laughing. Fernan is amused to see him laughing, wondering if that is funny, and clarifies that he doesn't even know what he is standing on, yet he dares to laugh. The demon gets stunned after seeing a magic circle underneath, so he wondered when he had cast it. Soon, massive flames erupted from the magic circle, trying to burn the demon. The demon shortly came out of the magic circle, charging at Fernan to strike, cursed him as he dared to do that, and wanted him to die. Before the demon could succeed, Fernan grabbed his neck and slammed him back to the wall. The demon is dumbfounded to see this, wondering how an earth elemental mage could use flame magic without an artifact. Fernan smirked cunningly after hearing this and clarified that his highest affinity is flame magic, and he cast the flame magic to burn him again. The demon cursed him and wanted to kill him at all costs. Fernan realized that he talked a lot even though he had just lost his limbs. After creating a magic circle, Fernan wanted the demon to stay still, and he was certain that he wouldn't be able to try anything now. Since he had managed to restrain the demon, he decided to begin the interrogation and asked whom he worked for. The demon rambled that it is nonsense, and Fernan is stunned to hear that, and he guesses he might still be mad, so he guesses he isn't in enough pain. He poured the holy water from the bottle, wondering whether the demons were more resistant to it, but he guessed this should help him a lot. The demon is confused by this, wondering what it is. Fernan smirked as he supposed the demon wanted to know about it, so he agreed to tell him. Shortly, the demon coughed up blood and started shouting in pain as Fernan put his hand inside the demon's body. He explained that holy water makes the demon's organs turn slowly, so he is sure it should hurt him a bit. Even if the demon was feeling excruciating pain, he was still reluctant to tell him anything, no matter what he did to him, and he clarified that at this rate, he would kill all of them. After a while, Fernan happily told him that he had finally found his mana heart, so if he put some pressure on it, he was certain the demon would be unable to self-destruct. He smiled cunningly, telling the demon that he had already said he wouldn't let him go easily. Fernan reminded him how he said he wanted to play around with his family and him before killing them, but he planned to do the same with him. The demon moaned with excruciating pain, telling Fernan not to think it's all over because he defeated him. Since his superior has decided to take away all that he possesses, including money, honor, power, his family, and even his life. The demon excitedly told Fernan that he would lose everything soon. That is his fate. Fernan was infuriated after hearing this, so he quickly plucked out the demon's heart, which killed him. Then he rushed the demon heart furiously, gritting his teeth and cursing him.